Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 101, 90 Bloodstained Letter, please follow. Chapter 101, Chapter 90 Bloodstained Letter, please follow. Lynn's sword ultimately paused in midair, because it wasn't hard to verify Newer's words. They just needed to have Laud ask those whistles again to find out if the bounty had been withdrawn. That is to say, it was very likely that the inside of Bloodthorn already understood the manufacturing method of airships, but it was uncertain whether they had figured out that the thing relied on a gas inside the balloon, lighter than the density of air, to float up. Although it seemed not difficult to discover this, the mainstream flight theory in the wizard land relied on thrust for takeoff, or on using shaping magic to imitate the flight of birds. Although elemental wizards from the School of Elements had long discovered these gases, hydrogen, helium, neon, ammonia, and such, their buoyancy, considered individually, was extremely weak. For instance, to lift a person, one would need to constantly maintain more than 60 cubic meters of hydrogen around them, and the magic power expended was beyond count. No wizard would consider flying this way. It was precisely because of this that, after the flight test a few days earlier, there were even rumors that he had installed some sort of alchemical device under the airship's cabin to continuously provide lift. However, such misinformation wouldn't last long, since the huge balloon of the airship was too conspicuous. It wouldn't be long before people would associate it with some type of gas inside the balloon having an effect. Once they obtained the blueprint, they would be able to immediately confirm this point, as there were no machines in the cabin to provide power. Next, they just needed to conduct repeated experiments, and they would soon discover some kind of gas suitable for providing lift. Lynn looked at Newer and asked again. Compared to technology leaks, he was more concerned about these people's goals. If they did something with the airship, like bombing an important town, he might end up being blamed for it. Now everyone knew that the airship was his unique alchemical creation. It's for Newer started to speak, but his expression suddenly became one of immense pain, his mouth agape, as if someone had grasped his throat, and then he violently started banging his head against the ground. Bang, 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 with each loud thud, Newer's originally fairly hard forehead quickly swelled and reddened, blood gushing from it, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Facing the suddenly frenzied Newer, Lynn was also startled, rushing to hold down his head that kept smashing against the ground. But the next moment, he realized that Newer had stopped moving. Lynn lifted Newer's face, his forehead full of blood, eyes bulging, and expression fierce. Checking the breath and carotid artery, he shockingly found that Newer had already died. Looking at Newer, who had suddenly gone mad and died in front of him, Lynn felt a chill rise behind him, swiftly scanning the surroundings, yet seeing no one, and having noticed no movements prior. Transform mud to stone. Lynn raised his hand to cast a spell, pulling out the half of Newer's body entrenched in the ground, his right hand tightly holding the long sword, ready to respond to any unexpected reviving assault. However, all his worries came to naught. Newer's skin still had a sickly green, the sword cuts on his body had already healed, and outwardly there seemed to be no problem. Some sort of soul attack. Lynn suddenly came to this conclusion, because Newer's condition seemed somewhat similar to Baiji's. They both appeared unscathed outwardly, suggesting likely damage at the soul level. The only difference was while Baigu was releasing Soul Scream, he was counterattacked by Amloak, who possessed a trace of divine power, whereas Newer was attacked the moment he was revealing the use of the airship. It could be that someone had inscribed some sort of magic inside Newer's brain, which would activate immediately when Newer uttered something he shouldn't, destroying his brain. Only those wizards deeply versed in the soul and spiritual energy could possibly achieve this. Lynn immediately realized that this wizard organization called Bloodthorn was likely more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. Aside from involving magic power transformation and researching methods to become a full-fledged wizard, they might also be specializing in spiritual magic, which was banned throughout Wizardland. What made Lynn even more anxious was that during the previous interrogation, Newer had already revealed quite a bit of information about the Bloodthorn members without triggering this mechanism. Yet it was triggered when he mentioned airships. As he was pondering, a messy barrage of footsteps suddenly came through. Lin turned his head and saw a fireball already ignited in his palm, but it quickly extinguished. The person approaching was Laud and several of his close subordinates. Laud looked at the unfamiliar wizard before him, asking uncertainly. Lin nodded, with no intention of disguising himself. Laud then breathed a sigh of relief, not surprised by Lin's slightly unfamiliar appearance now. Back in Yaida Harbor, he had recognized Lin as a wizard proficient in shaping science, and had been fooled by the disguised Rabor. Naturally, he remembered it clearly. Is this Nuer? He looks a bit different from the information. Laud quickly noticed the greenish corpse next to Lin. Due to the depletion of the magic power within, Nuer's towering, robust physique had long since shrunk back, but his skin was still green, and one could barely make out his identity from the contours of his face. Could this be some kind of tormenting magic? Lin was still very interested in this so-called defective product. Of course, that's not to say he wanted to transform into a green giant, but rather to study how that transformation magic potion works to significantly enhance a person's physical quality in a very short time, and also provide healing abilities. If some wizards refer to these individuals as defective products, then there must surely be perfect creations. By the time Laud and the others had hidden Newer away, it was already close to mealtime. Lin didn't rush to start his research, but went straight back to his accommodation in Yaida Harbor. Upon stepping through the door, Lin's forward motion suddenly halted, and he became extremely alert. A bright red-sealed envelope was leaning against the shelf on the desk, and it hadn't been there before he left. Chapter 102, 91, The Gathering of the Faceless. Chapter 102. Chapter 91, The Gathering of the Faceless. During this time, had someone entered his room? It was also possible that someone had used magic to manipulate the fairies into placing this item on his desk. Lin immediately realized this, and the bright red envelope began to tremble slightly, as if it had sensed something. Frost curtain, without hesitation, Lin raised his hand to cast a spell. A solid wall of ice crystals formed in front of him, and his right hand was already on the doorknob, ready to open the door and flee at any moment. Under Lin's vigilant gaze, the bright red envelope automatically opened and hovered in the air. The embossed golden magical script inside was quite conspicuous. Dear Mr. Carl, the Faceless is dedicated to exploring the mysteries of magic, free from the constraints of rules, and without separation by status. All members will exchange knowledge as equals to jointly seek the truth of the world. Had his identity been exposed? This thought couldn't help but surface in Lin's mind. Carl was the name of the body he had taken over, and it had been a long time since he had heard this name after arriving at the harbor town. Although the red letter in front of him appeared to be merely an invitation, and the content and address were very polite, the direct mention of his identity clearly indicated that the sender had ill intentions, carrying a hint of threat. Now, the only person who definitely knew his identity was Johnny. No, Baigu and the possibly dead Crow could also be considered half a person. Lin's first suspect was naturally Johnny. After entering the harbor town, the identity and status he had obtained did not match the original Carl's, which might have raised some doubts in the other's mind. But the exposure of his identity would not benefit Johnny in any way, as it would mean that the responsibility for the interruption of the trade routes would be brought up again. Compared to the official identity he had received, the word of an apprentice did not carry much credibility. Next was Baigu. Although the child was now in a half-dead state, some powerful spiritual magic wizards might be able to extract some critical information from her mind. Helram had already taken Baiji's frozen body to find a grand wizard who was an expert in spiritual magic, which might be related to this. However, Lin quickly dismissed this guess because that grand wizard had only set off yesterday. Not to mention whether he could reach Wizard City within a day. At the very least, he wouldn't have been able to return to send the letter. Furthermore, Lin was utterly incapable of competing with the power Helram possessed. If the latter had something on him, there was no need for such convoluted measures. If he was not mistaken, Bai Ji's soul had likely already been collected by the AI, and even if there were memory-searching magic, it might not be useful. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and after the initial panic, Lin quickly calmed down. The other party might not truly be able to confirm it. This letter could very well be a probe, otherwise wouldn't have been delivered only now, because there was no evidence to prove that he was Carl. In Wizardland, where spiritual magic was completely forbidden, using memories from the brain as evidence was not something that could be brought to light. After all, anyone who claimed so would be admitting to being a spiritual wizard and having used magic expressly forbidden by the Wizard Council, a serious offense. As Lin pondered, the envelope floating in mid-air spontaneously combusted, turning into scattered ashes. At the same time, a delicately crafted ring fell out, landing inside the cup on the desk with a series of crisp sounds. Lin activated Mage's hand, drawing the ring closer to him. According to the description in the envelope, by inputting magic power into the ring, a specific magical frequency would be emitted, sending a portion of intent-bearing magic power to the meeting. Location: no need to move in person, nor appear in true form. This is what faceless meant. Apart from the inviter, no one else could know the identities of the others. Each member could freely discuss topics considered taboo by Wizardland, including the forbidden spiritual magic. This is somewhat like holographic projection. Lin turned the exquisite ring over, its band made entirely of mithril, with many strange magical runes engraved on its surface. The most eye-catching feature was the red gemstone set on the bezel, carved into the shape of an exceedingly beautiful flower. Lin recognized the unique flower and instantly understood who had sent the envelope and the ring. Had his recent interrogation of Newer been noticed? Lin pondered privately whether the moment Newer died, the person who had placed the soul restriction in his mind received the message and hence sent the letter. Whether this was a threat, a warning, or an attempt to court him, Lin did not know, but one thing he could be sure of was that this wizard organization named Bloodrose seemed to know a lot of information they shouldn't have access to. Whether it was the suddenly acquired blueprints for the airship or the name Carl. Prophecy? Divination? Contacting the possibly deceased crow via spirit seance. Some kind of magic for eavesdropping on conversations. Spells for detecting lies. Bribing someone who knew this information with money. Thinking of all the possibilities, Lin's expression turned cold. He wrapped the hovering ring in anti-magic stone to block magic power, then took down books one by one from the bookshelf, cut a hole in the wooden board behind them, and stashed the ring inside. He certainly had no intention of carrying around such an item of dubious origin, nor did he plan to attend the so-called faceless gathering, which could very well be a trap, and attending would simply validate the sender's conjecture. There were still 4 days until the next faceless meeting, presumably the time the other party had given him to think it over, but Lin had no intention of playing along at their pace. Lin recalled the name that Newer had repeatedly mentioned during the interrogation. This Radak must be a key figure within Bloodrose, and the most likely person to have set the soul restriction in Newer's mind and sent him the letter. Chapter 103, 92, Shaping Magic Potion Experiment, 2-in-1. Chapter 103, Chapter 92, Shaping Magic Potion Experiment, 2-in-1. 1 day later, in a cleaned room inside the boat gang headquarters in the Southern District, Lin, having finished the morning lesson, was holding a sharp dagger and cutting a piece of flesh from a greenish corpse. In life and in death, Newer's body was drastically different. The flesh no longer had its previous magical ability to recover and had become dry and shriveled, much like green jerked meat. Lin tried placing a small chunk of the cut flesh in his palm and then activated the elementary material decompilation skill, aiming to see how Newer cells differed from those of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, the cells within these chunks of flesh were highly unstable. After being slightly affected, they directly decomposed. The dark green blood and tissue cells scattered in all directions, but then, under the effect of the mage's hand, came together and were discarded to one side. Being a defective product, The flesh and blood tissue itself was very unstable. Or was it because I had injected magic power, causing this rejection? Previous experiments with magic had shown him that all living things possess a slight resistance to magic, and if the subject is a wizard itself, then the resistance would be even higher. This point was vividly demonstrated in battles among wizards. For instance, Luo once used the second circle magic high-temperature steaming kill on him. Theoretically, if he could manipulate the high-temperature gas in reverse, he could counter the magic, but since the gas was fundamentally a creation of the opponent's magic power, it was not influenced by him at all. Lin pondered for a long time and subconsciously wanted to go for an optical microscope to observe the state of the tissues physically, but he shook his head as he noticed the utterly empty room. The conditions are far too harsh. There's no way to conduct proper magical research like this. Incubators, sterilization rooms, centrifuges, refrigerators. Right now, we have nothing. While miraculous magic can replace many pieces of equipment, it is not almighty. A well-equipped workshop lab is essential for any wizard passionate about researching magic. Knock, knock, knock. Soft knocks came from outside the door. Lin refroze Newer's corpse, then called for them to come in. Master Lin, we prepared everything you need, said Laud as he led a few sailors cautiously into the room, each carrying large boxes. These contained things like sulfur, saltpeter, glycerin. Of course, Lin wasn't planning to make any black gunpowder this time. He merely prepared some things for self-defense. Although he planned to confront the dark physician Radak, that didn't mean he would just barge in and grab him. From the little intelligence that Newer had disclosed, the Bloodthorn was an extremely large organization, with at least several rank 3 wizards, over a dozen official members, and hundreds of wizard apprentices. For the relatively inexperienced Lin, confronting them head-on was practically an impossibility. Although his combat strength wasn't weak, having developed white phosphorus fire and liquid nitrogen, frost domain, Lin knew full well that no official wizard would be easy to handle. If one were to say that Anlook, a bishop skilled in divine arts, was difficult to handle because they could borrow strength from deities, then wizards were daunting due to their various mysterious magics and alchemical tools. Lin could imagine just how many life-preserving tricks those wealthy third-circle wizards with no chance of advancing to a great wizard might possess. If it weren't for being utterly broke, he would have long since procured a set of life-saving alchemical items for himself. It's always better to spend the money than to die with it unspent. Therefore, directly confronting them was the most foolish move. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin was not planning to reveal his identity, otherwise he would have to face various open and concealed threats before the Bloodthorn was completely destroyed. In comparison, Lin preferred to quietly sneak in, find a chance to be alone with the dark physician Radak, and then knock him out stealthily and spirit him away without anyone being the wiser. However, such a smooth scenario likely only existed in fantasies. To face potential conflicts, it was necessary to prepare accordingly. The infamous Hell's Fire, used to obliterate Harbor Town, or the liquid nitrogen, Frost Domain, already revealed in his fight against Luo, couldn't be used casually as they could easily lead others to connect them to his identity, unless he was certain he could eliminate all witnesses. Under disguise, he could only rely on some basic magics, and a swordsmanship that became incredibly powerful with the aid of his smart brain analysis. This was clearly insufficient for dealing with some extreme situations. Considering this, Lin planned to develop a new type of magic to serve as his trump card. This magic was quite miraculous. Miraculously, 10 wizards using the corrosion skill simultaneously might cause different levels of damage because the strength of the corrosion skill entirely depended on the corrosiveness of the liquid produced. The stomach acid of corpse ghosts, which Newer had used before, had a strong corrosive effect on flesh, but it had its limitations against those wearing protective gear and could not dissolve metals. Lin was planning to prepare Aqua Regia to serve as the material for performing corrosion skill and numerous other derivative magics. Chapter 104, 92, Shaping Magic Potion Experiment, 2-in-1_2. Chapter 104, Chapter 92, Shaping Magic Potion Experiment, 2-in-1, _2 King's Water, also known as aqua regia or nitrohydrochloric acid, is made by mixing 1 unit volume of concentrated nitric acid and 3 unit volumes of concentrated hydrochloric acid. It possesses extremely strong corrosiveness and can easily melt hard metals, with only a few substances like tantalum, iridium, and silicon able to resist its corrosion. The high-temperature steaming kiln Luo previously used had also provided him with quite a bit of inspiration. With a slight improvement, he might be able to develop a series of unique corrosive magic system, entirely distinct from his previous combat style, sufficient to cope with general situations. Besides, Lin also planned to craft something even more dangerous to ensure his escape when faced with encirclement. Lin checked the contents of several large boxes and asked, "No, we've been tailing the place all day, and that Radak seems to rarely step out." Laud replied, uneasy. Lin was not surprised. "What about the people I asked you to find?" Laud hastily presented the information. Timmy's 29 years old. Last year, due to a malignant conflict, he was expelled from the academy for nearly killing another student. It is temporarily uncertain whether he is a member of the Bloodthorn, but he goes to the estate of the black physician, Radak, every night, presumably one of his apprentices. There are rumors that several inexplicable disappearances of vagrants in the southern district are related to him, Laud added hesitantly. Lin nodded. If he wanted to meet Radak and probe for some information, naturally, he needed a suitable identity that wouldn't arouse suspicion. This Timmy's was perfect. He had been expelled only last year and hadn't been Radak's apprentice for long. They weren't well acquainted, leaving plenty of room to maneuver. As for Nuer, although he was an assistant, that identity was now unusable, since Radak must have already heard of Nuer's death. After pondering for a while, Lin asked Laud and the others to leave and began mixing the concentrated nitric acid and hydrochloric acid, hoping to condense the corresponding spell slots as soon as possible. At dusk, Lin appeared in the southern district in the guise of the apprentice Timmy's. As for the real Timmy's, he had been bound and was currently visiting the headquarters of the ship gang. Considering that Nuer had died suddenly while being interrogated for information, Lin did not overly trouble him. After extracting some basic information, he had Timmy's ingest a large dose of withered grass root powder, enough to keep him asleep for several days. Now he was ready to use this identity to investigate the black physician Radak. At 6 o'clock sharp in the evening, Lin arrived punctually outside Radak's manor. Before coming here, he never expected to witness such a grand spectacle in the southern district. The entire estate was vast, surrounded by iron fences 3 meters high and 10 centimeters thick, enclosing it, leaving only a gravel path wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, extending deep into the estate. At the entrance to the manor, about a dozen apprentices were waiting, and upon seeing Lin, a 30-something-year-old, which with black hair, couldn't help frowning as she spoke. Master Radak is not someone of good temper. After the last apprentice who messed up an experiment was taken away, no one has seen him since. I had an urgent matter today and accidentally got delayed on the way. Lin showed a properly fearful expression. Hopefully next time you can get delayed a bit longer. A gloomy voice chimed in from beside him, the witch saying these words with a slight mocking smile on her lips. Lin's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything. "You know very well, don't you, Patty, the fewer people we have, the fewer competitors there are. I'm not as hypocritical as you said, eh?" Wizard named Bach with a sneer. The people present all fell into silence unanimously. Every year, Lord Radak would select the most outstanding apprentice, offering them a chance for promotion. This year, the one with the greatest chance was Radak's new assistant, Nuer, but this fellow botched an important task, and these days he was nowhere to be seen. Many guessed that Nuer had probably become the new experimental material for Lord Radak. The silence at the scene didn't last long. The next moment, the mansion's gate was thrown open, and out walked a man towering at 2 meters tall. Lord Coleman. All the wizard apprentices greeted him with great respect. Coleman looked at the deferential apprentices with a hint of disdain. There was a time when he was just another specimen lying in the laboratory, dissected and studied by these people. And now he had become a powerful wielder of magic energy. However, toward those who had once operated on him, he naturally held no fond feelings. Lin and others followed Coleman along the long stone path and entered the mansion's castle. The interior of the mansion was heavily guarded, and even at night, several patrol teams could be seen. Once they entered the castle, they were greeted with a sight of splendor. The dome's brilliant chandeliers, giant sculptures and decorations, various artworks hanging on the walls, and even the carpet was made of expensive magical beast furs, offering a soft and comfortable sensation to the feet. Without lingering, Coleman led everyone towards the depths of the castle. An immediate waft of a faint, bloody stench assaulted the nostrils. Lin looked around at the wizard apprentices. None of them reacted, clearly accustomed to it. After entering the basement, Coleman began to assign tasks to each apprentice for the day and then looked at Lin and a few others, saying, upon hearing this, the other apprentices breathed a sigh of relief, expressions of schadenfreude appearing on some faces. Since Bach and others were shouldering this dangerous task, they could relax a bit more. Lord Coleman, Bach began to speak in a panic, seeking mercy. Laboratory 7 contained defective beings that had lost their sanity, and the aim of the experiment was to test the rejection reaction between different shaping magic potions. The danger was self-evident, but under Coleman's icy gaze, Bach was forced to swallow back the words he had been about to speak. The experiments ordered by Lord Radak always need someone to complete them. Otherwise, you can ask around to see who's willing to take your place, Coleman said with a hint of amusement. Bach's face turned deathly pale. He knew very well that no one here would kindly volunteer to take on such a perilous task, and in the end, he could only glare resentfully at Lin. If it weren't for the conversation at the gate earlier, Coleman wouldn't have noticed them. Lin remained silent throughout, as the information he had obtained from Timmy's was very limited. He also didn't know how dangerous this so-called experiment could be to instill such intense fear in the apprentices. Under Coleman's forced arrangement, Lin, Bach, and Patty entered an enclosure in the castle. Compared to the narrow and enclosed environment outside, the laboratory was quite spacious, filled with the strong smell of blood and the foul odor of various potions. Transparent jars full of strange creatures lined the cabinets. Their heads had been cut open and smeared with a thick gelatinous liquid, making them look particularly disturbing. The most eye-catching was the operating table, which looked more like a ferocious torture device. It was laden with daggers, tweezers, scissors, and needles and thread for suturing, along with several rusted chains meant to bind limbs. Upon entering, Bach and Patty kept staring at the few sealed iron coffins in the corner. After hesitating for a long time, Bach gritted his teeth and went forward to open one of the iron coffins. Chapter 105-93. Magic Laboratory número 7. Chapter 105. Chapter 93. Magic Laboratory number 7. As the lid of the iron casket slowly slid open, a pungent odor rushed to meet them, revealing a male figure with a bizarre shape. He lay naked within, his skin shriveled and darkened, his lips pale and cracked, his arms deformed and contorted as though they had been forcefully broken. His body was covered with various scars, yet he was not dead. His eyes tightly shut, he breathed steadily, with a faint rising and falling of his chest, as if in deep slumber. "Come on, help me. You won't wake up for a while," Bach said, pinching his nose in disgust. Lin, undaunted, rolled up his sleeves, coated his palms with a layer of water film, and with Bach heaved the test subject onto the table. They then used iron chains to bind the subject's limbs and neck. Bach casually took over the lead, tossing the experiment record book to Lin and then ordering Patty to fetch the magic potion. Lin, still unclear on the experimental procedure, was content to play a supporting role and immediately began flipping through the experiment record book. Magic calendar year 726, June 21st, experimental target. Subject 09, preliminary detection of kidney necrosis, stomach atrophy. Vital signs weak. After drinking fire lizard magic potion, exhibited a strong reaction. Experimental target. Subject 011. Shaping troll magic potion incomplete. Vital signs persistent. After injecting griffin magic potion, right arm swelled and burst. Experimental target. Subject 015. Drank dragon magic potion. Lost control, resulting in the deaths of 4 guards, 2 wizard apprentices. Lin flipped through the pages of the experiment record book quickly, its contents startling. All 17 shaping magic potion fusion experiments had ended in failure. The test subjects normally met one of 3 fates: a sudden death due to severe rejection reactions, death during surgery check due to weak vital signs, or briefly gaining immense power. The latter was highly prone to accidents, accounting for no less than 3 incidents with casualties, which explained the numerous restraints and iron chains on the experiment table for suppressing the test subjects. This test subject in front of him was likely test subject 18, who had drunk a magic potion made from the blood of a poison mist snake demon. Due to errors in the fusion process, he eventually went mad and lost his reason, leaving him to be discarded as defunct material for fusion experiments with shaping magic potions. In other words, the key to this magic potion was to grant humans the powers akin to magical beasts. Lin immediately realized this, so the potion that Newer had drunk must have been a shaping troll magic potion, which explained the potent regeneration abilities. Bach, having picked up a dagger and donned an old alchemical eyeglass, scolded Lin when he saw him still perusing the prior experiment records. Just then, the subject chained by the neck and limbs suddenly opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils seething with intense animosity. Low growls emanated from his throat intermittently as he struggled frantically to lunge forward, but was unable to break free from the iron restraints and chains. Bach swallowed nervously, his wrists trembling slightly. After more than 10 minutes, once the subject seemed to tire from the struggle, Bach bravely disinfected the dagger with a nearby candle and cut open the chest cavity of test subject 18. At the same time, a golden bracelet on his left wrist glowed faintly, and the blood pouring from the wound soon clotted. The heart's blood supply function is normal, cell magic contamination at approximately 70%, an improvement compared to before. Liver and kidneys abnormal with obvious swelling. Is that gas inside? Could be the influence of the poison mist snake demon potion. Bach's face was filled with tension, but he had the basic qualities needed and barely ignored the continual struggle of the test subject as he observed its condition through the alchemy. Goggles. Lin also put on the specialized monocle alchemy goggles and found that they were very similar to microscopes, only that the magnification was very low, at about 70 times, which was just enough to make out the general structure of some cells. After getting used to it for a while, Lin picked up a feather pen beside him and began to record the data of each organ of the 18th test subject. He naturally did not forget such an important flaw as the handwriting and had already recorded it with his smart brain. If he wrote slowly, imitating it to about 80 or 90% accuracy should not be a problem. After confirming that the state of the test subject was still fairly intact, Bach took from Patty a dose of the troll magic potion and forcibly grabbed the test subject's head, pouring half of it directly into him. Within just half a minute of taking the potion, the test subject fell into madness. Its body swelled up, tightening the iron chains, and it desperately struggled and twisted its body, shaking the heavy experimental table slightly, and its previous injuries healed at an incredibly fast speed. Bach hesitated, not wanting to approach, but also not wanting to miss this good opportunity to gather data. He had no choice but to proceed with the incision. However, test subject number 18 made a move that no one had anticipated. It violently tore its right wrist apart, freeing itself from some of its restraints. Bach was immediately startled, and before he could react, he was struck by a forelimb oozing green blood, as thick as a thigh, and was flung away. Patty was completely petrified, involuntarily letting out a shrill scream. Bach crashed into the wall behind him, suppressed the pain, and stood up. His first reaction was to press the alarm bell to call the guards over. But before he could act, a sharp steel sword followed along the gap between the ulna and radius of the forearm, pinning the test subject's swinging right arm to the experimental table. Then, Lin methodically restrained the 18th test subject with iron chains, wrapping it round and round. After struggling for a while, the test subject's body quickly shrank and soon fell silent under the violent rejection reaction. Both Bach and Patty sighed with relief. Only after Lin confirmed that this defective had died did Bach dare to approach again to finish the dissection work he had not been able to complete earlier, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Just like with Newer, the flesh and blood inside the test subject's body became shriveled and lifeless after death, like brittle foam that seemed to burst upon a touch, with its organs rapidly failing. Lin recorded all these observed details, then along with Bach and Patty, threw the dead specimen back into the iron coffin. Bach looked at the remaining iron coffins and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The witch frantically shook her head, not daring to approach at all. Lin stepped forward alone and opened the second coffin. Having watched for a while, he had remembered the process and was not likely to make a mistake. Chapter 106, 94. Writing Test Subjects, Seeking Follow-Up reads. Chapter 106. Chapter 94. Writing Test Subjects, Seeking Follow-Up reads. With Lin leading, Bach and Patty also managed to suppress the fear at the bottom of their hearts. The group quickly moved the second experimental body onto the experiment table and increased the number of iron chains binding it. Lin disdainfully glanced at the tools at hand. Without even a decent scalpel, he reluctantly chose a sharp knife for flame sterilization, which Patty took over Lin's work. And upon seeing the overall planning written in the logbook, her expression couldn't help but reveal some surprise. These records were very clear and detailed, noting down the changes in each organ of the body at every time period after the experimental body had ingested the magic potion, even down to the second. But just now, Timmy shouldn't have had time to check the magic hourglass, right? Could this data be falsified? Patty was hesitating when Lin had already picked up the sharp knife and started dissecting. Bach was responsible for stopping the bleeding and assisting on the side, yet he was somewhat worried that Lin might mess things up. Dissecting a live, defective product was not an easy task. These irrationally furious monsters brought not only psychological pressure, but also considerable difficulty to the dissection due to their constant attempts to break free. However, Lin's incisions were steadier than he had imagined. The experimental body that was continuously howling in front of him seemed non-existent. Facing these monsters, did he really have no fear? Bach was full of questions and even more annoyed that ever since Lin took over, there had been no accidents. The dissection process went very smoothly. After consuming the magic potion, the experimental body didn't even survive the initial fusion stage and died outright. The rebellion of the first experimental body seemed just like an accident, which somewhat upset Bach. He wished he had let Lin take over from the beginning. Lin was unaware of Bach's thoughts and had no time to care, already fully immersed in the experiment. He even dismissed the so-called rotational system and directly took over the dissection work of the remaining experimental bodies. Facing these monsters, who had already lost their sanity and had been transformed, Lin showed little compassion, believing that sending them off earlier was the right thing to do. When the fourth experimental body collapsed on the experiment table due to a rejection reaction, Lin finally gained some insights. The shaping potion must have contained some unknown magic ingredient, making the liquid easily absorbed by the human digestive tract and quickly reaching the heart through blood circulation, hence taking effect so swiftly. For this reason, the heart was the first organ to be infiltrated and transformed by magic power, and later, it continuously pumped energy-rich blood to the rest of the body for further transformation. What Lin found somewhat strange was that, given the severity of the rejection reactions, why not directly use the magic power one possessed for the transformation? He then suddenly realized, wasn't that the content of shaping science? He heard that wizards of this school had extremely strong close combat abilities, and the best among them could even transform themselves into some powerful magical beasts. It should be said that this magic potion was developed based on the theories of shaping science. So, the so-called perfect being, should it grant the person who consumes the magic potion a power comparable to that of a formal shaping wizard? No, using an external force after all, there should be some differences. Lin thought to himself, and soon began dissecting the fifth subject, a seemingly youthful individual looking only about 15 or 16 years old, far less robust than the previous subjects, instead appearing somewhat frail. What surprised him most was the low level of magic power saturation in this subject, only about 30%. Subject number 22, have you ever consumed fire salamander potion before? It's a pity that it didn't have much effect, which is why it was discarded. Lin picked up the experiment log and, after pondering for a moment, suddenly spoke to Patty. Bach asked, furrowing his brow. I made some discoveries. I plan to switch to a different magic potion for the experiment, Lin casually explained. In their previous experiments, they had used troll potion, because a former apprentice had found that trolls, due to their strong regenerative abilities, produce magic energy cells with high vitality. Moreover, they focus on enhancing the physical body. Hence, theoretically, they're most likely to merge with other transformation potions without much conflict. But Lin didn't think so. Precisely because of the high vitality of the troll potion's transmutations, it could potentially exacerbate the magic power rejection reaction. The condition of newer after death, who had only consumed this potion, was proof enough. Bach was very dissatisfied with Lin's risky actions. If something went wrong, wouldn't the three of them be in trouble? Of course, Lin did not heed Bach's opinion. He was not here to conduct research. He was here to catch the attention of the infamous Black Dr. Radak. How many years would it take if things went as usual? After repeated urging from someone, Patty hesitated for a moment, but indeed brought the fire lion potion as instructed. Lin took the bottle from her and guzzled it down in one go, causing Bach, who watched from the side, to tremble with fear. With such a forceful administration, the fifth subject reacted within just a few seconds, his body shaking continuously, and his skin quickly turned a reddish color. It's increased. The degree of magic energy infiltration in the cells has truly increased. Through his alchemy spectacles, Bach witnessed a scene that shocked him. The power of the fire lion potion was rapidly pervading the subject's entire body, even devouring the residual power left from the fire salamander potion. Indeed, Lin was not surprised by this at all. In his previous experiments, he had already discovered that different shaping potions not only repelled each other's powers, but also had the potential to devour one another. The two species he had chosen both possessed similar abilities to control fire. The critical point was that the magic power infiltration level was initially very low in the fifth subject, meaning the blood power brought by the fire lion potion that was added later could easily devour the previous one as nourishment. Although this contradicted the main objective of Laboratory 7, to try blending different types of shaping potions to create magic energy beings with two distinct witchcraft talents. It held a probability of producing a perfect blend with the fire lion potion. Bach, too, saw this, and amidst his startled expression, flames suddenly ignited all around the subject, heating the iron chains binding his body red hot. Eventually, the subject's expanding body burst the glowing red chains apart. Chapter 107, 95. Defective goods should be aware of their own defects. Please follow. Chapter 107. Chapter 95. Defective goods should be aware of their own defects. Please follow. Due to the intimidation of the flames, everyone had already retreated to one side, and Patty even screamed. The originally somewhat skinny boy had now completely transformed into a monster, his head resembling a lion's, his back covered with bony spikes, limbs like those of a beast, with dark red skin all over his body, and his eyes flashing a blood-red light. Only the chain binding his right leg remained. "It's all your fault, Timmy's," Bach yelled in panic. Lin raised his hand and pressed the nearby alarm bell. The shrill ringing immediately permeated the entire room. The tightly closed doors of the laboratory were instantly flung open, and a dozen armored guards burst in, led by Coleman. Upon seeing the half-man, half-beast monster on the lab table, Coleman couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn it, another defective rebellion. Coleman then glared fiercely at Lynn and the others, though he wasn't unfamiliar with such situations. While the monster was still chained, the guards immediately took out crossbow arrows from their waists. Whiz-whiz was the dense sound of splitting air echoed through the entire room. The arrows, made from magical fur, exploded upon piercing the body of the experimental subject, blasting numerous bloody holes in it. However, such attacks were not very effective and only made it struggle more furiously. The chain binding its right leg instantly snapped, and the half-man, half-beast monster dragged the heavy lab table and smashed it toward the people. Coleman broke out into a cold sweat on his forehead. Even he dared not catch the blow, and could only watch helplessly as the huge lab table crashed into the crowd, with several guards unable to dodge in time, knocked to the ground, and pinned under the table, their fate unknown. Afterward, the half-man, half-beast monster charged forward. Its steps were unbearably heavy. Every time it stepped, the sound of the floor tiles shattering continuously arose. Defects should be mindful of their status as defects. Coleman, too, was ignited with some anger, swinging his broad axe blade, clashing with the fierce beast claws. Bang! The immense force of the collision pushed Coleman back 3 to 4 steps. It was a blow to Coleman's pride to be overpowered in a bout of strength by a defective. Before the half-beast could charge again, Coleman had already taken a step forward, his thick right arm swinging in a circle, the axe blade cutting a curve and landing on the half-beast's shoulder. Slice! The sound of the blade tearing through flesh was clearly audible as the axe embedded itself, bright red blood splattering out and staining Coleman's face. However, just as he was about to turn around and pull out the axe blade, he found it stuck in muscle and bone. A look of pain appeared on the half-beast's face, yet its left claw firmly clutched Coleman. Suddenly, a burning flame fiercely burst from its body, blazing toward Coleman. Talent witchcraft? Coleman's face was filled with a look of horror. Talent witchcraft was something that only someone like him, who could perfectly fuse a type of magical energy with their bloodline, could master. But no matter how surprised he was, he couldn't change the situation, and the scorching heat quickly swept over. Damn, Coleman cursed loudly, quickly releasing the axe in his right hand, and kicked the orc, then used the recoil to barely dodge the assault of the flames. However, without his handy weapon and the need to guard against sudden flames, Coleman was immediately at a disadvantage. A few guards nearby hesitated, holding crossbows but not daring to shoot. One, recklessly holding a heavy sword, tried to step forward to help, but was sent flying by a slap from the orc. Seeing the miserable state of this guard, Bach and Patty immediately extinguished the thought of helping, both worried about accidentally hurting Coleman and fearing the monster would turn its wrath on them. Roar! The half-orc roared skyward, then suddenly opened its mouth wide as a scorching flame condensed inside it. Coleman, forced into a corner, had nowhere to escape. Just at that moment, 3 magic missiles whistled through the air, striking the half-orc on the head, veering his form slightly so that the fire column narrowly missed Coleman's shoulder and blasted into the wall, leaving a deep pit. The one who launched the attack was naturally Lynn. He knew the situation could worsen, but Coleman, a rare magic wielder, couldn't die, otherwise they would surely be punished. The disrupted half-orc was furious and immediately turned his gaze toward Lynn. But before he could react, he felt the ground beneath him soften and his body suddenly sank. Having brushed with death, Coleman was also stirred into a frenzy, gripping a dagger and pouncing from the flank. His movements were fast and agile, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the half-orc and plunged the dagger into its back. The half-orc howled in pain and swung its stout right arm, slapping Coleman to the ground. Just as he prepared to pursue, the annoying magic missiles flew in again, striking his slightly deformed right leg. Coleman didn't miss this opportunity and rolled forward, thrusting the sharp dagger out, which left a deep cut in the half-orc's abdomen, from which blood flowed. With Lin's constant interference, Coleman quickly turned the tide of the battle in his favor. Guards in the castle also kept arriving one after the other, and with the combined effort of 3 magic wielders, the half-human, half-beast creature was quickly subdued. Coleman, covered in wounds, spat out some saliva and viciously kicked the experiment's lion-like head, then turned to look at Lin and the others. But before he could speak, a gloomy voice rang out. As the words fell, a man in a black robe with a gaunt face and deep sunken eyes, skin shriveled as if a skeleton, surrounded by a group of apprentices, walked in from the outside. He stood there, emitting no aura at all, his pupils filled with death, chilling to behold. Seeing him, Coleman's body trembled imperceptibly, apparently in great fear. Lord Radak. Including Coleman, everyone on the scene respectfully lowered their heads and greeted him. The newcomer was none other than the ruler of this castle, Radak Blackstone. Chapter 108. 96. Let's get started. Show me what you can do. Chapter 108. Chapter 96. Let's get started. Show me what you can do. Radak surveyed the entire chaotic scene of a laboratory, glanced at the injured Coleman and a few dead guards, and finally his gaze rested on the half-orc lying on the ground, unconscious. Bach scrambled and crawled to Radak, shouting out loud, as if fearing that Radak might hold him responsible. Radak ignored Bach's clamor and went straight to the half-human, half-beast creature, grabbed its head, and examined it carefully for about a minute before speaking indifferently. Lin immediately stood up. Seeing Lin admit responsibility voluntarily, Bach and Patty both sighed in relief, as their biggest worry was that he would shift the blame onto them. Bach even revealed that Lin had taken it upon himself to use the lion fire magic potion. All the apprentices present looked at Lin with pity. Changing the experimental process on his own and causing such chaos was no small crime. However, Radak's reaction was different from what they had expected. He slowly began to speak. Lin stepped forward and handed over the experimental records, knowing he had made the right gamble. To Radak, it didn't matter at all how the experiment had gone out of control, how much was broken, or how many guards had died. As long as he could present results, nothing else mattered. Radak reached out his hand to take it, his pale, withered right hand bearing a ring. That was the token of identity used by the faceless. Lin quickly retracted his gaze, maintaining a composed expression, and while Radak was examining the experimental records, he explained, "Lord Radak, through experimentation, I discovered that the active properties of the troll's magic potion are very high, which could intensify the magic power rejection reaction. So, I decided to use the lion fire magic potion." As Lin narrated, Radak continually flipped through the experimental report, and after finishing, looked toward the apprentices, gathered in the room, and spoke again. It was me, Lord Radak." A 40-something, short and chubby apprentice trembled as he stepped forward. "So, it's because of your mistake that 17 precious experimental subjects were wasted." Radak's tone was very cold. The short and chubby apprentice immediately turned pale and began to shiver uncontrollably, guessing the punishment he was about to face, and then, as if out of his mind, he lunged forward, attempting to flee directly out of the wide-open window. However, Coleman reacted faster. His injuries did not affect his movements at all, and he immediately rushed forward like lightning, grabbed the apprentice by the collar, and violently yanked him back, slamming him against the wall before sending a punch flying. Bang, dull thuds and screams erupted, accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking bones. The bulky apprentice was instantly beaten by Coleman till his nose bled and his face swelled, with blood flowing profusely. "I was wrong." The short, plump apprentice fell to the ground, screaming in agony, while Bach and the others shivered in fright, merely watching as Coleman knocked the other man unconscious. Soon, several guards came up and tied him up. Radak watched silently, and finally turned to Lin. "You did well this time, Timmies," Lin said without hesitation, not worried about the others suspecting him, as every apprentice present had been eyeing that position since Newer's death, hoping to gain Radak's favor and a chance for promotion. The apprentices at the scene regained their senses and quickly realized that the subject's outburst was no mere experimental accident. They looked at Lin with expressions full of envy and jealousy. Bach was especially dumbfounded. In his attempt to absolve himself, he had completely dissociated from the situation. Now, he could only watch, green with envy, as Lin alone received favor. Under the watchful eyes of many, Lin followed Radak deeper into the castle, eventually stopping in front of a high wall in the basement. Radak raised his scepter and touched the wall lightly. Waves rippled across it, and suddenly, a door appeared on the previously empty wall. The tightly closed doors then automatically swung open, revealing a huge secret chamber inside, more spacious than the castle's front hall and decorated with ancient, rustic adornments, exuding an aura of age-old weariness. In the center stood a giant statue, 2 meters tall, silver gray, exquisitely and intricately carved, looking incredibly lifelike. As the two of them stepped in, the torches around lit up one by one, illuminating the dim basement. Only then did Lin notice that the sides of the secret chamber were lined with coffins, each containing a corpse. The sheer number almost made him think he had entered a morgue. This sight heightened his alertness to its peak, and Lin couldn't help but suspect that Radak might have already seen through his identity. Should I make a move? Lin found himself caught in a dilemma. There were only him and Dalek here, a decent opportunity, but the numerous corpses displayed in the chamber gave him an uneasy feeling. Make your move. Let me see your capabilities, Dalek suddenly said. Lin reflexively began to gather the white phosphorus fire to hurl directly at Dalek's head, but then realized that what Dalek referred to was the small-statured corpse on the experiment table, almost childlike. Realizing his misunderstanding, Lin quickly adjusted his attitude, took a sharp knife from the side, and walked over to the experiment table. This area was much brighter than the rest of the secret chamber, with a blue gem the size of a palm embedded in the ceiling providing lighting for the entire table. Upon getting a clear view of the corpse, Lin's expression subtly changed as he recognized the person before him. It was Ralph, who had been attacked a few days earlier and brought back to the security office by Leah and others. Chapter 109, 97. The Death of Radak Combined. Chapter 109, Chapter 97. The Death of Radak Combined. Dalek saw that Lin remained motionless and thought he was unsure of where to begin with such a bloodied and obscure corpse, so he spoke up to remind him. Start by dealing with the organs, cut away the useless, decayed flesh. Lin then snapped back to reality and emotionlessly began dissecting Ralph's corpse. His skin was cold to touch, with some residual frozen crystals, most likely from previous freezing treatments. No wonder it had been well preserved until now. Dalek watched Lin's knife work intently, occasionally offering reminders and instructing him to remove certain organs that were difficult to preserve and soak them in a dark green liquid. Lin vaguely realized that what he was doing might involve more than just dissecting a corpse. The dissection work inside the secret room continued until 5 in the morning. Since Lin had to be wary of possible attack from Dalek, he remained mentally tense until he finally exhaled in relief after leaving Dalek's manor. Shaping magic potion experiments, faceless, Ralph, Lin contemplated everything he had seen in the manor. However, Lin did not act rashly, even though it was just the two of them in that very soundproof and secluded secret room. He couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. The only good news was that he had smoothly become Dalek's assistant, which would provide him considerable convenience in his subsequent actions. For the next 2 days, Lin continued his teaching tasks as an arithmetical professor in the mornings, while at night, he acted as Dalek's assistant under the guise of Timmy's, gathering more intelligence. Outside of these times, he devoted himself to studying shaping magic in the library. By the 3rd day, Lin had finally made up his mind. He knew he could not wait any longer because the following night was the assembly of the Faceless. At night, inside Dalek's castle, Lin entered the secret room deep within the castle, as usual. However, Today there was a change in the secret room, the most noticeable being the addition of a short, chubby figure. It was the apprentice who had been severely beaten because of the magic potion incident. He was now tied above an alchemy array, his nose running and tears streaming. Upon seeing Lin, he seemed to grasp at his last straw and shouted loudly, "Please, beg him for mercy from me, Timmies. I can't just die like this. Remember, it was I who introduced you to become Lord Dalek's apprentice." The short, chubby wizard apprentice pleaded tearfully until he realized Lin was completely ignoring him. He then cursed vehemently, blaming Lin for his current dire situation. Lin merely glanced at him indifferently, then turned his attention back to Dalek. Since these days, he had noticed that this black Dr. seldom left this underground fortress unless absolutely necessary. "Make him drink it," Dalek said, handing Lin a bottle of blue magic potion before resuming the engraving of the remaining alchemy runes. Lin glanced at the alchemy formation under his feet, memorized it silently, then grabbed the chubby apprentice's neck and forced the magic potion down his throat. In just a few seconds, the effect of the potion took hold. The grim and distorted expression on the chubby apprentice's face gradually eased, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth before he drifted into a deep sleep. Witnessing this eerie scene, Lin couldn't help feeling alarmed and quickly stepped out of the coverage of the alchemy array. Meanwhile, Dalek had finished engraving the last rune and chuckled darkly while reciting a complex spell. The chubby apprentice's body soon levitated, his mouth wide open, body trembling violently before a pale blue light gradually emerged. No, Lin quickly realized it wasn't light, but a transparent, ghost-like figure, rippling like water. Was this a soul? This was the first time Lin had witnessed such a stunning sight. He immediately understood why Dalek had built such a secretive laboratory. If the previous shaping magic potion experiments were merely borderline acceptable, then the study of spiritual witchcraft was outright forbidden in Wizardland. The pale blue spiritual body floated in the center of the alchemy array, staring hatefully and bitterly at the two men, then emitted a strange, piercing scream and rushed violently towards them. The moment the scream sounded, Lin felt as if something had struck his brain. He had experienced this feeling before when Baigu used the soul scream, but this time the effect seemed much weaker. Lin was only slightly affected before he quickly backed away several steps, not yet knowing how to deal with the spiritual body. Dalek, however, remained unmoved. The ground's alchemy runes suddenly illuminated, and the rushing spiritual body slammed into an invisible barrier, unable to escape the bounds of the array no matter how it surged. Chapter 110, 97, The Death of Radak, Combined, Part 2. Chapter 110, Chapter 97, The Death of Radak, Combined, Part 2. Lin noticed that the strange spiritual body was becoming increasingly ethereal. Radak did not delay too long. The soul of the wizard apprentice was too weak. Once it left the body, it wouldn't be long before it dissipated completely. With a raise of his hand, the malevolent spiritual body seemed to be tightly bound by some force, and was then forcibly thrust into the half-corpse on the experiment table. About 10 seconds later, Ralph's corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Its stiff figure rose from the experiment table, slowly twisting its neck to look around. Eventually, its gaze settled on Lin and Radak, not far from the table. Then Ralph showed an angry expression on his face and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but all that came out was a series of unpleasant growls. His body was completely out of control, stumbling after a few steps and falling straight to the ground. Useless. Radak looked dissatisfied at the half-corpse which couldn't even walk properly. He had expended so much energy, but still, the experiment had failed. Its only use was to be refined into a corpse ghost. Radak once again activated the spirit-controlling secret technique, and Ralph's form shuddered violently. Then, like a puppet on strings, walked to the side on its own and finally lay down in an iron coffin inside the chamber. It was then that Radak finally turned to look at Lin, smiling sinisterly. "Of course, Lord Radak." Lin bowed his head. He was very clear that the so-called choice was no choice at all. Having seen such taboo spiritual energy experiments, he must comply or die. "Very well, come here," Radak said in a deep voice, pleased with Lin's sensible behavior. Lin walked forward slowly and soon reached the other side. Radak reached out his hand. He still needed to place a restriction in Lin's mind to prevent betrayal. But at that moment, a sudden sense of danger surged into his heart. However, by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Lin simultaneously raised his hand. Hot streams of fire surged from the palm of his hand and instantly engulfed Radak's body. A shrill scream echoed throughout the entire chamber, and Radak's body was ignited into a torch. The fierce white phosphorus fire, like maggots of decay, incessantly devouring his flesh. Facing a weird spiritual energy wizard, Lin didn't even dare to consider leaving a survivor. He acted with full force from the start, continuously enhancing the power of the white phosphorus fire. Radak's miserable screams lasted for a full minute, and then he fell to the ground, his body almost burnt to charcoal. Is he dead? Only then did Lin stop casting, looking towards Radak, who had completely fallen silent, but he still didn't dare to relax his vigilance. The whole chamber was silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Seconds later, an angry shout came from nowhere in the sealed chamber. Lin's heart suddenly sank. The worst-case scenario he had feared had happened. From a moment he saw Dalek a few days ago, he sensed something was very wrong with him, which is why he hadn't made his move. Yet, he hadn't expected that this, too, was a corpse ghost under control. Lin's silence seemed to anger Dalek, and 3 of the coffins on either side of the chamber suddenly flew open. 3 tall and strong figures clad in black robes stepped out from the coffins. Each retained their original appearance, but now their pupils had turned gray, their skin was purplish, and they exuded endless malice and brutality. Multiple flame burst skill, 2 of the figures started casting as soon as they revived, and a series of violent fireballs appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards Lin. The last one morphed its shape into a ferocious giant bear and lunged at Lin. Lin took a step back. Dozens of magic missiles appeared around him, colliding with the oncoming fireballs in the chamber, the loud explosions echoing continuously. The rest of the magic missiles, taking advantage of the cover of smoke, went towards the other 2 figures. Lesser magic protection. 2 wizards clad in black robes immediately cast protective spells, creating several magical barriers in front of them. However, the remaining magic missiles were all tampered with, exploding in mid-air with copious amounts of orange-yellow liquid raining down like droplets. This was a close imitation of the superior second circle magic, high-temperature steaming kill, but different from regular magic missiles. Their insides weren't filled with chlorine, but with aqua regia, which is even more corrosive. The raindrops fell on the robes and exposed skin. The already dead wizards felt nothing as their bodies corroded, creating gaping holes exposing their ghastly white bones. As they walked, their whole bodies softened like sludge and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a fierce bear charged towards Lin, its sharp claws viciously aiming for his face. If they had been a fraction closer, they could have torn off his head. Lin stepped back, narrowly evading the attack, his right hand already gripping the short sword hidden in his sleeve. Cell demonization. For the first time, Lin utilized the methods of the Shaping Science School, pouring a tremendous amount of magical power into his right arm. At the exact moment the bear's pounce ended, the sharp sword blade unsheathed, slashing across the bear's massive neck, nearly severing half its head. Blood sprayed, staining the ground red as the bear let out a piercing roar before its enormous body, still in a charging stance, thunderously collapsed. Lin's right hand trembled uncontrollably, while the magic power gave him strength beyond the ordinary for a brief moment. It also placed a tremendous strain on his body. However, a quick resolution was the only option, for this time, no less than 5 coffins had been broken open. Given Lin's previously demonstrated melee capabilities, no one opted for close combat anymore. instead releasing witchcraft en masse. Faced with attacks from several people, Lin responded by creating even more potent white phosphorus flames. In that instant, most of his magical power drained away, and the energy reserves in his intelligent brain also decreased by 5%. Then, the surging hell's fire condensed into a hand of a magical deity, encompassing various flame bursts, ice arrows, and rows of coffins in the back. With just one strike, half of the chamber turned into a sea of flames. Lin had no intention of being dragged into an endless battle. Without waiting for the remaining coffins to open, more than a dozen white phosphorus fireballs emerged in the void, shooting in all directions, ready to destroy all the surrounding coffins. Invisible magical barriers rose from the surroundings, blocking some of the incoming fireballs. Lin also noticed that an empty experimental platform had risen a sturdy barrier as well. It was a third circle protection technique, magic barrier, giving priority to protecting this place. Could there be something important here? Lin immediately thought of the previous experiments, and a guess formed in his mind. At the same time, Radak's voice rang out again, but this time it was not an angry shout. His words revealed a hint of panic. Although most of the fireballs were blocked by the magical barriers, the flames didn't extinguish but clung to the barriers, even showing signs of expanding. No more coffins opened in the chamber. Radak concentrated all his power in one place, and the giant statue erected in the chamber began to move. This golem, forged entirely of mithril, was indestructible, swinging its long sword and giant shield at Lin. Facing such a colossal creature, Lin knew full well that neither flames nor ice would likely be effective, and his response was still magic bombardment. Dozens of magic missiles, like a dense shower of arrows, ceaselessly struck the giant golem without causing any discernible damage, like waves crashing against a rock. As the golem's long sword descended, Lin's fingers twitched slightly, and one of the magic missiles strayed from its original path, passing accurately through the hole burned by the white phosphorus fire in the magic barrier, aiming for the palm-sized azure gemstone positioned above the experimental platform. Chapter 111, 98 Magic Source. Please subscribe. Chapter 111. Chapter 98 Magic Source. Please subscribe. Radak was completely panicked and immediately gathered all his power back, causing the massive golem to halt its movement. Then, a sharp sonic wave kept resonating within the sealed laboratory. The magic missiles, which were very close by, seemed to be impacted severely and soon exploded loudly. However, Radak felt no joy, for as the magic-constructed shell shattered, the intensely hot white phosphorus fire inside burst forth, quickly spreading to a sky-blue gem. What was originally a sharp soul scream, infused with magic power, soon turned into a painful wail. The remaining dozen caskets in the chamber began to tremble violently. Lin already had a fireball technique pinched in his hand, accompanied by the sound of the gem shattering. A transparent, vengeful spirit appeared in the chamber, its face ferocious and twisted, as if bearing countless pains and resentments. Perhaps because its carrying object shattered, the spirit, severely damaged, appeared much more ethereal, even less substantial than the wizard's apprentice. The air medium felt as sharp as myriad keen daggers, constantly depleting the little power Radak had left. The screeching and wailing continued for a whole half-minute before it abruptly ended. The ethereal spiritual body quickly disintegrated in front of Lin. He knew he had guessed correctly. Since all those who were controlled were corpse ghosts, Radak must have stored the souls somewhere else. Something akin to a lich's life box. And his chosen target was the sky-blue gem used as a spotlight on the experiment table. It must be said Radak had quite a wicked sense of humor, using his own soul for illumination. If it weren't for the highly intense magic reaction he noticed during the experiments, he might never have thought of this thing. Under Lin's control, the fierce white phosphorus fire in the chamber gradually extinguished, leaving only ruins behind. Hundreds of caskets had been burned up, the only things remaining intact being the mithril-made golem and a pile of magic books filling the entire bookshelf behind the experiment table. Biological materials and spiritual substances, spiritual magic explained. Advanced potion making. Lynn scanned the bookshelf, which apart from a large number of books about spiritual energy and magic potions, also contained many research notes. However, he didn't have the leisure to browse them or even tidy up the chaotic chamber, as he used shaping magic to transform himself into Radak's appearance and walked out of the chamber through the main door. At this moment, the castle was in complete disarray, a situation Lynn wasn't surprised by. To avoid interference while dealing with Radak, Lynn, taking advantage of his assistant's identity, had tampered with the place where those rejects were held. By his estimate, it should have taken effect by now. However, the castle's guards were somewhat more formidable than he had anticipated. By the time Lynn reached the foyer, several rioting rejects had already been subdued. Lord Radak, subjects number 12, 27, and 32 have suddenly broken out of their cages. Casualties are still being counted. Upon seeing Lynn's figure, Coleman and others immediately knelt down, trembling as they made their report. The outbreak in the experiment subjects this time was extremely baffling, and nobody could be pinpointed to take the blame, leaving everyone deeply worried that Radak might pour his fury onto them. Lynn swept his gaze over Coleman with a voice that seemed to suppress anger. It was Timmy's. He's Nordland's Magic Workshop's internal operative, trying to steal an important research outcome. Although Lynn did not explicitly state what would be done with Timmy's, everyone could guess that Timmy's fate would be terribly horrific. I knew there was something off about Timmy's, Bach shouted with fervor. Since Timmy's had become an assistant through his research achievements previously, Bach had harbored a grudge, believing he had also contributed significantly to that experiment, but had his accomplishments completely stolen by the other. Now, hearing that Timmy's had met with misfortune, a twisted sense of pleasure inevitably rose in Bach's heart. However, as soon as he saw Lynn's sweeping gaze, Bach's exhilarated expression immediately ceased, realizing that it was this lord himself who had approved Timmy's appointment as an assistant. Fortunately, Lynn did not heed his words, but instead turned to look at Coleman and spoke again. Coleman, continue to investigate for me. Understood, Lord Radak, Coleman hastily replied. At these words, all the apprentices collectively changed their expressions, their gazes toward each other unavoidably filled with suspicion. This was precisely Lynn's intended goal, to plunge everyone in the castle into a state of mutual surveillance and doubt. That way, even if he exhibited some peculiarities, no one would have a sudden lapse of reason and start suspecting whether Lord Radak was genuine. Afterwards, Lynn began organizing personnel to clean up the debris and tally the losses. Since Radak was incredibly authoritative on normal days, Lynn found there was virtually no hindrance in his command, as absolutely no one dared to question his orders. This meant that as long as his identity was not exposed, he could freely manipulate everything in the magic workshop. After arranging the affairs in the castle, Lynn did not delay, but returned to the secret chamber to sort through Radak's belongings, particularly the experiment notes, which contained the most valuable magic knowledge. If the shaping magic potion strengthened a wizard's physical body, then the magic source was intended to enhance spiritual power. This was the essence that allowed a wizard to cast spells. In fact, the rest of the ingredients were not hard to acquire, as they could be bought with magic gold coins. But the key component was this spiritual body. This substance also exists in the brains of wizard apprentices and even full wizards. Leaving full wizards aside, according to Radak's estimation, just the spiritual bodies from the brains of 3 wizard apprentices would be enough to compile one set of ingredients and enhance the chances of advancement. Chapter 112-99. Overturning the Foundation of Magic. Please subscribe. Chapter 112. Chapter 99. Overturning the Foundation of Magic. Please subscribe. No wonder Wizardland guards the recipe for the magic source so rigorously. If it were made public, it would probably turn into a werewolf slaughter, with those apprentices whose talent is insufficient and who are desperate for promotion capable of doing anything. Lin immediately felt that the name was very apt, just like the characteristics of the magic potion, where every wizard promoted within the Scarlet Thorns had ascended through the fresh blood of their companions. While thinking about this, Lin turned his gaze back to the remaining manuscripts. Radak's research results were extensive and mainly related to spiritual magic. For example, how to use an alchemical formation to extract a person's soul, and how to create corpse ghosts, as well as containers for storing souls. The reason Radak focused on spiritual magic was simple. His talent was insufficient, and he was unable to step into the realm of a great wizard, so he planned to use some unorthodox methods. What Radak truly wanted to do, it seems, was to transfer his own soul into a more talented body. However, this was obviously not an easy task. The notes recorded dozens of experimental attempts, all of which had failed. Radak had tried to extract the soul of an apprentice and directly usurp that body by putting his own soul into it, but the body and soul did not adapt well to each other, forcing him to abandon the attempt. Later, he thought of invading the body of a still-living wizard apprentice. Still, the method to perfectly integrate two souls eluded Radak until his death. Seeing this, Lin felt somewhat embarrassed. Strictly speaking, he seemed to have achieved these things when he had traveled through time, even though he himself didn't know how. Regardless, prioritizing the advancement of his wizard level was the real issue. Having learned the method to create the magic source, Lin naturally hoped to break through to become an official wizard as soon as possible. In doing so, his last weakness would no longer exist. All through the night, Lin devoted his energy to the production of the magic potion, thanks to Radak's estate, which had an adequate reserve of magic potion ingredients. Whatever materials he wanted, he simply had to step out of the secret room and order the apprentices to fetch them. The only problem was Lin's limited research on potionology. Though he held the formulas, he could only slowly figure out each magic potion's characteristics, handling methods, and timing of placement, and in just one night, he wasted materials worth hundreds of gold coins. As for this, he was quite open-minded, since he was not using his own resources. A potion made by one's own hand is obviously more reliable than those made by others. So he kept busy until dawn, and his old crucible was now filled with a chaotic-colored liquid. The brewing cycle of the magic potion was about 3 days. Seeing the breakthrough opportunity was near, Lin forced himself to stay calm. Then he began brewing the second batch of magic potion. Of course, he needed to find someone to be a guinea pig before taking it himself. If Radak had recklessly changed the formula or had tampered with it in some way, then he would have been seriously duped. Overturning the foundations of magic, the law of free fall, cries from the secret magic society. Wizardland's magic theory is already outdated, discussing continents and the ocean from the perspective of ships and sea surfaces. Our land might be spherical, the dual-sphere experiment of the sky ships. Unveiling Master Yade's astonishing oversights as a professional writer. Luo clearly knew how to attract attention. The 100,000 copies of the newspaper increased in production, were swept away within half a day, and soon placed on every wizard's desk. In a grand magic workshop, Wizard Raphael burst into incredulous laughter after glancing at the headline of the magic daily. A wizard of the third circle from the outside world dared to claim he had overturned the foundation of magic, challenging the notion that magic theories were outdated. This could only be described as ignorance. But was that person insane to brazenly publish such absurd statements? Raphael felt a rising sense of doubt and, restraining his impatience, began to read. His expression shifted from disdain and scorn to skepticism, especially after seeing the star chart on the page, which changed his expression entirely. Perfect, absolutely perfect. As an architect with obsessive-compulsive disorder, Raphael firmly believed that the truths of the world must be highly regular and aesthetically pleasing. However, the star charts devised by wizards of the prophecy school seemed elegant with the closer stellar motions, but became chaotic with the more distant stars, even displaying erratic jumping movements. So, Raphael almost instantly confirmed that the star chart in the Magic Daily was correct. Bang, as he was thinking, Two loud impact sounds suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by the cracking sound of floor tiles. Raphael, extremely displeased, put away the newspaper, walked out the door, and then saw two half-meter diameter spheres smashed on the ground tiles below the distant tower. Following that, waves of noise came from the tower above. 3 seconds, said a male wizard stubbornly, who had been closely watching the entire process with the Farsight technique. Didn't it say so here? That's due to air resistance. A crowd of apprentices gathered at the top of the tower, heatedly discussing the experiments recorded in the Magic Daily, many heatedly voicing objections and nearly coming to blows amid the argument. At the sight of the two spheres, Raphael realized that these apprentices were verifying the law of free fall. Although the height and weight might not match, the outcome was evidently the same. Lord Raphael, asked a male wizard, confused, who was in charge of recording the experiment. Since the law of free fall had been confirmed, could it be that the so-called spherical Earth theory was also true? Chapter 113, 100. The Ring of the Faceless. Please subscribe. Chapter 113. Chapter 100. The Ring of the Faceless. Please subscribe. How could this be possible? Raphael's reaction was instinctual, a need to refute what was said. He was certain the heliocentric theory was correct, but whether the continent beneath their feet was flat or spherical was still up for debate. To rely merely on the sails at sea as evidence was far too arbitrary. People like Raphael were not in the minority. The planetary theory was the most incredible compared to the verifiable experiment of free fall. No one could imagine, let alone manufacture, a sphere so large that walking on its surface felt like walking on flat ground. It was even harder to understand why seawater would stick to a sphere and not simply fall off. However, the voices of doubt did not last long, because the legendary wizard, who had wandered the skies for several days, almost getting lost, had finally returned and brought with him news that shocked everyone. The continent beneath their feet was indeed likely to be round. This startling revelation swept across the entire Wizardland. Whether they believed it or not, everyone remembered the strange name from beyond Wizardland, Lynn. The next morning, after finishing a class in higher mathematics, Lynn was thinking about which creature's spiritual essence to use as a stepping stone for promotion. However, his train of thoughts was interrupted by a voice. Lynn asked in surprise, turning to face Luoer behind him. This is today's edition of the Magic Daily. You probably haven't had the chance to read it yet, Luoer said with a smile, handing Lynn a newspaper. Upon seeing the intentionally enlarged headlines, Lynn's lips twitched involuntarily. Overturning the foundations of magic, the law of free fall. From the secret magic society's fury, the magical theories of Wizardland are outdated. Lynn could already imagine the storm that would sweep through Wizardland. How could I? I'm just a regular contributor, and I don't decide what content gets published. Luoer shrugged and said jokingly. Lynn rolled his eyes, fine with everything else, but he certainly had not talked about overturning the foundations of magic. You don't have to worry. A high counselor has already ascended to the skies to verify it. And indeed, the land beneath our feet may well be a sphere, Luoer said thoughtfully, still somewhat incredulous even now. Verified from high above? How high might that have been? Lynn's face was filled with astonishment. Although the planet was round, its sheer size was overwhelming. If it were the size of Earth in his previous life, one would need to ascend 100 kilometers from the surface to see a noticeable curvature. Of course, the planet beneath them might not be that big, or perhaps the legendary wizard had exceptionally good eyesight, but it would still require an altitude of over 10 kilometers to observe a curvature with the naked eye, which was close to the height of Earth's ozone layer in his previous life. However, this also saved him quite a bit of trouble. Now that his two theories had been verified based on factual evidence, with a legendary wizard backing them, he could avoid a lot of trouble. I think the invitation from the council should arrive in a few days, Luoer said. Lynn was momentarily puzzled and asked quizzically, "Of course, it's the academic symposium. Wizardland holds one every year, with representatives from various schools participating, Luo explained. Next time we meet, I will have to properly thank him, Lin said with a smile. At night, Lin again entered the manor as Radak. Several crucibles on the lab bench bubbled continuously, everything placed exactly as he had recorded with his cyberbrain. Apparently, no one else had entered during this time. He checked the progress of the magic potion brewing, as usual, then picked up the magic creature atlas to examine. It must be said, being an age-old third-ring wizard, Radak had many books, many of which contained knowledge not attainable in the Academy Library. For example, this magic creature atlas noted the content and strength of the spiritual substance in the brains of more than a dozen common magical creatures. Typically, the stronger they were, the more significant the upgrade of spiritual power after being promoted to an official wizard. The only thing that worried Lin was that the stock of spiritual substances in Radak's manor only included those from fire lions, petrified lizards, and griffins, which were of medium strength at best. Lin was not entirely confident about completing his promotion. After all, Carl's original magical talent could only be considered mediocre, and if it weren't for his soul fusion that enhanced his spiritual power, it would have been impossible to maximize his magic power reserve in just 2 months. As he considered, a slight surge of magic power suddenly sprang up in the sealed chamber. Lin instinctively became alert and looked toward the place from where the magic power fluctuation originated. Under a shattered floor tile, something faintly shimmered. Mage's hand. Lin raised his hand to cast a spell, and the broken floor tile was quickly lifted, revealing a delicately designed ring that levitated in front of him. A ring of the faceless? Lin immediately recognized it. However, this was not the one he had initially received, but rather Radak's relic. He had thought it was destroyed by white phosphorus fire a long time ago, but surprisingly, it was tough enough to withstand thousands of degrees of heat without any damage, continuously flickering with phosphorescence. According to the description on the initial envelope, this was supposed to be a signal for the gathering. Considering the timing, it indeed was the day for the faceless to meet. Lin's expression changed slightly. Since Radak's soul had been scattered to the winds, many things could not be confirmed in person. He could only guess that the schematics of a skyship were obtained from Ralph's brain using a soul-searching witchcraft by Radak. However, the notes did not mention any need for the skyship. So, it's highly likely that this device was not required by Radak himself, but he had obtained it for someone else. After hesitating for a moment, Lin quickly made a decision. Perhaps he could attend this meeting as Radak and probe the real intentions of the faceless. Towards this end, Lin carefully input a trace of magic power into the ring. It was an exceedingly odd sensation, as if his vision split in two in an instant. One half was the scene inside the secret chamber, the other half a dark void. Chapter 114, 101. Coincidentally, I have also studied the human body. Please subscribe. Chapter 114, Chapter 101. Coincidentally, I have also studied the human body. Please subscribe. Lin felt as if he were floating in a realm of chaos, enveloped in darkness. Before him, about a dozen figures stood in a circular arrangement, their bodies faintly glowing with the light of magic. He swept his gaze over them, all of their forms ethereal and unstable like rippling water, making it possible to vaguely discern their heights, builds, and the changing expressions on their faces. A prompt suddenly echoed in Lin's mind, almost startling him. After noticing that the others showed no reaction, he realized that the voice of the smart brain wouldn't transmit into this space through magical power. Yes, Lin quietly responded in his mind, intrigued by this peculiar space. He hadn't expected that attending the gathering as Radak would yield such an unexpected gain. However, after glancing at the analysis progress, the corners of Lin's mouth twitched involuntarily, as the progress was excruciatingly slow. About 2 minutes later, no additional ethereal figures appeared in this special space. Lin counted a total of 15 people, including himself. Inquired the witch opposite him. Another person beside added, shaking their head. Maybe he died somewhere? Who knows? A tall, thin shadow impatiently interrupted the two, then addressed the crowd. I'll start. I'll be discussing the human body. Those not interested can leave. Upon these words, 5 shadows immediately disappeared. Lin watched silently, without moving. The tall, thin figure soon began to speak. Through my research, I have found that the human body contains over 200 bones and more than 600 muscles, which are composed of long, thin threads. Breaking it down further, there is a unique tissue structure made up of the basic 4 elements. As the tall figure spoke incessantly, the attendees either pondered deeply or chuckled softly. Throughout, there were occasional interruptions from those seeking clarification, and the wizard responded patiently. When the lecture ended, 8 individuals, excluding Lin, extended their hands and flung a transparent coin towards the speaker. Was there a fee for this knowledge? Lin immediately thought of this. Moreover, if it could be brought in directly through magical power, it likely wasn't ordinary currency. The wizard who spoke turned his head toward Lin, his ethereal body trembling incessantly, a sign of anger. According to the rules, if you didn't want to listen, you could just skip it and leave without paying. Yet he listened and now refused to pay. Under the gaze of over a dozen pairs of eyes, Lin remained silent for a moment, then smiled and spoke. You can think of it that way. In fact, I already knew the information you discussed. None of it was particularly novel or helpful to me. These words, however, greatly displeased the wizard. Before he could retort, Lin continued. Interestingly, I have also studied the human body. For instance, the threads you mentioned that compose the muscles, I have named them muscle fibers. There are approximately 6 billion muscle fibers in the human body, composed of 73% water and 27% protein. As for the bones, they are made from a combination of collagen, calcium, and phosphorus. Lin spoke eloquently, expanding on the previous speech by the male wizard, not only speaking in more detail, but even clarifying proportions of the elements that constituted these substances. The tall, slender figure continued to shift shape as his expression darkened. Although he could not comprehend terms like proteins and collagen, there was some information he already knew but had deliberately withheld. This meant that the other party was not fabricating, but indeed had a deeper understanding of the human body. It looks like this money should have been given to number 7, the female wizard said with a sneer, seeing the tall male wizard remain silent. Looking at Lin, she couldn't help feeling a chill, wondering how many human bodies Lin had dissected and studied to have such profound knowledge. How exactly had he counted those 6 billion muscle fibers? The tall male wizard said grimly, tossing the transparent coins he had received toward Lin. Lin diverted a strand of magic power to gather the coins in his hand, as the prompt from the smart brain sounded again. This time, Lin discreetly chose no, considering there were many onlookers, and he had no immediate intention to conduct research. The tall male wizard asked darkly. He was naturally very displeased about Lin stealing his limelight, but those strange terms Lin mentioned intrigued him. Proteins are essential components that make up all cells and tissues in the human body, consisting of elements like carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. Lin spoke in very general terms, and for the more detailed aspects, he evaded by saying he had not thoroughly researched them yet. The others present did not question him, understanding that research into magic could not be achieved overnight. In fact, they were surprised by how in-depth Lin's research was. Despite some minor interludes, the first lecture was soon over, and the figures that had previously disappeared now reappeared in this chaotic space. Next, a wizard took the stand, speaking about spiritual magic. The meeting lasted several hours, each person discussing knowledge that could not easily be shared in public. Yet here, everyone could speak freely and without concern, even revealing details of their experiments on humans. The smart brain's parsing progress also increased to 3%, and Lin, listening attentively, sent out 3 more coins previously received. When the meeting ended, the Faceless agreed on the time for their next gathering, then announced the session closed. Hearing this, Lin's expression turned peculiar. wondering if that was it for the meeting. He had expected someone would question why the newly recruited members did not show, but no one brought up the issue. From the prior conversations, the faceless organization could only be described as loose, seemingly just a place for exchanging knowledge with each other. Just as Lin was preparing to leave this illusory space, a wizard beside him suddenly spoke. Chapter 115, 102, Hunting the Eye of Death. Please subscribe. Chapter 115, Chapter 102, Hunting the Eye of Death. Please subscribe. Within the chaotic space, soon only 5 people remained, including himself, 3 men and 2 women. Lin swept a glance over them, but didn't initiate conversation due to a lack of intelligence. High mage crystals? Lin instantly gazed at her in astonishment. After all, these items were Alchemy Guild's secrets, rumored to have nearly the power of a 4th-tier magic spell with each shot as long as there was a sufficient magic power supply. I need these items, naturally, to venture into the Mist Sea to hunt Death's Eye north, the wizard said with a sinister smile. Death's Eye? The Great Maelstrom? Lin looked completely baffled, while the rest seemed to suddenly grasp something, as a wizard spoke out in a panic. The others also couldn't help but interject. North, if you want to rush to your death, don't drag us into it. Even a great wizard wouldn't dare to say they could confidently hunt such a creature. Of course, they were well aware of what North's Death's Eye referred to, a profoundly powerful magical creature in the Mist Sea capable of controlling water flows, devouring souls, and the source of the Great Maelstrom. According to the information gathered by the Council Magic Creature Research Institute, there were about 50 Death's Eye creatures in the Mist Sea, coupled with the legendary spell Lost Fog, comprising the most critical defense line against the Church's invasions. Even a great wizard wouldn't want to face such a creature at sea. Even if they won, it would be purposeless since the enemy could always flee. Amidst the conversations of the others, Lin started to gain some understanding of this magical creature known as Death's Eye. So, the Great Maelstrom in the Mist Sea was triggered by a creature? Lin immediately thought of the time he crossed the Mist Sea by ship, that power that seemed capable of capturing the soul. Of course, it would be quite difficult under normal circumstances, but who said I'm going to fight it on the sea surface? We don't need a ship to get there. North's lips curled into a smile, turning his gaze towards Lin. Lin instantly understood what the other was implying. This powerful magical creature may control water flows and affect souls, but presumably, it didn't have the ability to fly. That is to say, as long as they ascended to a height of a few hundred meters, Death's Eye's abilities would be unable to have any effect on them, leaving them passively exposed to the punishment of the magic crystal cannon. No wonder Bloodrose Thorns was willing to spend a fortune to steal his airship blueprints. This was indeed the simplest method to kill Death's Eye. Over the horizon, North pulled at the corners of his mouth, laughing proudly. I still have a few questions, Lin began to inquire. First, how do we find and confirm the direction of Death's Eye in Mist Sea? Second, with such low visibility in the mist, how would we aim if we flew high? At this, everyone present immediately looked towards North. These points were all critical. Without the ability to solve them, they would end up busy for nothing. North teased without giving a direct answer. He had prepared for a whole year for this hunt, originally planning to mount the magic crystal cannon onto an alchemical ship, ready to go all out against Death's Eye. However, a few days ago, the visitor from outside the wizard land had brought forth a newly invented skyship, which changed North's mind. Seeing North so confident, everyone began to feel intrigued. Asked a female witch. A Death's Eye carcass is worth at least 30,000 magic gold coins. North said without hesitation, then looked towards Lin. Radak, you contributed part of the skyship's blueprint and are the most skilled among us in magic potion studies. Once we obtain the spiritual essence of Death's Eye, you'll be in charge of the creation. If I'm not mistaken, a magic potion crafted using the essence of Death's Eye might even turn someone into a psychic. Lin paused at North's words. The term psychic wasn't unfamiliar to him. Within the wizard land, It usually referred to those born with immense spiritual power, like Bai Gu, whom he had seen perform peculiar spiritual witchcraft even at the apprentice stage, capable of influencing Archbishop Enluok. Others generally needed to advance to official wizard status before learning spiritual magic. Even Lin, who had undergone a soul fusion, was no exception. Back in the Sika's empire, he had extracted the technique for the Soul Scream spell from Bai Gu. Although he could use it, the effect was pitifully weak. North's words certainly weren't without reason. It was rumored that the notorious evil mage Merc had become a psychic by concocting a magic potion from a demon's spiritual essence. And the power of Death's Eye would undoubtedly be even greater than that of the demon. As for you, Barbara, I will give you 4,000 magic gold coins as compensation for purchasing a high-tier magic crystal cannon, North said. A smile emerged on Barbara's face. North's offer was almost unimaginable in its generosity. A high-tier magic crystal cannon was worth around 2,000 magic gold coins. Its procurement was the only hassle. Yet, he was willing to pay double the price. North then turned to the remaining 2 people, equally making high-stake promises. He could not afford any mistakes in this operation. The construction and modification of the skyship should be completed in a few days. North's gaze, dark and probing, swept across each of them, clearly implying that regardless of their schedule, they had to make the time. Let's set it for the day after tomorrow then. I just happen to have a very important experiment around that time, Lin suggested proactively. However, the real reason was naturally different from what he said. He specifically chose this time frame because the day after tomorrow coincidentally fell on the school holiday of Yida Academy. For this so-called hunt, Lin had no intention of being absent. North and the others wanted to use a stolen blueprint to create a skyship, hunt a Death's Eye, and walk away with most of the profits. It wouldn't be that easy. Chapter 116-103. Modified Airship. Please subscribe. Chapter 116. Chapter 103. Modified Airship. Please subscribe. After finalizing the details of hunting the Eye of Death, the meeting officially concluded. As the separated consciousness returned to his body, Lin opened his hand, and 5 illusory coins were directly brought over. Recalling the earlier notification from a brain, Lin vaguely guessed that these objects were probably related to the soul. Could 1 coin represent 1 human life? The brain's notification sounded again. Lin hesitated for a moment, but chose yes. Even if these coins represented souls, the dead could not be revived anyway. The next moment, the 5 illusory coins instantly disappeared, replaced by an increase in energy reserves by 5%. That high? Lin was somewhat surprised. Didn't that mean if he had spoken up more just now, obtaining enough of these illusory coins, he could have filled the brain's energy reserve? However, these energies were exchanged for knowledge. Speaking too much might lead to suspicion. Not to mention these things might be related to the soul, which made using them somewhat uncomfortable. Lin quickly adjusted his mindset. This was also a method for rapidly replenishing the brain's energy. He then turned his attention to the boiling potion stand in front of him, where the potions would be ready in a day or 2. Having identified a more perfect goal, Lin naturally did not want to rely on creatures like fire lions, petrified lizards, or griffins for spiritual ascension, as it might hinder his advance to higher wizardry later. Let's stop today's magic math class here. For the next week, I need to study and improve a magic, so the classes will be paused. Take this opportunity to review the knowledge you've learned. 2 days later, at the Yaida Academy, Lin looked down at the apprentices below and announced. Although tomorrow was a holiday, he felt that there might not be enough time, so he simply took a few more days off. The moment Lin finished speaking, the classroom erupted in excited cheers. It couldn't be helped. They had been mentally exhausted by the daily mathematics for over a month now. However, their spiritual growth was also very rapid. Johnny even noticed that his magic power was nearing perfection, and he could apply for graduation after finishing a course. Watching the extremely excited wizard apprentices, Lin couldn't help but shake his head. They were celebrating too early. Lin's voice was like a demon's whisper sending the apprentice's mood on a roller coaster ride, plummeting from heaven to the depths in an instant. Don't worry, it's just a few hundred problems in total, not difficult at all. 5 minutes later, Lin walked out of the classroom door under the resentful gazes of Aelok and others, went back to his room, and took the potions and liquid explosives prepared in the past few days. When Lin reappeared outside the manor in the guise of Radak, a luxurious carriage was already waiting at the door. "Lord Radak, please. Lord North is already waiting for you," said the robust servant as he extended his hand to open the carriage curtain and bowed respectfully. Lin glanced at him, nodded, and lifted the curtain to get into the carriage. The camels pulling the carriage soon began to run. The roads of Yaida Harbor were very smooth, and Lin inside the carriage couldn't feel much jolting, but he soon realized that the carriage was heading straight out of the city. However, that made sense. The airship was not small, and if it were built within Yaida Harbor, it would have likely been discovered long ago. Lin kept his composure, letting the carriage continue on its way. As the carriage delved deeper into the suburbs, the roads became increasingly rugged, yet the carriage did not slow down. Instead, it sped up and eventually stopped at the base of a cliff by the sea. "Wizard, please come this way." The robust servant opened the carriage door, making a gesturing invitation. Lin nodded, jumped out of the carriage, and followed the servant into an abandoned cave at the base of the cliff. After going through a long tunnel, the scene suddenly opened up. The inside of the mountain revealed an incredibly vast space, where Lin immediately noticed the huge airship situated in the center, which was identical in both design and size to the one Lydia had created earlier. But what was different was that these wizards had made some magic modifications to it. The inner walls of the cabin were embedded with metal plates, marked with many strange runes, and underneath was mounted a menacing magic crystal cannon, its muzzle as thick as half a meter, looking chilling to the spirit. Exclaimed an elderly, gaunt-faced male wizard, his face expressing excitement as he approached. This was none other than North, the initiator of this operation. "That should be my airship." Lin glanced at North, but did not immediately seek retribution. Instead, he began to inquire. Ralph knew only the blueprint of the airship's frame, missing the most important part. "Of course, I tried dozens of times before I discovered that secret." North nodded, yet showed no intention of revealing it. Even though this device was destined not to be used openly, he had spent several days studying it. Not to mention, it involved a weakness of the airship, which North naturally did not wish to disclose carelessly. Lin did not continue to press further, but turned his gaze toward the three people standing in front of the airship: Hank, Eva, and Barbara. In a secret meeting of their small group a few days ago, Lin had already figured out their names and identities through their conversations. These individuals were all Tier 3 wizards and high-ranking members of the Bloodthorn group. If there was a commonality among these people, it was their age. Even Eva, who looked the youngest, appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Barbara, who was impetuous, asked eagerly as soon as everyone had arrived. "Not now. This airship is too conspicuous. If we take it out now, patrolling vessels are likely to detect something off. It's best to wait until nighttime to act." North shook his head. In fact, he was the most eager, but now he could only wait, urging the apprentices to carry barrels filled with pungent liquid onto the airship. Chapter 117. 10 For You Better Pray We Get Lucky This Time. Please subscribe. Chapter 117. Chapter 10 For You Better Pray We Get Lucky This Time. Please subscribe. At night, above Yaida Harbor, a huge airship made use of the cover of darkness to slowly head towards the open sea. Hank felt the constant sea breeze blowing and spoke with a sense of wonder, as he could even make out the sights of the city harbor below. About that, this altitude should make us undetectable to anyone. North's expression also became somewhat relaxed. Since the airship was powered by magic steam power that drove the propellers at the bottom, and was also fortified with wind protection and a stable alchemy array, their speed was very swift. By the time the full moon hung high in the sky, they had already entered the boundaries of the mist sea. The vast mist surged up, soon enveloping everyone's vision. Hank, Eva, and Barbara looked solemn. They were all born in Wizardland, and although they had heard about the various stories of the Mist Sea, this was their first time facing it head-on. Lynn turned to North, quite curious about how the latter would find that so-called Death's Eye. Once out at sea, North no longer kept anything hidden and immediately took out a wooden compass. Lynn recognized it at a glance. Back when they had fled to the Mist Sea, Laud had used a similar-looking compass to locate Wizardland. Hank and the others, however, looked puzzled. North quickly began to explain. This compass can locate nearby objects with immense magic power. So all we need to do is adjust the range to locate the position of the Death's Eye, North said, as he turned the top needle of the compass to set its detection range to the minimum. The pointer of the compass immediately began to move, eventually pointing towards Lynn. I never expected you, Radak, to be the one among us who possesses the most magic power, Barbara said with surprise. Lynn hadn't expected this either, as he wasn't even a formal wizard yet, but he quickly realized that this must include the stored magic power from the smart brain. Under everyone's gaze, Lynn thought for a moment, and then said in a dark, amused tone, "That's because these past few days, I happen to have devised a few interesting little gadgets. If this mission doesn't go smoothly, you might get a chance to witness their power." Lynn's words instantly shifted everyone's attention away. As the compass's magic power detection could locate Corona Tower, it clearly was not only detecting personal magic power, but also possibly the cumulative magic power of alchemical items one carried. Thinking this, they couldn't help but speculate what powerful alchemical tools Lakda had come up with during this time. North continued to increase the range of the compass's detection, and after expanding it to 50 kilometers, the pointer finally moved away from Lynn and pointed deep into the Mist Sea. Lynn secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that the pointer would keep pointing at him, which would have been difficult to explain. Fortunately, although the energy source of the smart brain had received a boost, the total amount had only increased to about 30%, which was not enough to be more powerful than the Death's Eye. Having found their target, North immediately instructed the wizard apprentices in charge of controlling the airship to change course and head in the direction indicated by the compass. The 50-kilometer distance was not particularly far for the airship's speed, but the problem was that Death's Eye seemed to be constantly moving, so even after half a day of travel, they had not caught up. Barbara and the others' patience was being steadily eroded. Above the Mist Sea, thick fog was all that surrounded them. They couldn't even distinguish their current altitude and could only determine if it was day or night through the light. An impatient Eva asked curiously, "What do you think this thing is? A sea creature raised by the council?" North retorted, scoffing at the suggestion. "Stop joking. These horrifying creatures cause great vortexes to eat the living beings in the nearby sea areas, devouring their souls. Whether it's church personnel or wizards like us, in their eyes, we're nothing more than food, no different from the fish in the sea, perhaps even tastier. Instead of worrying about deaths, you might as well pray that we get lucky this time and don't encounter a particularly powerful individual," North said with a grave expression. Lynn looked towards the murky sky. The range of this legendary magic was larger than he had imagined. He just didn't know how high they needed to rise to escape the enveloping fog. 5 kilometers? 10 kilometers? As time passed, Lynn felt increasingly terrified by the vastness of the Mist Sea. He vaguely sensed that their target was very close. The sound of surging currents faintly carried from below, prompting North to immediately order the apprentice to lower the airship's altitude. Soon, the sound of rollicking seawater grew louder, as if it was echoing incessantly by their ears. Lynn suddenly shouted. Hank and the others immediately looked below the airship, but all they saw was dense fog, like a bottomless abyss. However, a few seconds later, the sharp-eyed Barbara caught sight of the faintly stirred waves. Only then did the crew realize, due to the low visibility, that the airship had unwittingly descended to just a few meters above the sea level. North, now panicked, turned to the apprentice controlling the airship and yelled urgently. Just then, a fluctuating sound, like a deep bell, resonated in everyone's minds, and Lynn, Barbara, Hank, and the others immediately felt their thoughts being influenced. The apprentices controlling the airship, however, stood frozen in place, unmoving, muttering something incessantly. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the airship had stopped on the water's surface, like a massive ship being dragged toward the center of the vortex by the swirling currents. The rising seawater kept striking both sides of the cabin, causing the entire airship to rock and tilt. North, struggling against the discomfort in his brain, cursed angrily, kicked the apprentices frozen in place out of the way, then grabbed a pipe and frantically converted his magic power into hydrogen to fill the airbags above. Lynn clutched desperately at the edge of the cabin to steady himself, while a nearby apprentice was thrown out during the violent shaking. Only when the rushing water flooded over his mouth and nose did the wizard apprentice awaken, as if from a shock, crying and shouting as he struggled, but the current dragged him away. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 118, 105. The Eye of Death in Frenzy. Please subscribe. Chapter 118. Chapter 105. The Eye of Death in Frenzy. Please subscribe. Save me, Lord North. The apprentice who was thrown off the airship struggled and howled continuously as he was sucked into the raging maelstrom. North bellowed. After injecting a sufficient amount of hydrogen, the airship slowly detached from the water surface and flew up just before being swept into the maelstrom. As the airship escaped the water, everyone present unanimously breathed a sigh of relief. If they had been caught in the maelstrom, they would have all perished. North's hands and feet were trembling. Having gone through a life-and-death crisis, he didn't dare to hold back any longer. He quickly took out a palm-sized, crimson crystal stone and, with a pained expression, used the mage's hand to shoot it into the sky. Moments later, it exploded violently. Dazzling red light appeared. The world changed abruptly, and the thick white fog began to dissipate at a visible speed. Lynn looked around, and, within just a dozen seconds, the thick fog within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers had vanished without a trace. He roughly estimated that the range of the maelstrom should be slightly smaller than before. Barbara asked discontentedly. They had almost lost their lives under the water just moments ago. This is the bone marrow of the feathered serpent, which can neutralize the fog temporarily, but its range and duration are very limited. This is the only one, and it must not be used lightly, North said solemnly, looking towards the distance. The white fog nearby had already been neutralized and dissipated, but the fog in the distance was slowly converging towards the center. They could not afford to delay any longer. North called out to everyone as they tossed the barrels placed on the airship towards the center of the vortex. The barrels, filled with an unknown liquid, soon crashed onto the sea surface and were swept into the great whirlpool. Following that, Lynn was surprised to find that the turbulent water flow was slowly calming down. Hank and the others were equally astonished, but the next moment they realized they had been too optimistic. The seemingly tranquil sea bubbled, as if it was boiling furiously from intense heat. Moments later, a massive tentacle stretched out from the maelstrom and slammed heavily onto the sea surface. The entire ocean seemed to tremble, and a gigantic wave, 10 meters high, surged skyward, its terrifying might chilling to the bone. And this was just the beginning. More and more enormous tentacles, covered with fierce barbs shining with a ghostly blue gleam, indicating their extreme sharpness, emerged from the depths like writhing dragons rolling on the sea surface. North, however, was excited beyond containment. The information he had received was correct. The Eye of Death indeed entered a state of mindless frenzy. North shouted at them. If he could, he would have loved to do it himself. But aside from the unreliable apprentices, he was the only one who knew how to pilot the airship. Are we really going to fight this? Hank looked down at the enraged Eye of Death and couldn't stop swallowing hard. It seemed they had angered an entity they should not have provoked. Seeing Hank hesitant to act, North nearly kicked him off the airship in frustration and turned to Lin. Lin glanced at him, took over the position of the gunner, and began moving the switches to adjust the angle of the magic crystal cannon. About 3 seconds later, he pressed the lever. A substantial amount of materialized magic power congregated at the half-meter-thick muzzle. Then, with a roaring sound that pierced the heavens and earth, a dazzlingly bright blue light burst forth, hitting a certain point on the sea surface with destructive force. Boom! The violent explosion caused a chain reaction. The sea surface momentarily dipped inward, but the next moment, enormous amounts of sea water crazily surged inward. The power of the high-grade magic crystal cannon was extremely astonishing, and even the flying ship, which had been reinforced with alchemy arrays for stability, wind protection, and speed, shook from the intense recoil. However, this sure-hit attack missed its mark. Aside from the scattering spray, nothing was struck. North said with a pang of distress, as each shot from the cannon consumed several high-quality crystal stones, its power literally bought with money. Hank, Eva, and Barbara also looked at Lin with strange expressions. With the Eye of Death so large, how could they miss? "Cough, a mistake, let's go again," said Lin, slightly embarrassed. At such a long distance, he had subconsciously aimed following a ballistic trajectory, only to discover that the cannon fired in a straight line. To facilitate Lin's aiming, North quickly lowered the flying ship to a height of 300 meters. This time, Lin readjusted the trajectory of the magic crystal cannon. Seconds later, another intense roaring sound emitted, and the extremely bright blue light shot past the flailing tentacles, striking a spot on the sea surface. Could have missed again? The thought couldn't help but spring to the minds of North and the others, but they soon realized they were wrong. As large amounts of sea water evaporated, a massive silhouette hidden beneath the sea surfaced. The Eye of Death. Everyone on the scene's eyes widened, staring at the revealed figure, which had a visible length of more than 20 meters. If you included the tentacles, it could probably break the record of 100 meters. Its pitch-black body seemed to be cast from iron, its head triangular in shape, and its blood-red eyes were fierce and intimidating. But before people could recover from their shock, another beam of light from the magic crystal cannon appeared. Lin had launched another attack before the flying ship had time to stabilize from the severe shaking of the recoil. With the water pushed aside and not yet rushed back in, this strike directly hit the Eye of Death's body. The pitch-black body, akin to steel, was penetrated by the dazzling beam of light, revealing a vast wound, deep enough to see bone. A large amount of blood spewed out, staining the nearby sea water an inky green. Roars of anger echoed across the sky as the sea seemed to come alive, churning nonstop. Thick tentacles stretched out and smashed down, creating waves several meters high on the sea surface. However, the flying ship was simply too high. No matter how great the waves were at the surface, they couldn't cause any harm to Lin and the others inside. Even the spirit-affecting roars became exceedingly weak after crossing the entire distance of 300 meters. One magic crystal cannon shell after another fell upon the sea surface, blasting wound after wound onto the massive body of the Eye of Death. On a normal day, even with the defense-breaking power of the magic crystal cannon, inflicting heavy damage on a thinking giant beast would not be an easy task. However, after having consumed the liquid in the barrel, the Eye of Death had lost its reason, mindlessly waving its tentacles to attack the distant enemies. Chapter 119, 106, Chaotic Bombardment. Third update, please subscribe. Chapter 119, Chapter 106, Chaotic Bombardment. Third update, please subscribe, North shouted excitedly. Hank and the others watched the monstrous creature struggling in the sea helplessly, a surge of unstoppable excitement burgeoning within them. They had all witnessed the power of the Eye of Death, knowing that if they were to fight at sea on a ship, their few third-ring mages wouldn't be enough to even fill its teeth. And now, such a beast could do nothing but be tormented to death by them. This contrast even made them feel as if they were dreaming. When the 13th magic crystal cannon was accurately fired, the body of the Eye of Death had been blasted full of holes. Several of its tentacles that protruded above the sea had been severed, and the blood and debris scattered across the sky, turning the broad sea below a completely different color. Yet, the vitality of this creature was much stronger than everyone expected. Even under such an attack, it still hadn't completely died. It continuously slapped the surface of the sea, its massive body twisting madly, even beginning to consciously dodge the incoming beams of magic power. Dense white fog gradually surrounded them, visibility reduced by half. Clearly the power of a single feathered snake marrow crystal was limited, barely lasting over 10 minutes. Lin fired off another magic crystal cannon, then turned to look at the onlookers and said, "North, we're running out of demon crystals. This won't do. You guys need to put in some effort too." Hearing this, Hank and the others exchanged glances and nodded in unison. It had come to this point, and none wanted this hunt to end in failure. With that thought, the three of them raised their hands and began to bombard with magic, throwing down all sorts of frost, fireballs, and corrosion skills without caring for accuracy, just blasting away. Even North gave up controlling the airship, ran to the edge of the airship, and conjured a dozen flame burst skills, hurling them towards the sea below. Under the continuous bombardment from the magic crystal cannon and several third-ring wizards, the Eye of Death finally couldn't hold out anymore. Its massive body soon flipped over on the surface of the sea, stirring up countless waves, densely covered in burn marks, and then lay motionless under the spell's strikes without any movement. North and the others looked at the Eye of Death, which was no longer moving and nearly covered half the sea surface, somewhat hesitantly. After all, the creature's terror was so immense that their fear wouldn't subside without confirming its death. Lin checked the launcher in his hand. The magic power storage inside the magic crystal cannon was nearly exhausted and insufficient for another attack. In the group's hesitation, the massive body of the Eye of Death gradually began to sink, slowly disappearing into the sea. North immediately panicked. Having finally killed this massive beast, just the initial investment had cost thousands of magic gold coins to prepare various materials. If he were to let the body of the Eye of Death sink to the ocean floor, he would go mad. Unlike the airship Lydia had made, the bottom of the cockpit wasn't equipped with a sphere, but instead a huge hook-shaped anchor with many sharp barbs. It was obviously specially made to capture giant sea creatures. After the airship had descended to 50 meters, North could not restrain himself any longer and launched the massive hook. With the sound of tearing through the air, the massive hook plunged straight into the bulky body of the Eye of Death, its barbed structure embedding deeply into the flesh, with a special rope tightly connected. The slow sinking of the Eye of Death was immediately halted. North breathed a sigh of relief, and all they needed to do then was to slowly drag it back. Although a corpse that large had already exceeded the maximum load capacity of the magically modified airship, it could still be moved with the help of the buoyancy of seawater. The only pity for North was that after a bombardment, the body of the Eye of Death was blown to half its size, with large amounts of bodily tissue and most of the blood already sunk to the seabed. Lin, on the other hand, felt something was amiss because when the hook entered the body, the Eye of Death suddenly shook violently, perhaps not just due to the impact. At the same time, a heavily scarred tentacle suddenly shot out from the dark green sea below and coiled around the thick rope. Hank yelled in panic, but by then it was obviously too late. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the tentacle coiled around the rope and pulled hard, dragging the floating airship towards the sea surface. The tremendous force caused the airship to shake uncontrollably, and inside the cabin, there were screeching and grinding noises. Barbara screamed, her face turning purple-red, desperately holding onto the edge of the airship. But she could only watch helplessly as the airship plummeted toward the wide-open orifice of the Eye of Death and its continuously flailing tentacles. It was actually trying to bind the entire cabin and swallow it whole. Lin clung to the firing device of the magic crystal cannon, eyes fixed on the tentacle dragging the airship. There wasn't enough magic power inside to fire another magic crystal cannon. In this life-threatening crisis, Lin no longer held back and supplemented it with some of his own magic power. Nearly 60% of the magic power inside him was instantly drained, and a magic crystal cannon, only half its original size, was fired again, blowing the tentacle coiled around the rope into two pieces. The intense shockwave from the explosion also caused the airship to veer off course, sparing them from being crushed and swallowed, but the fate of crashing remained unavoidable. Boom tilde. The giant airship collided obliquely with the sea surface, causing a surge of waves several meters high, and Lin and the others were thrown headfirst into the wooden planks of the cabin upon the tremendous impact. Since most of the cabin structure was wooden and filled with hydrogen inside the gas bags, the whole airship did not sink but lay tilted on the sea surface. Damn it! Damn it! This monster should have lost its mind ages ago. North fell dizzily and cursed in both anger and fear. But Lin, Hank, and the others no longer had time to curse, for a massive tentacle came crashing down toward the airship from above. Chapter 120. 107. Since it wants to eat so much, then let it eat. Please subscribe. Chapter 120. 107. Since it wants to eat so much, then let it eat. Please subscribe. Frost Curtain, Lesser Magic Protection, Mage Armor, Magic Barrier, facing the huge tentacle smashing towards them. The people present unleashed their strongest protective magic. Several walls of frost formed in front of them first, but the next moment they were pierced instantly, like bubbles. Even the third ring protection technique, Magic Barrier, couldn't withstand the furious state of the Eye of Death. It couldn't last even 2 seconds before being utterly shattered. The tentacle soon heavily struck the airship's cockpit, causing the runes on the outer metal plates to light up instantly. Accompanied by a deafening noise, the hull of the airship dented inward, and the crucial magic crystal cannon got smashed to bits. That was because the protective magic and the alchemy formation laid out on the airship had blocked most of the force. Otherwise, just that collision alone would have split the entire airship in two instantly. Everyone inside the airship was thrown around by the tremendous force. Only at this moment did the people truly realize the terrifying power of Eye of Death. Even more chilling was the fact that the Eye of Death seemed to feign death and prioritize the destruction of the most threatening magic crystal cannon, clearly indicating that the enemy might have regained some rationality. However, the huge tentacle did not cease its attacks. It swept horizontally, and before anyone could react, it struck Eva, who was on the far right, sending her flying. "No, Eva!" Barbara screamed in horror, helplessly watching as another tentacle rose from the seabed and smashed Eva into a pulp. Seeing Eva killed on the spot, Barbara's eyes turned red as she abandoned defense and pointed towards that tentacle. Frost breath, a bizarre cold stream burst forth, causing the tentacle swaying near the cabin to slow significantly, its surface droplets instantly freezing into ice. Those familiar with Barbara, like North and others, immediately caught on and began firing several casts of flame burst skill. Under the combined assault of ice and fire, the huge tentacle was instantly blown into 2 sections. North shouted loudly. With the obstruction of the Eye of Death, it was extremely difficult for this airborne airship to fly again. Their only chance of survival was to directly kill the enemy. Everyone present understood this, but the Eye of Death still had 11 tentacles remaining, half of which were already wrapped around the airship's airbag, intent on dragging the whole airship with them. Hank cursed silently and raised his hand to gather multiple flame burst skill. Hank and Barbara, who were preparing to cast, paused for a moment. The massive airbag was positioned between them and the Eye of Death, which implied that they were prohibited from using fire magic. Lin quickly realized that the floating gas used by the airship was likely hydrogen. North said in a panic. Under their feet was actually the second airship they had constructed. As for the first one, due to an apprentice's mistake, it had turned into a fireball, causing heavy casualties. Therefore, when making the airship beneath their feet, He specifically used fireproof materials for the most crucial part, the gas bags, but it still couldn't withstand extremely powerful flame magic. However, after getting confirmation from North, an idea occurred to Lin. He immediately grabbed the hose of the auxiliary gas bag and converted his magic power into oxygen to inject into it before raising his hand to cast a spell. Magic bombardment. The next moment, more than a dozen magic missiles hovered around Lin and then whizzed off, not targeting the constantly flailing tentacles but the ropes connecting the gas bags to the cockpit. Hank asked in astonishment. Lin's actions were so fast that everyone was too late to react, and the airship's gas bag detached from the cockpit. Relying on our magic alone might not be enough to kill the Eye of Death, Lin replied calmly. Although they had succeeded in blowing up a tentacle just now, it was difficult to threaten the main body of their enemy. Only a terrifying weapon like the high-level magic crystal cannon would pose a considerable threat to the Eye of Death. With the high-level magic crystal cannon smashed, there was only one method left to inflict a fatal injury on the Eye of Death. North understood Lin's intention instantly, feeling a chill on his back but also realizing this was indeed their only chance. North, Hank, Barbara, if you want to survive, follow my command later, Lin said decisively, looking at the others. Hank and Barbara could not understand what Lin was saying, but they also realized they had no other way to turn the situation around, so they promptly nodded in agreement. In a short delay, the Eye of Death had already used its tentacles to drag the enormous gas bag in front of it, like a temperamental child kneading its toy, distorting the shape of the gas bag. Although this thing hindered their use of flame magic, it also blocked the Eye of Death's line of sight. Monsters that lived perennially in the Mist Sea had never seen an airship. In its understanding, the gas bag and the cockpit were one, fit to be eaten together. The jaws of the Eye of Death were clearly formidable. Not only could it chew through a framework of camel leather and magic tongue tree branches, but even steel could be ground to dust. Lin said loudly, seeing the timing was ripe, and then he cast magic bombardment again. A large number of magic missiles appeared again, howling as they flew. Such basic magic is known by every wizard. As long as it's not too conspicuous, Lin was not worried about his identity being suspected. Perhaps sensing the danger, although the Eye of Death could not see beyond the gas bag, the remaining tentacles flailed wildly. Some of the magic missiles struck the gigantic tentacles, corroding pits in the surface skin. Clearly, the magic on the outside was just a disguise, and the insides were still filled with corrosive aqua regia. The rest of the magic missiles struck the gas bag. The gas in both the main and auxiliary gas bags suddenly spurted out, and a large amount of hydrogen and oxygen dispersed, mixing together. Chapter 121, 108. Ending the Eye of Death. Please subscribe. Chapter 121, Chapter 108. Ending the Eye of Death. Please subscribe, 6%. To ensure the most violent explosion possible, the ratio of hydrogen to oxygen should be kept around 2 to 1. Without a doubt, Lin did it. Although it was not the standard ratio, it was very close. Multiple flame burst skills, North and others, who had been silently counting, struck the moment the missile hit the airbag. Several third circle wizards cast spells together, and in an instant, dozens of raging fireballs howled towards their target. After losing half of their defense against tentacles, they collided with the airbag. Boom! At that moment, the mixed gases ignited fiercely, shaking heaven and earth. A huge blast resounded through the skies, and with a dust cloud rising, dazzling flames and violent shockwaves swept around. The Eye of Death, which had just pierced through the airbag, immediately tasted something it had never experienced in its life. Flames and explosions poured directly into it through its wide-open mouth. Damage from an internal explosion is often the most fierce. Blistering heat, pain, numbness, assault from all parts of its body, inside and out, almost instantly made it feel as if it was a burning hot iron mass. Intense pain was emanating from every inch of it, as if something were tearing its flesh apart, driving it to a more frenzied roar. At this moment, Lin and the others could not care less about the Eye of Death, for the terrifying waves that followed the shockwave had already swallowed the cockpit. The battered cockpit was smashed into the ocean by waves more than 10 meters high, and Lin, North, Hank, and Barbara were no exception. The seawater, tainted dark green, poured in from all directions. It was like being thrown into a washing machine, as the tumultuous currents made everyone dizzy. When the cockpit resurfaced, everyone present was in a miserable, soaking wet state. Hank cursed angrily. He had believed North's wickedness in the first place to get into such a life-threatening situation. Lin's first reaction was to look towards the Eye of Death. This ferocious beast was now completely motionless. Its massive body was torn and tattered from the explosion, tentacles blasted apart, body parts sunk to the ocean floor or floating on the surface. Less than a third of its head remained, its entire being now engulfed in the flames that burned fiercely. Barbara's face showed a hint of relief mixed with dread. North spat out and said viciously before checking the cockpit below. Even though metal plates and protective alchemy arrays had been installed on both sides of the cabin beforehand, the extent of the damage was still not optimistic, with the rear completely deformed. Thankfully, the convenience of magic was enough to resolve this minor trouble. Now that the airship's airbags were gone, they could only use this thing as a boat and slowly make their way back. Although he had spoken confidently before, when he actually sat in the cabin and approached, North felt a cold sweat, fearing that the Eye of Death might come to life and attack them once again. However, none of this happened, and the group easily reached the enormous corpse. After extinguishing the flames that still burned, it was finally time to collect the spoils of war. The first thing was the essence in the brain, undoubtedly the most precious item. The Eye of Death's power had even crystallized the essences in the brain, about the size of a fist. By the looks of it, there should be enough to concoct more than 5 bottles of magic source. What surprised Lin was that after North got the crystal, he just casually tossed it to him and then hastily began to fill a mithril-crafted tub with the blood of the Eye of Death. Hank suddenly asked. Barbara, who stood nearby, looked over as well. Anyone could see how much North valued the blood of the Eye of Death. It was even possible that North had planned this hunting expedition and expended countless efforts solely for this substance. Actually, there's nothing special about this blood. It just so happens that the alchemy array I'm researching needs this stuff, North said irritably, looking at the few people who indirectly formed a semicircle around him. However, Barbara and Hank were relentless. The blood in the seawater had already been diluted, and its usefulness for anything would be greatly reduced. They had truly risked their lives this time, narrowly escaping death multiple times, and they had also witnessed the overwhelming power of the Eye of Death, so they were very curious about North's purpose in collecting its blood. How about this? I'll cut my reward in half, but you must give us some of the collected blood, Hank suddenly proposed, then glanced towards Lin, who had been silent so far. Reasonable. Lin nodded and stood out in agreement. North rebuked angrily, suppressing his rage. Barbara's expression became somewhat embarrassed. Don't say that, North. We do want to replace part of our rewards with blood. You just need to give us 1 bottle for research, she said. Faced with the pressure of the 3, North's expression changed, but he had no choice but to compromise. Although they were all members of Bloodthorn, they were merely allies bound by interests. He had exhausted a great deal of magic during the battle. If the 3 were to act against him together, he might actually die there. With this in mind, North grimaced as he took out a few empty magic potion bottles and filled them with some of the blood before throwing them to the 3. After receiving them, Hank and Barbara inevitably glanced in Lin's direction, for the essence of the Eye of Death was also extremely precious. I'm only responsible for making magic potions. I'm not in charge of the distribution. However, you can't touch my share, Lin said casually, having noticed the pair's intentions, and he effectively kicked the ball back to North. He didn't care about any verbal promises, North said through gritted teeth. The 2 immediately subdued themselves, as they dared not provoke North further. that they didn't want this guy to go mad and take them down with him. P.S. 2 updates today. Although this part of the plot is critical, it may not be enjoyed by many, and the subscription performance is quite poor as well. Chapter 122, 109. The Bizarre Mice Experiment. Subscribe, please. Chapter 122. Chapter 109. The Bizarre Mice Experiment. Subscribe, please. On their return journey, as the airship had turned into a ship and they needed to tow the carcass of a massive beast, the group drifted on the sea for a full 3 days. Due to the dispute that had erupted earlier, along the way, everyone was extremely vigilant, even fearful of closing their eyes to sleep. In such a mutually wary atmosphere, Lin had no intention of provoking any disputes. After all, the ship was too small. If a fight broke out, it might damage the cabin or North's compass, and he would be doomed to drift forever on the mist sea. North, Hank, and Barbara obviously understood this as well. So even though the atmosphere was tense, they still maintained a harmonious facade. It was only on the 4th night that the ship took advantage of the cover of darkness to return to Wizardland. "We're finally back," Lynn said. Stepping onto land, Barbara slowly exhaled, feeling her legs shake uncontrollably. The mist sea was indeed too torturous. Other than white mist, there was nothing, and Hank was cursing about never wanting to sail across the sea in his lifetime. Regardless, this journey was hard on everyone. "The things I promised you, I will deliver in a few days," North said wearily. "You better not delay for too long," Barbara reminded him. The money for the high-level magic crystal cannons was fronted by her, not a small sum by any means. North merely nodded in agreement, then immediately arranged for several carriages to send them back to the city overnight. Lynn didn't intend to delay either and immediately returned to Radax Manor. Once back at Radax Castle, he had Coleman and others capture 100 gnawing rats for biological experiments. This order left Coleman dumbfounded. Where was he supposed to find so many gnawing rats? Eventually, he had no choice but to halt all other apprentice activities. They spent half the night catching mice in the castle and barely managed to gather half the required amount, having to look elsewhere for the rest. Lynn quickly appreciated the convenience of having a power base. Whether it was magic potion materials or experimental rats, everything was gathered within a few hours. During this time, Lynn revisited all the books about creating the magic source in his secret chamber. Then he took out the crystalline body extracted from the brain of Death's Eye. The crystal appeared completely translucent and dark red, with strange runes and patterns on its surface. Just one glance could leave one eerily entranced, as if one's soul could be sucked into it. According to the scale, it weighed only about 150 grams, quite light. According to Radax notes, preparing one batch of magic source usually required 30 grams of spirit essence. It seemed like a lot, but for experimental purposes it probably wasn't enough. Lynn had to conserve as much as possible, dividing equal parts of the fire lizard, griffin, and Death's Eye spirit essences into already prepared magic potions, creating 3 bottles of magic source in different colors. 5 milliliters as a unit to dose 9 gnawing rats chosen for the experiment, dividing them into 3 groups of 3, each receiving a different magic potion. Perhaps because the doses were too small, after a long wait, there were no effects whatsoever. According to Radax notes, this thing was supposed to work within a few seconds. Lynn could only slowly increase the dose until he administered more than 2 milliliters, at which point 3 of the rodents immediately became restless, began to grow increasingly agitated, and one even attempted to bite through the cage. The rodents had just ingested a magic potion concocted using Death's Eye spirit essence. Lynn recorded all these changes and then proceeded to group the control subjects. For each group of 3 rodents, one was dissected on the spot to record data, one was left as is, and another continued to receive increased doses for. The experiment. 100 rodents might sound like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't enough for a control experiment. Barely a night passed before he almost ran out of materials. The wide experiment table was piled with rodents that had died in various ways, some dissected by him and others that had died directly from an overdose of the magic potion. The rodents that had ingested the Death's Eye magic potion were the most terrifying. After drinking about 5 milliliters, their eyes started to turn blood red. They screamed shrilly and then died suddenly within half a minute without any warning. What alarmed Lynn the most was the feeling of confronting the Death's Eye itself while being stared at by those crimson pupils. However, since he had already killed the main body, Lynn wasn't afraid of a small rodent. He grabbed the last experimental subject and forced it to ingest 5 milliliters of the magic potion, then dissected it live without waiting for it to die. Lynn surprisingly discovered this. In fact, it was normal for all the rodents that had taken a magic potion to exhibit some magic response in their brains. It was a characteristic of magical creatures, signifying the formula was correct. But this rodent was different. The magic response in its brain was too intense, having even reached the level of circlet 1 magic, and could only be described as exaggerated, which was followed by symptoms of brain death. Lynn reviewed Radak's notes, finding only some records of brain death caused by ingesting magic potion, but no mention of the reason for the rodent's crimson eyes and their extreme aggressiveness. This might be due to the specificity of the Death's Eye spirit essence. Of course, this guy was not as humane as Lynn. He conducted experiments directly on human subjects, and many of the missing poor from the Southern District were related to this magic workshop. What Lynn was doing was confirming whether Radak had any schemes in his notes and the potency of the Death's Eye spirit essence. From the earlier state of the rodents that ingested the magic potion, the potency was probably more than 10 times as strong. Such a strong potency made Lynn somewhat concerned. 30 grams of spirit essence was the optimal ratio concluded by the Council's magic potion makers to maximize the effects of the magic source. But too powerful an effect might actually lead to some side effects. The rabid demeanor of the previous rodent also concerned him greatly. After pondering for a long time, Lynn finally decided to create a weakened version of the magic source and have someone test it out. If no side effects appeared, he would then take the magic potion himself. Chapter 123, 110. Untying the Knots. Please subscribe. Chapter 123. Chapter 110. Untying the Knots. Please subscribe. The next day, at noon, Johnny, having received the notice, knocked on the door and only entered after receiving permission. The silver-haired witch gently closed the door and, holding her arcane science notes, asked pertly. Lynn didn't rush into business, but instead looked at Johnny with curiosity and inquired. Ever since arriving in Wizardland, he had done quite a number of things. A far cry from the original Carl, a noble's son who had not studied magic for more than half a year. A hint of hesitation appeared on Johnny's face. She stopped herself from speaking and finally shook her head, saying earnestly, this was also the reason she was willing to trust Lynn and keep his secrets. After all, he had saved her life twice. Lynn nodded, but soon asked another question. Just a few days ago, I received an invitation that mentioned the name Carl, but I never disclosed your identity to anyone else, Johnny said with furrowed brows, convinced of her own words. However, she quickly realized her defense was weak, as she was the only one left who knew his identity. The silver-haired witch bit her lip, but couldn't think of any way to prove her innocence. I know it wasn't you, Lynn said, unsurprised. He trusted Johnny. Firstly, because of the camaraderie established on their escape route, and secondly, in the town of the seaport, she had been willing to risk her life to break him out of prison. Plus, with their interests bound together, the possibility of betrayal was minuscule. I'm just worried that someone might deduce something from what you've said, Lynn explained before asking Johnny about the people she had met recently, and when she had spoken of the past events in the Sika's empire. The silver-haired witch recalled and spoke. In the 2 months since arriving in Wizardland, she seldom went out and only talked about it with the apprentices from the Ieta Academy, and that was after being pestered into saying a few words. Moreover, it was all premeditated dialogues planned on the Miss Sea that after Crow was captured, under Lynn's leadership, they barely broke through the church's pursuit. Except for the 2 of them, everyone else fell to the church's chase. After careful inquiry, Lynn had no choice but to give up on finding clues from Johnny, as there were no slips in her words. "By the way, there's another important matter for which I called you here," Lynn said as he took out a bottle of dark red magic potion and placed it on the table. Johnny asked curiously. Lynn said word by word. The expression on the silver-haired witch's face turned to utter surprise. She looked at Lynn and then back at the dark red magic source on the table. The magic potion before her was undoubtedly something any apprentice would greatly desire. It was proof of advancement to a full-fledged wizard. Lynn inquired. Johnny was different from him. Before entering the wizard land, she had studied magic with Crow for 4 years, and with her talent, she was probably already very close to advancing. Initially, Lynn planned to find an apprentice in Radak's manor to conduct experiments, but then he thought it would be too wasteful. Although this magic source was a weakened version with only 10 grams of Death's Eye spirit essence added as a catalyst, according to his calculations, the effects should still be significantly stronger than those made with ordinary materials. It would not be right to assist an apprentice in advancing and then eliminate them for the sake of secrecy, would it? The wizard apprentices at the manor, while having done plenty of dirty work for Radak, held no grudges with him. It was not worth committing such acts. Not to mention, a portion of Death's Eye spirit essence is extremely precious. After several experiments and brewing 2 magic potions, there was only less than 50 grams left, which had to be used sparingly. Another point was that switching the target to Johnny would make handling her identity issue much easier afterward. As long as the witch applies for graduation after some time, and he approves it with a simple procedure, she could become an officially recognized wizard by the council. This magic potion is slightly different. I brewed it myself. The effects should be more potent than those distributed by the council, and the chances of advancement are higher, but I can't be 100% certain. Lynn very succinctly laid out the pros and cons, not intending to deceive her into taking the potion. However, Johnny's attention wasn't on that. She didn't inquire about the so-called side effects. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly asked. Lynn fell silent, not responding. The title of Wizard Apprentice would be stripped from him starting tomorrow. But sometimes, silence is an answer in itself. Johnny immediately realized she had guessed correctly, and the doubts in her heart dissipated. These past days, what puzzled her the most was Lynn's excessively rapid promotion speed. If Lynn truly possessed 3-ring magic, then the so-called prodigy of the wizard land, the star of magic, August, would not even be fit to tie his shoes. But now it seems they were both merely wizard apprentices, and Lynn must have relied on other means to unleash powerful magic. This wasn't impossible, such as her own use of Magic Hand, with which she could cast 5th-level 1-ring spells up to 5 times a day. If Lynn had gained the favor of a great wizard or even a legendary wizard within the secret magic society and received a few alchemical items capable of executing 3-ring spells, that would be quite normal. Upon this realization, Johnny picked up the magic source from the table and, trusting Lynn, drank it down without hesitation. In comparison to the minimal risk of side effects, she valued more the increased chance of advancement that Lynn spoke of. Not a single apprentice would dare claim they could surely transcend this formidable threshold. Even a slight improvement was deemed important. Lynn watched closely for any changes in Johnny. The second most important reason he sought someone for experimentation was to see what the promotion process was actually like and whether there would be something in it that he could emulate. Chapter 124, 111 I call it, Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Subscribe, please. Chapter 124, Chapter 111 I call it, Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Subscribe, please. The moment Johnny drank the magic potion, a strong wave of magic power surfaced around him, as if the magic power within his body began to boil. Then the witch's expression gradually turned painful. She closed her eyes, and beads of sweat seeped from her forehead as if she was struggling. Lynn watched her nervously, not daring to disturb Johnny, who was still in the midst of his breakthrough and unable to help. He could only wait quietly for the effects of the magic potion to wear off. About 3 minutes later, the surge of magical energy around him subsided, and Johnny slowly opened his eyes, his body swaying, nearly falling to the ground. Lynn reached out to steady Johnny and quickly asked. The silver-haired witch didn't answer but stretched out her hand, and several burning fireballs appeared around her, continuously revolving around her body. Casting spells without any materials was a sign of a true wizard. A captivating smile spread across Johnny's face, like a child who had found his favorite toy. After extinguishing the fireballs, he began to experiment with other magics. Flames, frost, poison mist. This felt completely different from the routine material-based spellcasting. Jumping from apprentice to a full-fledged wizard was a qualitative leap. Lynn could understand the witch's excitement, so he didn't rush to ask questions, only speaking when she seemed tired from playing. How do you feel? Any discomfort? If you're asking about obstacles, Johnny pondered for a while, then suddenly frowned and said, It's just that the magic potion you brewed tasted terrible. Lynn was clearly stunned for a moment, his face showing an expression caught between laughing and crying. After teasing Lynn a bit, the silver-haired witch stopped joking and detailed her experience after taking the potion. The main effects were remodeling the body and enhancing the mind, coupled with severe pain, unbearable at times, but it would be fine as long as one could endure. As for the so-called side effects, she hadn't noticed any at all. As for the breakthrough itself, it was a tremendously liberating feeling. Johnny racked his brains at a loss for the right adjective. Having learned about the breakthrough process from Johnny, Lynn also felt reassured, at least knowing that the recipe for the magic potion was correct. Nevertheless, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Lynn didn't choose to undergo his breakthrough at Aida Academy, but sent Johnny away and returned to Radak's secret chamber. This place was very secluded, with no need to worry about anyone disturbing him. Lynn took out a perfectly formulated magic source and gulped it down. The dark red liquid flowed down his throat. As soon as it entered his mouth, Lynn understood why Johnny had said the magic potion was nasty because, indeed, the taste was indescribable. Despite not feeling any heat when holding the potion bottle, drinking it felt like a thick, molten lava was being poured directly into his mouth. Then his body began to experience waves of bone-piercing, tingling, and burning sensation, as if he was in a furnace. But it wasn't his body being scorched. It was his soul. Lynn's body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth grinding noisily, veins popping all over his body. His face flushed red, and fine sweat continuously broke out from his forehead. Although he had already anticipated the terror of the magic potion, he hadn't expected the effect to be so domineering and fierce. An inexplicable force kept eroding his body until it finally surged straight into his brain. In that instant, his brain seemed to explode, and Lynn briefly lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, he found his body had appeared in another place. Before him lay a boundless sea, and he was standing right above the surface, swaying with the rolling waves. As he realized this, Lynn's body sank down, and the surging seawater squeezed him from all sides. But before he could react, a sticky something lifted him up. Looking down, Lynn saw it was a giant tentacle that had propped him, and below on the surface of the sea, a ferocious, enormous figure had already emerged, exuding a suffocating might. The creature's crimson eyes were fixed on him, filled with anger and hatred. Death's eye. The moment Lynn locked eyes with Death's eye, his body froze as if plunged into an ice-cold cellar. And then he felt the tentacle enveloping him squeeze violently, and his body was actually burst open by the force. Blood splattered onto the sea surface, and his flesh and dismembered body fell into the ocean, quickly dissolving without a trace. However, the next second, Lynn's body reappeared above the sea. He realized he was currently in the world of consciousness. Perhaps the magic potion he had just taken had stimulated the power too perfectly, potent enough for Death's eye to directly materialize in his mind. As he thought this, the sea water beneath him churned relentlessly, as another tentacle whipped up from below the surface toward him. This time, however, Lynn flew up into the air, Imagining many helium atoms lifting his body, he directly hovered hundreds of meters in the sky. Although dying wouldn't really kill him, the pain was no less real. More and more tentacles rose from below the sea, twisting madly and changing into various shapes as if there was no limit to their length, looking to entangle Lin in the sky and drag him down to drown in the deep sea. Shit! Lin cursed inwardly. Deaths, I actually thought its tentacles were really that long. After increasing his altitude to dodge another tentacle strike, Lin materialized hundreds of human-sized white phosphorus fireballs around him, hurling them at Death's eye, turning the entire sea surface into a sea of fire. The furious sea beast roared endlessly. Its huge body and the tentacles exposed on the sea surface were soon covered in flames. However, this level of attack was far from enough. Not only Lin wouldn't die in the sea of consciousness, the thoroughly enraged Death's eye roared and cried out, and its 100-meter-long body actually leaped out of the sea, soaring into the sky. Lin was completely stunned, and then he realized that his thinking was too rational and not bold enough. In this peculiar space, perhaps he could try things that were impossible in the real world. Lin raised both hands high, continuously creating hydrogen atoms with his left hand, while his right palm bore a large number of anti-hydrogen atoms. He bound them together with magnetic force inside two massive magic power spheres, and then threw them together at the charging Death's eye. Chapter 125, 112, Breaking Through to Official Wizard. Please subscribe. Chapter 125, Chapter 112, Breaking Through to Official Wizard. Please subscribe. The so-called antimatter, as the name implies, is the anti-state of normal matter. When matter and antimatter meet, they annihilate each other, causing an explosion and generating tremendous energy. Its power lies in the fact that the mass-energy conversion rate produced by annihilation approaches almost 100%, 7%. In the face of the force of matter-antimatter annihilation, so-called nuclear energy is not even worth mentioning. The incoming eye of Death immediately felt this life-threatening crisis. It was not just the extinction of the body, but also the obliteration of the soul. Countless tentacles, like columns of heaven, lashed out, yet the two magic spheres had already collided. Time and space seemed to have stalled. In front of Lin, there was nothing but endless light and heat. It was a radiance tens of thousands of times more blinding than the sun, generating heat that could only be calculated in the billions of billions. All things lost their meaning under such a terrifying burst of energy. The massive eye of Death and endless sea pillar-like tentacles were obliterated in a tenth of a second. What followed was the entire ocean. The seabed rose swiftly, and billions of tons of seawater were vaporized in an instant. The energy waves and high-energy rays produced by the explosion spread in all directions, and the whole space trembled violently, until a faint sound arose within the space, and despite being drowned out by the intense explosions, it reached Lin's ears with astonishing precision, like a voice heard by the soul. It was the consciousness space shattering. Fine cracks spread like a spiderweb. But this was also Lin's last thought. The terrifying energy wave had already rushed toward him. There was no pain in the process because the obliteration of the body happened in an instant. The vast consciousness space was completely shattered by the impact of the energy wave, and the residual energy merged into Lin's body. The formidable barrier that had hindered the growth of magic power was now easily breached, as if it were made of paper. Lin felt every cell in his body cheering and leaping for joy as his total magic power surged rapidly. His brain became incredibly clear, and although it wasn't as enhanced as it would be in overload mode, his computing power had also increased by several times. Elements became more distinct in his perception, allowing him to manipulate them at will. If before he needed the help of the smart brain to release spells like white phosphorus, flame demon hand, or liquid nitrogen, frost domain, now he could rely entirely on his own power to cast these spells. and the growth of his magic power was still continuing, even skipping over the second barrier directly. He went from an apprentice to the level of a second-ring wizard. Lin sensed briefly, and his magic power storage had increased more than tenfold compared to before. The power of the Eye of Death is evident. My physical fitness has also improved, Lin said as he clenched his fist and tried jumping a few times, feeling that his body's cells had been demonized to some extent. However, the ratio of demonization was not high. This was probably not a unique benefit to him. When he was conducting the dual sphere experiment before, he noticed that the wizards moving the wooden spheres seemed stronger than one another. It took Lin 10 minutes to adapt to the various forms of magic, and his heart, which he had been carrying all this time, finally relaxed. After entering the wizard land, his biggest worry was having his apprentice identity exposed, but now this greatest weakness had been covered. No one could question his identity anymore. Next was the time to see if Locta's conjecture was correct. Lin flipped through his notes and quickly found the records about spiritual magic. Soul Scream, Blood and Flesh Reorganization, Rotten Body, Necromancy Control. Soul Scream was undoubtedly the spiritual magic Lin was most familiar with, but without a target to attack, he couldn't verify its actual effect. And as for methods like Blood and Flesh Reorganization and Rotten Body, which were used to create zombies, he had no intention of dealing with that sort of thing. When he saw the records related to Necromancy Control, Lin suddenly had an idea and asked in his mind. Expected to consume 1% of the energy to maintain the energy body, no problem, go ahead, Lin said without hesitation. As having become a formal wizard, he was no longer so concerned about the energy reserves in the smart brain. After all, it wasn't needed daily, and it could be saved up gradually. After Lin spoke, a wispy blue glow drifted out from his body, gradually taking shape about a meter away from him. It was a 13 or 14-year-old girl, her form spectral and shifting like ripples on water. Since she was also a spiritual being, the girl's body appeared much more substantial to Lin compared to the chubby apprentice or the seriously soul-wounded Radak, to the point where he could distinguish her features and the clothes she wore. Lin cautiously called out. His premonition had not been wrong. The unknown energy body collected by the smart brain was indeed her soul, without a doubt. The girl slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with bewilderment and confusion. Her consciousness seemed still trapped at the moment of her death, muttering something under her breath. "I don't want to die." Lin read the meaning Bai Gu wanted to express. His face took on a hint of helplessness. The teenage girl then seemed to snap back to reality, huddling fearfully and looking around at the unfamiliar space. When she saw Lin, she seemed to find a pillar of strength and instinctively floated towards him, reaching out to grasp the hem of his robe. However, the motion missed its mark, her ethereal hand passing right through his clothing. Bai Gu was evidently startled for a moment. Then she noticed something strange about her body. It was transparent and ghostly. It was then she realized she had died. Fear and confusion appeared on the girl's face, her eyes welling up with glistening tears, which would have long since fallen had she still been alive. Ahem. Actually, it's not quite right to say you're dead. It's more like you've just changed the way you live, Lin said in an especially gentle attempt to comfort her. Unfortunately, his comfort had no effect whatsoever. Bai Ge's tearful eyes immediately began to overflow, but before the tears could hit the ground, they turned into specks of light that dissipated in the air. The sound of her crying was intermittent and unstable, sending chills down one's spine. Lin instantly felt overwhelmed. He was the least adept at comforting others, let alone a ghost. In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly tell Bai Gu that her body was actually still around, and that once he figured out how to stuff a soul back into a body, there was a chance she could be brought back to life. Chapter 126, 113. We might all be treated as knife wielders. Please subscribe. Chapter 126, Chapter 113. We might all be treated as knife wielders. Please subscribe. Under Lin's not-so-impressive consolations, Bai Gu finally stopped crying and then looked at him eagerly, with a pitiful appearance. Lin stepped closer, placed his hand on Bai Ji's head, and then infiltrated her spiritual body with his spiritual power. This was exactly the method of using spiritual witchcraft, necromancy control. A terrified expression instantly appeared on the girl's face. She could feel something seeping into her body, instinctively wanting to resist or flee, but remembering Lin's instructions, Bai Gu endured it, just closing her eyes in resignation to her fate. This feeling was very strange. Once the casting was completed, Lin immediately discovered that he seemed to have gained another body that he could control at will. With a thought, the ghostly girl beside him raised her hand and then spun around on the spot a few times. At this moment, Bai Gu also realized she had lost control of her body. Having studied spiritual magic, she naturally understood what was happening and immediately stared at Lin with a deeply resentful gaze, looking like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Lin, who had originally planned to weigh the girl's spiritual body, had no choice but to stop. However, the moment he relinquished control, Bai Gu transformed into a faint blue light and shot directly into his body. The intelligent brain system's prompt tone rang out again. Special energy body absorbed can be converted into 12% energy reserve. Lin quickly replied, then couldn't help but laugh and cry at the situation. Bai Gu had chosen to return to the intelligent brain's reserve quite to avoid his experiment, not realizing that it was the most dangerous place for her. Does this mean the intelligent brain has become Bai Ji's spiritual anchor? Lin immediately thought of this possibility. Since soul bodies are not able to exist independently without a physical body, even a third circle wizard like Radak had to create a soul container for himself. But the current situation might be better described as bondage. Let's name this energy soul power, Lin mused aloud. Information has been loaded into the database. Although the spiritual body experiment had just begun and already ended, Lin still managed to obtain some information. Firstly, as Radak had guessed, the magic potion made with the Eye of Death could indeed turn someone into a spiritualist. Secondly, spiritual magic, a power beyond his understanding, was very odd and strong, but also extremely dangerous to use. For instance, while controlling a spiritual body, if Bai Gu made any resistant movements, he would have to use more soul power to suppress her. Otherwise, he might lose control of the spiritual body, and he himself would suffer significant backlash. This was probably the reason why Lakta didn't dare to control too many corpse ghosts at once back in the secret chamber. Therefore, compared to the ability to control the undead, Lin was more interested in another usage of this spell, controlling creatures with weak soul power. While at the port town, Bai Gu had once controlled a flock of gray crows to gather intelligence, which could be considered a bug-level ability for information gathering. The only drawback was that controlling creatures also dispersed his own attention, somewhat like playing a game while controlling multiple units. Having too many would inevitably affect the control over each unit. Lin continued to flip through Radak's notes. Although he had no intention of using some of the more harmful spiritual magic, only by fully understanding them could he know how to counter them when encountered. In the following days, after completing his promotion, Lin focused all his energy on solidifying spell slots, especially protective spells, to boost his strength as much as possible. Lin certainly had no intention of keeping that promise, as they had yet to settle the score with the skyship incident. However, developments took an unexpected turn. Before he could do anything, Barbara and Hank had already come knocking on his door. Inside Radak's mansion, Lin asked with surprise after listening to the two's complaints. Hank nodded, in line with what they had agreed upon before. After the hunting operation was over, North was supposed to pay him 1,000 magic gold coins as a reward, along with a portion of the dissected tissue from the corpse ghost's body. It had nearly been 3 days, however, and there had been no action from the other side. The apprentice he sent to urge them even reported that North was nowhere to be found in the manor or the base outside Harbor Town. This couldn't help but lead him to some unpleasant speculation. North probably has no intention of paying us, said Barbara angrily. In her view, it was certain that North had sustained heavy losses during the corpse ghost hunt and decided to simply default by continuously dragging things out. Their visit to Lin this time was to unite their front and create trouble during the promotion ceremony of Crimson Thorn the day after tomorrow. Lin looked at the two in front of him with a bizarre expression. He was quite worried when he first heard about this organization, given the sheer size of Crimson Thorn and the complex composition of its members. But now, it seems to be in complete disarray, with each member fending for themselves. After North went to such lengths, he ended up with only the blown-to-pieces body of the corpse ghost and was forced to part with some of the blood midway, no doubt harboring resentment. Lin was naturally pleased to see such a situation and would be even happier if they outright turned against each other. With this in mind, Lin began to fan the flames. The matter is probably not so simple. I think you all remember how much North valued that blood, going as far as to pay any price. He must be eager to use it for something, doing something behind all of our backs. As he spoke, even Lin himself paused, suddenly feeling doubtful, because he suddenly realized that his analysis seemed to make a lot of sense. North was too generous, extravagant to an absurd degree. For instance, North was willing to pay several times the market price to purchase the high-grade magic crystal cannon that Barbara had acquired. That was a total of 4,000 magic gold coins, more than what many third-ring wizards had in their entire fortunes. And about the corpse ghost spiritual essence, although Radak was the only one among them who knew how to create magic sources, once North handed it over, he didn't show any further concern. Barbara and Hank exchanged a glance, their pupils revealing an unsettled and suspicious look. To risk one's entire fortune as a third-ring wizard, there could only be one thing. P.S. Angel has only 5 days of holiday for national celebrations. I have to work today, so there will be only 2 updates. Chapter 127, 104 are the Wizards of the Secret Magic Society. Crazy. Chapter 127. Chapter 104 are the Wizards of the Secret Magic Society. Crazy? Barbara said in shock, soon followed by a hint of longing appearing on her face. No doubt, it was the dream of every third-ring wizard. There were thousands of official wizards in the wizard land, but only a few dozen had ever become grand wizards. But the question was how? By relying on the blood of Death's eye? This is just our speculation, Hank said, a bit more rational. If promotion were that easy, they wouldn't have been stuck as third-ring wizards for so many years. Speculation or not, I'm going to find North and get to the bottom of it, Barbara said with emotion. North, like them, had ordinary talent and no hope of breaking through to Grand Wizard in this lifetime. If the other party could advance by this method, then surely she could as well. Lin scoffed. Barbara's face turned ashen. According to Hank, North was now nowhere to be found, likely hiding from them and secretly planning something. What worried her even more was that by the time she found him, North might have already completed his breakthrough, putting them at an absolute disadvantage. Perhaps we can find some help. Hank thought of a malicious plan. There was more than 1 or 2 third-ring wizards who aspired to become grand wizards. In a sense, they had many allies. If North was so secretive, perhaps the method he used for promotion wasn't entirely legitimate. They could threaten North with revealing his method to everyone in the wizard land unless he shared it with them, or else let their confidants spread the news everywhere. For a method of promotion that might exist, Hank and Barbara were devising cunning plans, even with a hint of madness. Hearing this, Lin broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes showing a faint tinge of pity towards the two. Although Hank and Barbara were esteemed third-ring wizards at this moment, they were almost no different from those apprentices who risked their lives for the chance to become an official wizard. But such was the harsh world of wizards, where every level of hierarchy symbolized power and privilege. After agreeing on various methods to press North for answers and setting a temporary alliance, Hank and Barbara could hardly wait to take their leave. They were both eager to go back and study the vial of blood they had obtained at the Mist Sea to figure out what was so special about it. After the two left, Lin thoughtfully took out a bottle containing a dark green liquid. In the past few days, he had naturally done some research on the blood of Death's eye, but the results were quite bad. The power contained in this blood was very strange, with a strong rejection property. It couldn't be used for shaping magic potions at all. The rodents that ingested the blood directly died mysteriously within just a few seconds, and even dissection of their bodies revealed no cause of death. Lynn suddenly remembered that North once mentioned that this blood was used in a certain alchemy array. Perhaps he could start from there. While conducting his secret studies, Lynn did not forget that he was still a professor with classes to teach. In fact, his one-week vacation had already ended. Facing the newly resumed advanced mathematics course, the wizard apprentices were both expectant and headachy. During the break period from the advanced mathematics course, they had all been working on the homework Lynn had left for them, which contained all sorts of strange and peculiar problems. For instance, a wizard who had a number of chickens and rabbits in a cage. The heads counted up to 35, and the feet counted up to 94. How many chickens and rabbits were in the cage? Or another example, where a wizard spent 10 silver coins to buy a camel beast, sold it for 12 silver coins, then spent 15 silver coins to buy it back, and finally sold it to another person for 20 silver coins. How much did he earn in the end? Besides these, there were other conundrums like the snail that rested on a tree after running a while, a frog that kept sliding back down as it tried to leap out of a well, the carpenter who couldn't figure out which keys fit which locks, and calculating the area of the shade where two squares intersected, and so on. Alok really couldn't comprehend how Lynn's mind worked, why it would come up with so many weird problems. And had those wizards from the secret magic society lost their minds too? Why keep chickens and rabbits together in one cage, and then determine their numbers by counting heads and feet? If they had that much free time, they might as well have separated them already. Very good. It seems like you've all grasped it quite well, Lynn said after briefly looking over the homework he had collected. Although there were many problems, they were all rooted in the most basic knowledge of solving equations and geometry. It was just that the variety of problems was quite broad. These were classic problems he had searched for from his intelligent brain. It had to be said, the wizard apprentices' minds were much more capable than those of ordinary people. Alok, Johnny, and the others, deservedly elite class students, had already mastered the basics within just 2 months. The apprentices, upon hearing Lynn's words of praise, couldn't help but show joy on their faces, especially Pierce. As one of the longest enrolled apprentices at the academy, his magic power was already brimming. He was forced to stay in the academy because he lacked talent in elements, alchemy, magic potions, and shaping science. But advanced mathematics was different. Although his talent was not as good as Alok's or Johnny's, it was still much better than that of the others. This might be his only hope for graduation. An excited Pierce inquired. "You're far from done. So far, you've only learned the most basic of the basics," Lynn said, shaking his head and speaking with a mix of laughter and helplessness. "This is still basic?" Alok, Pierce, and the others couldn't quite believe it. They thought they had learned everything that could be learned. After all, they now mastered a variety of calculation methods, such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation, and square roots. They could also precisely calculate the length, width, height, and surface area of various complex objects, and knew exactly how many days it would take for that lazy snail to climb onto the wall and how many jumps the frog needed to escape the well. And they could clearly calculate the weird problem of the chickens and rabbits in the same cage. What else was there to learn? Lynn asked with a smile. Lynn's signature smile sent a shiver down the spines of the apprentices present, and his words left them even more puzzled. The only thing they recognized was the triangle in trigonometry. Chapter 128, 105. This is the power of the combination of Olympiad mathematics and magic. Chapter 128. Chapter 105. This is the power of the combination of Olympiad mathematics and magic. Alok asked weakly. If it was just about mental exercise, Alok thought arithmetic operations, extracting square roots, and solving equations were enough, which were already tormenting enough. Deborah exclaimed. The gathering of wizard apprentices also looked expectantly at Lynn, vividly remembering the terrifying ice magic he had used on the training ground before. Merely the aftermath of the magic was enough to almost freeze their arms off. It was said to be a spell personally modified by Professor Lin. Lydia pouted and kicked the table in frustration because, among everyone, she was the only one who couldn't learn magic. Lin nodded, then motioned everyone to leave the classroom for the more spacious outdoors. Once everyone was in position, Lin looked towards the Tower of Whistling and then raised his hand to start calculating. "What is the professor planning to do?" Alok quietly asked. Piers curled his lip, as the Tower of Whistling was a landmark of Yaida Harbor, not something you could just dismantle on a whim. But seeing Lin's serious demeanor, Piers became somewhat uncertain. Under everyone's watchful eye, 12 magic missiles appeared around Lin, and then with a whoosh, they sped towards the Tower of Whistling. Seeing that Lin had used only magic missiles, those present felt somewhat disappointed, but still watched the path of the missiles intently. Was he aiming at the top of the tower? Alok looked up, but unexpectedly, the trajectory of the 12 missiles formed a parabola that sailed over the tower's peak, dozens of meters high, and then fell downwards, finally disappearing from view. The field plunged into a deathly silence, with everyone sporting odd expressions, and both Alok and Deborah covering their mouths to keep from laughing aloud. It must have been a mistake. It absolutely had to be a mistake, right? Professor Lin, that was just a demonstration, right? Johnny kindly interjected, ensuring Lin wasn't too embarrassed. However, Lin's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the apprentices struggling to hold in their laughter, particularly Alok and Deborah, who were at the front row, and casually said, "Right away, Professor." Alok struggled to contain himself and, after receiving Lin's order, immediately started running, not letting out his laughter until he was out of Lin's sight. Deborah laughed along with him. It was impossible to help. Usually, Professor Lin acted so serene, as if everything was under control, but to have such a mishap in teaching today was just too amusing. "We better hurry up. We don't want to keep the professor waiting," Alok said, speeding up after his laugh. He felt that the magic missile released by the professor was certainly not that simple, and it was just a mishap. He still wanted to see what it would be like when arcane knowledge was combined with magic. The training ground was far from the classrooms of the arcane subjects, located at the corner of the entire academy premises for safety reasons, to prevent any magical accidents. When the two arrived at the training ground, they were surprised to find that many people were already gathered there. As they squeezed in, they immediately froze, because in front of them was a whole row of headless training dummies. 12, exactly 12, Deborah counted, and then a ridiculously absurd idea suddenly popped into her head. "We don't know either." Daka also wore a puzzled expression. From a Scot, Alok quickly pressed on. Daka pointed behind him. Alok and Deborah exchanged looks, and their expressions immediately changed because right behind them was the towering Tower of Whistling. Could it be that Professor Lin, from the front of the arcane subject classroom, across an entire tower building, spanning hundreds of meters in distance, without any line of sight, had precisely hit the training dummies located in the training ground? How is that possible? Daka and others who had gathered at the training ground asked, noticing the astonished expressions on both of their faces. "If I'm not mistaken, this is probably the work of Professor Lin." Alok swallowed, somewhat in disbelief. It was only then that the two of them realized that Lin hadn't intended for them to move the training dummies for magic experiments, but was showing off the effects with these damaged dummies. Meanwhile, Lydia and others waiting in front of the classroom were getting impatient. What were Alok and Deborah doing? It was just a matter of fetching a few training dummies. Why hadn't they returned yet? Could they be intending to see the professor make a fool of himself? That was too mean, Piers mused quietly to himself, yet couldn't help but crack a slight smile, considering how the professor always liked to challenge them with odd arcane problems. Just then, Piers saw Alok and Deborah approaching with Daka and a few others, each carrying a couple of headless training dummies, which looked particularly horrifying. Without waiting for them to ask, Deborah immediately walked up to Lin, asking with incredible curiosity, "Professor Lin, how did you manage to do it?" Piers couldn't help but interject. Alok had no intention of keeping them in suspense and quickly recounted what they had seen at the training ground. Daka and the others also chipped in boisterously about how they were practicing magic when a magic missiles dropped from the sky and knocked off the dummies' heads. Chapter 129, 116 Lin. There's not much time left. Let's get down to business. Please subscribe. Chapter 129, Chapter 116 Lin. There's not much time left. Let's get down to business. Please subscribe. After hearing the accounts of several people, Pierce and the others couldn't quite believe their ears and even wondered if Alok was pulling their legs. The classroom for mathematical magic was a whole 600 meters away from the training ground, separated by the tower of whistling that was tens of meters high. Could it really hit the target from such a distance? But the 12 training dummies that had their heads knocked off and the testimony of Daka and others told them that it was all true. The perplexed apprentices could only turn to Lin, waiting for his explanation. During his time as a professor, he had already used his intellectual brain to record the location of every site within the Yetta Academy, so he was very clear about the position information of each training dummy. All he needed to do was to construct the corresponding parabolic trajectory equation and make minor adjustments according to variables like wind speed. Lin added. Alok and the others involuntarily shrank their necks. None of them wanted to be walking one day, only to have a giant fireball fall from the sky and land on their heads. It was simply too horrifying, not even knowing how one had died. Tick, who had been listening all the while, asked in surprise. You could say that. Lin shrugged his shoulders. It was a good pretext for why he had taken a week off without explanation. Deborah raised her hand eagerly, filled with curiosity. Since you all want to learn so badly, at the end of this month, I will organize a mathematical magic examination. If anyone can answer all the questions correctly, then I will make an exception and teach them this improved magic, and even allow them to apply for graduation ahead of time. Lin offered, enticing the apprentices with prospects. However, his words weren't meant to deceive. He didn't expect these wizard apprentices to master very profound mathematical knowledge. As long as they could learn most of the elementary and middle school knowledge thoroughly, they could apply for graduation. After all, they could continue to study in depth after becoming official wizards. In fact, the examination was also a convenience for Johnny's promotion, as she had become an official wizard and should acquire her status as soon as possible. With the dual incentives of improved magic and graduation application, the wizard apprentices showed an unimaginable enthusiasm, attending classes more attentively than ever. Pierce was even more thrilled. Lin's promise undoubtedly represented the only chance for someone of his mediocre talent to advance to being an official wizard. Next, we will continue to explain the content related to the Cartesian coordinate system, all very basic knowledge. Lin said, extending his hand and drawing a cross in the air with his magic power as he began to speak at length. After the advanced mathematics class ended, Alok and others walked out of the classroom deep in thought or with a blank expression, their minds filled with terms like absolute value, first quadrant, second quadrant, x-axis, y-axis from this point to that point. Pierce glanced at the content in his notes, feeling as if he had understood it and at the same time not quite grasped it completely, ready to ponder it further after returning home. Please wait, Lord Tick. Lin called out to Tick, who was about to leave, after packing up his teaching materials. Tick stopped in his tracks, and, after a pause, he spoke again. The concept of a coordinate system you mentioned in class is very interesting. It seems to be able to pinpoint any object within a space precisely, but I don't know which master or perhaps legendary wizard came up with this idea. Compared to the other apprentices who were only focused on superficial knowledge, Tick was very aware of the importance of this concept. He guessed that Lin was able to hit the dummies from hundreds of meters away, even bypassing the entire tower of whistling, probably using this kind of knowledge. That was a concept proposed by a master named Descartes. Lin replied with a smile, answering casually. Descartes. If only I could have the honor of meeting these masters who have researched arcane mathematics, Tick said wistfully. The more he delved into the subject, the more amazed he was by its depth. Tick laughed heartily. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin took the opportunity to ask about alchemy. At this, Tick's brow furrowed slightly, but he went on to explain. Tick spoke succinctly, revealing no desire to elaborate. 100 years ago, when Wizardland was loosely managed, the methods of advancement different schools used were diverse and often led to many tragedies that no one wanted to see. This also concerned a scandal that the Wizard Council did not want to mention and involved the evil mage Merc. Tick did not want to dwell too much on such knowledge. Lin picked up on this and swiftly changed the subject to inquire about the arrangement and deciphering of alchemical formations. This time, Tick did not hold back and patiently explained it to Lin. The two of them chatted all the way to the professor's lounge. Upon seeing a silver-haired witch waiting at the door, Tick's face showed a pleased smile. "I think I'll head back by myself, Professor Lin." Tick raised an eyebrow and said teasingly. Seeing Tick's expression, Lin realized that there must have been a misunderstanding, but before he could explain, Tick had already tactfully turned and left. Lin shook his head, opened the room, and invited the witch inside before he began to inquire. The silver-haired witch shook her head, looking puzzled at Lin. "Why do you ask?" "No, nothing's wrong. I was just asking." Lin shook his head. It looked like the magic potion that Johnny had taken wasn't strong enough to make the Eye of Death take notice in the sea of consciousness. Lin urged, looking at the witch. Chapter 130-117. The Ascension Ceremony of the Crimson Thorn. Please subscribe. Chapter 130. Chapter 117. The Ascension Ceremony of the Crimson Thorn. Please subscribe. Under Lin's persistent urging, Johnny nodded, hurriedly took out the notebook cradled in his arms, flipped to the latest page, and pointed to the problem on it before asking, "Professor, I still don't quite understand the Cartesian coordinate system you mentioned today, especially this question. To determine the distance between 2 points, you need to use the Pythagorean theorem we talked about before. You can mark the difference in the x and y coordinates on the axis, then connect them with a line, and now you have 2 right triangles joined together. This brings us back to a problem of geometry." Lin explained the problem-solving approach to Johnny in a simple and clear manner. By serious business, naturally, he meant giving private lessons. After all, Lin had previously promised that as long as one could pass the exams, he would advocate for their graduation in the name of a professor. To avoid too many passing and a large number of applications being rejected by the council, the content of the exam was, of course, made as difficult as possible. However, this difficulty was limited. It wouldn't include points not taught, and most of the questions would just be a tad tougher. To ensure Johnny could answer all questions correctly, private tutoring was indispensable. Although this might be a bit unfair to other students, seeking extra help from a professor was not something to hide. Lin had never forbidden other apprentices from asking him questions. It was just that Johnny asked more and in more depth. 2 hours passed in a flash, and Johnny closed her notebook, looked up at Lin, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance, Professor." The girl's cheeks were tinged with a light blush, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin, seemingly completely immersed in the academic exchange they just had. Lin shook his head. No matter how earlier, it was only by half a year at most. Johnny gave him a look and understood why those from regular classes looked at them with envy and jealousy. Such a gap in talent was simply despairing. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Professor. See you tomorrow," said Johnny as she gathered her notes, filled with answers and problem-solving strategies, preparing to leave. Lin stood up and escorted the witch to the door. Before leaving, the silver-haired witch glanced at Lin's left hand, which opened the door, and said with a hint of emotion. Lin paused, then followed Johnny's gaze, looking down to see Radak's ring of the Faceless on his left ring finger. Crow was also a member of the Faceless. Lin was greatly surprised. This was completely unexpected, but he kept his composure. He was very fond of that ring. Johnny shook her head. She only knew that Crow had worn this ring since the time he took her as his apprentice. She speculated it must be a powerful alchemy tool, but had never seen it used in her presence. After the silver-haired witch left, Lin closed the room door and looked at the ring of the Faceless in his hand. Could it be that his own identity was revealed by Crow? But wasn't that guy captured by the Holy See and taken to the Holy City? It was a stroke of luck not to be tortured and burned at the stake. The chances of escaping were next to nothing. Or perhaps Crow had mentioned himself to someone before he was captured by the church. Lynn suddenly thought of the words once mentioned by one of the attendees at a meeting of the Faceless. Could this number 4 be referring to his mentor Crow? The following evening, in the southern district of Yaida Harbor, a luxurious estate was before them, and a caravan of camels slowed to a stop at the entrance. Lynn, who had disguised himself as Radak, emerged from the carriage. Naturally, he was there to attend that so-called ascension ceremony. Joining Lynn were Radak's 15 apprentices, including Bach, Patty, and others, who were both excited and hopeful, dreaming of being chosen to skyrocket to the dignity of a full-fledged wizard. A brawny guard opened the tightly shut iron gate, inviting him in with great respect. Lynn, leading his group of apprentices, stepped through the gates of the estate, following a path paved with cobblestones towards the interior of the manor. Behind them, the brawny guard had already closed the iron gate again, his gaze full of a mocking expression as he watched them, but he did not notice the dozens of tiny all-black rodents that silently slipped into the estate amidst the crowd. Their small size did not easily attract attention, and besides them, there were also several crows and even more elusive geckos. While they weren't particularly combative, they could serve as his eyes, observing the layout of the entire estate and the surrounding environment. If needed, the liquid bombs they carried might come in handy as well. After passing through a long corridor, Lynn and the others arrived at the manor's banquet hall, which was quite spacious, with a long table filled with various delicate foods and desserts. At this point, the banquet hall had already gathered many guests, perhaps 100 or 200 people by rough estimation. Most of them were apprentices, but there were also many established wizards, Barbara and Hank included. Lynn even spotted the Yaida Harbor sheriff, Leah. Their faces held varying degrees of smiles as they conversed with one another, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. On the stage in the center of the hall, a manservant dressed in a tailcoat was performing an elegant jazz dance, while pretty maids holding silver platters were ready to serve drinks and meals to the guests at any time. Hank spotted Lynn as soon as he entered and walked over, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. In the past few days, Lynn had also tried to use crows to find traces of North, but to no avail. Barbara said with certainty. No sooner had Barbara spoken than North, clad in a gray wizard's robe, appeared before them. Chapter 131, 118. You are destroying the foundation of our rights. Please subscribe. Chapter 131, Chapter 118. You are destroying the foundation of our rights. Please subscribe. As everyone's attention was focused on him, North emerged from the passage behind the banquet hall, looking at the people present with a mild smile on his face. Hank and the others exchanged glances, revealing a touch of suspicion in their eyes. They had originally thought that North had mysteriously disappeared to break through to become a grand wizard. But now it seemed that this was not the case, as they could not feel that distinct oppressive aura coming from him, meaning North should still be, like them, a third-ring wizard. Realizing this, Barbara couldn't help feeling both relieved and annoyed. Barbara's words made the atmosphere at the scene subtly tense, and the guests like Leah, who were invited, shuffled their wine glasses, watching the drama unfold with great interest. The wizards of Bloodthorn looked dissatisfied at Barbara, believing that no matter the disagreement, it was inappropriate to voice it on such an occasion, or else it would be a joke to outsiders. North's forthright assurance made both Barbara and Hank hesitant, suspecting that their guesses might have been wrong. Could it be that North was not planning to swindle them as they'd suspected, and instead had been selling off his property to raise funds for them? They both turned to look at Lynn, who shook his head without replying, his mind already focused on the rats and crows roaming the estate. The entire estate was thoroughly sealed off, with a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10, and the banquet hall's main door was even blocked off on the outside. What exactly did North intend to do? Was it just for precaution, or was he planning to kill off everyone who came to the gathering? One must know that besides the more than 100 wizard apprentices present, there were also more than 10 official wizards and 7 third-ring wizards, not to mention their power and influence in Yaida Harbor. Lin, controlling a crow, gained altitude to overlook the entire scene and then keenly noticed that the estate where the gathering was held was very neatly arranged, with a banquet hall at the center and dozens of silver columns about half a meter high placed in various locations. From above, the entire estate's layout looked like a giant alchemy array. Recalling the alchemical knowledge learned from Tick, Lin quickly determined that these columns were likely made of precious mithril, serving as nodes for the entire formation. With a thought, a small-looking rat sneaked through the shadows of the high wall, heading to the least guarded area to observe from a closer distance. But just as it was approaching, Lin suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, as if someone had unplugged the network cable while he was spying through a camera, followed only by the sensation of the rat's agonizing death. Through the crow's perspective, a brown hound with water dripping from its mouth prowled near the mithril column. The patrolling guards noticed the disturbance here and walked over for a look. Finding that the hound had a rat corpse in its mouth, they cursed a few words before paying no further attention. The rats in the southern district were overrunning the place, and no amount of killing could clean them out. After several guards passed by, the ferocious hunting dogs remained loyal, vigilantly guarding the area and fixing their gaze directly on the remaining rats hiding in the shadows. Goodness, a battle between dogs and rats. Lin immediately felt this was a tricky situation. Although these creatures were under his control, they had no special abilities, and their combat prowess was no different from that of an ordinary rat. No matter the number, they might not be able to overcome a fierce canine. Their only advantage was the support of an air force. Of course, it had to be a fatal blow. There could be no chance for the dogs to cry out. While Lin was secretly planning an animal battle, North, in the banquet hall, put down his wine glass and spoke. Hank's face hesitated, glancing at Leah and the others who had been invited. "Perhaps we should wait until after the banquet to finalize the list," Barbara suggested, voicing her objection. "No, there's no need for that. I believe we can change the method for this promotion ceremony," North said, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, North raised his hand downwards, and instantly, intricate runes lit up on the floor of the banquet hall. The intricate runes continuously interconnected, occupying half the area of the entire banquet hall, with an outer circle and a complex geometric figure inside, composed of countless detailed lines, exuding an odd sense of beauty. The faces of the official wizards in attendance changed, and they quickly moved away from the area covered by the array, including Lin. No one wanted to take a risk with their own body before understanding the array's effects. North didn't mind and turned his head directly towards the wizard apprentices of the Scarlet Thorn and continued. "This alchemy array can amplify a wizard's power. Generally speaking, the longer one endures inside the array, the greater the increase in power." Upon hearing this, Hank and Barbara frowned, looking at the alchemy array that had emerged on the ground, their expressions souring. North had changed the flow of the promotion ceremony without prior notice and produced a so-called alchemy array. This led the two to suspect that North intended to undercut their authority. After all, the reason why these wizard apprentices were willing to work for them was an important factor. As core members of the Scarlet Thorn, they held the slots for promotion, using this as bait to drive the apprentices to strive with all their might. North's actions undoubtedly undermined the foundation of their power. Chapter 132. 119. This is the meaning of the Crimson Thorn, isn't it? Chapter 132. Chapter 119. This is the meaning of the Crimson Thorn, isn't it? Compared to Barbara and Hank, whose faces were grim, the wizard apprentices present were thrillingly excited. In past promotion ceremonies, there were often only 3 to 5 spots, and the vast majority of them could only watch eagerly, hoping to strive for a valuable spot next year. But this time was different. Everyone had an equal opportunity, and the extent of their power enhancement depended solely on how long they could endure within the alchemy array. Each person firmly believed they could last until the end, but Lin and the others had built up such a reputation that for a while, Apart from North's apprentices, no one else stepped forward voluntarily. However, in the face of such great temptation, betrayal was only a matter of time. After much hesitation, Bach clenched his teeth and stepped into the array, trembling and not daring to turn his head to see Lin's expression. He was gambling. He was betting that this time he would become an official wizard, and then he would no longer have to fear the other's harassment. Lin cast Bach a meaningful look without saying anything. He did not believe that North would be so kind-hearted. Seeing that Lin did not intend to punish Bach, Patty, and others who could no longer hold back stepped into the alchemy array one after another, followed by the apprentices behind Barbara and Hank. You dare! Barbara was infuriated as she watched the apprentices she brought step into the alchemy array without a word of greeting. She turned her head to glare at Lin angrily. If he hadn't tacitly allowed that apprentice to defect, things would not have escalated to this point. Lin shook his head. Those wizard apprentices joined Crimson Thorns with only one purpose, to become official wizards. So facing the temptation of promotion, probably no one could resist. No matter what he did, it was meaningless. This is really interesting, Leah said with a light chuckle. The few wizards watching on were also amused by the spectacle, but they were more curious about whether the alchemy array was as miraculous as North had claimed. North downed the red wine in front of him, looked at the 100+ apprentices standing in the alchemy array with a satisfied smile, and gently tapped the ground with the scepter in his hand, activating the entire array. Fine runes flickered with a dark green, ghostly light, and then a powerful surge of magic power emanated from the array. The apprentices located at the center of the array immediately sensed some kind of force flowing into their bodies, and soon their own magic power began stirring as if being drawn out. Bach shouted excitedly, feeling the power coursing through his body. It was an ethereal, elusive, and comfortable, wonderful sensation. He felt as if his soul was softly humming. He was about to become an official wizard soon. Onlookers like Leah observed the scene within the formation without blinking. Originally, they had deep suspicions about this alchemy array that was supposed to help apprentices advance. After all, the growth in magic power of these apprentices had already reached its limit, and advancing further wasn't that easy. But Bach's heartfelt exclamation made them hesitant. And with magic power surging around his body, it was indeed a sign that he was about to break through to become a formal wizard. Barbara and Hank even faintly guessed that the special material North used to set up the formation was likely the blood of the Eye of Death, and only that terrifying creature could provide enough energy to satisfy the promotion of hundreds of apprentices. An old wizard asked excitedly. North laughed heartily. Just then, a wizard apprentice within the array suddenly let out a painful scream, and then he collapsed to the ground. Bach, Patty, and others also experienced a heart-wrenching pain. At first, they didn't pay attention, thinking it was a side effect of breaking through their body's limits, and they kept persisting. After all, North had said the longer they persisted, the greater the increase in magic power would be. In just a short time, the magic power inside them had increased by more than 50%. But as more and more people fell, Bach began to find it hard to keep up. What horrified him more was that the power previously absorbed into his body had now turned into deadly poison. His flesh was rapidly withering and decaying, and his soul seemed to be slashed apart by some strange power. Seeing rows of wizard apprentices falling down with twisted expressions, completely silent, even the most foolish could realize that something was amiss. Hank rebuked angrily. North did not answer, but started muttering neurotically. After absorbing the power of dozens of wizard apprentices, the alchemy array's power was becoming even stronger. Leah, as if suddenly realizing something, felt a chill run up from her feet to her heart and shouted in terror. Barbara's face showed an expression of disbelief. North's mouth spread into a crazed smile. Of course not, Barbara. More than 3 years ago, the evil mage Merc used the blood of a heart-devouring demon to set up an alchemy array, sacrificing an entire village and many apprentices from the spiritual energy school, using thousands of souls as nourishment, attempting to step into the realm of a legendary wizard. Although the evil mage Merc ultimately failed, his power greatly increased, and he even managed to confront several great wizards sent by the council head-on for a time. North was not greedy, for legendary wizard status was far too distant for him. He just wanted to use this power to become a true great wizard. That would be enough. North said madly. Les choses l'autre. The 20-some wizards inside the banquet hall were also furious, raising their hands to cast spells, ready to tear the madman before them to pieces. Hank, for a moment, couldn't even care that they were indoors, raised his hand to release the flame burst skill, intending to blow up both North and the alchemy array on the ground. But the next moment, Hank felt his soul being disturbed, as if something had viciously stabbed into his head, causing him to convulse in pain, and the scorching fireball exploded in place before it could even be launched. Chapter 133, 120. Human Hell, please subscribe. The once spacious and bustling banquet hall had turned into a living hell in the blink of an eye. The wizards who attempted to rebel quickly realized something was amiss. Many, like Hank, were severely backlashed by their own magic at the moment they cast their spells. Some clutched their heads, wailing in agony. Others were sent flying by their very own magic. With their souls disturbed, even casting the most basic spells had become an extravagant hope. Desperate cries and screams were unceasing. Yet North was indulging in the scene with ecstasy, finding the chaos before him the perfect boost for his ascension. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, Lin was rapidly checking his own physical condition. Not that he was affected by the array, but he couldn't understand why all the wizards present appeared to be mentally shocked. He seemed to have encountered no attacks whatsoever. Was it because he had once merged and absorbed the power of the Eye of Death? Lin immediately thought of this. The core component of this array must be the blood of the Eye of Death, and his body contained a power of the same origin. Apart from Lin, the only one who still had some resistance left was Leah, well-versed in shaping science. Realizing something was wrong, he began to shape-shift, and shortly after, a towering owl beast over 2 meters tall appeared in the midst of the chaotic banquet hall. Lee's eyes were blood-red, and he let out a sharp, enraged roar, clearly affected by the array. First, he sent a wizard blocking his path, flying with a slap, then charged straight toward North. North taunted, extending his hands and conjuring up dozens of thick ice blades that soared through the air, ready to pin the onrushing owl beast to the wall behind. However, the ice blades were shattered mid-flight by magic missiles that came from nowhere, and the owl beast, having covered a distance of over 10 meters, slapped North across his body. A solid mage shield lit up around North, but was shattered by the tremendous force of the owl beast. North was slammed against the wall of the banquet hall, his right arm twisted grotesquely, even exposing the ghastly white of his bones. But he quickly struggled to his feet, and with a constant flow of energy replenishing him, his injuries rapidly regenerated. He hastily erected a magic barrier around himself for full protection to avoid being harmed by these people's fragile resistance. The owl beast let out another sharp roar, but this time it was blasted away by a spell shockwave before it could advance. At the same time, Lin's magic had also been completed. A large amount of corrosive aqua regia had penetrated the floor tiles, corroding the alchemy array at the center of the banquet hall into a pockmarked state. North shouted fervently. As North spoke, through the eyes of a raven in the sky, Lin clearly saw that the mithril pillars erected within the manor also lit up brightly. Immediately after, bluish wisps of light floated out from everyone's bodies. These flickering lights varied in intensity and size. The higher the level of the wizard, the more intense the light. A minor portion surged into North's body, while the majority fused into the array that enveloped the entire manor. Even Leah, transformed into an owl beast, was unable to resist and soon painfully collapsed to the ground. Energy concentration detected to be rising rapidly. Large amounts of soul power detected. Within Lin's mind, 2 notifications from the smart brain rang out. Lin glanced at the blue wisps scattered throughout the banquet hall and silently commanded in his heart. If he did not absorb these soul powers, they would instead reinforce North's strength. Spiritual body captured, estimated to be converted into 3% energy reserves. Current energy reserve remaining at 37.5%. Spiritual body captured, estimated to be converted into 5% energy reserves. A succession of more than 10 notifications followed, and Lin had never expected that the smart brain's energy reserves could be amplified so rapidly. In just a few seconds, it actually reached 100%. Excess energy will automatically be allocated to improving the decryption progress of the virtual space. On the other side, North was also feeling the power within him climb steadily. It was the first time in 9 years that he experienced the sensation of his magic power growing. However, North soon noticed something was amiss. Although his magic was increasing rapidly, it was still just short of breaking through the grand wizard threshold. This can't be happening. This simply can't be right. North yelled madly. In the banquet hall, there were over 100 wizard apprentices, 7 third-circle wizards, and more than 10 full-fledged wizards. Such immense soul power should have been enough to elevate him to a higher realm. Yet reality was different from what he had anticipated. Although he had become stronger than before, he had still not broken through the limit of a third-circle wizard. North glared fiercely at Lin, the only one standing in the banquet hall. Before, he had thought Lin was just temporarily resisting the effects of the soul-devouring array. But now it seemed there might be more to it. "You can't blame this on me." Lin made his cool remark while simultaneously controlling the gnawing rodents and the gray crows battling the evil hound. His words seemed to have no effect, for the soul power drifting in the air was continuously flowing into his body. North was clearly aware of this too, feeling as if his heart was bunched up, about to explode. He had prepared for this moment for 3 full years, made great sacrifices, and would not allow for any accidents. Perhaps the blow was too great. North's mental state seemed off, his eyes turned completely red. Since some of the souls had been absorbed by Lin, he just needed to kill him, and that portion of the power would ultimately return to his body. Chapter 134, 121 Lin. I was just tricking you, dummy. Please subscribe. North's expression gradually shifted from fierce and angry to a chilling stillness as the magic power scattering around him was quickly gathered and channeled into the dozens of armor suits that were displayed around the banquet hall, looking like mere decorations. Under the combined effect of magic power and spiritual energy, these lifeless objects came to life like true guards, swinging their giant axes and bows, and began to march in unison toward Lin. Lin dodged 5 incoming arrows and then raised his hand toward the ground. Under the sweep of the magic ripple, rows of floor tiles were transformed into fine grains of sand and stone. The sprinting spiritual guardians fell right into the sandy ground like tumbling gourds, and immediately, the magic-imbued sands began to pile up. Spiritual magic, summoning Sphinx Lin, imitating North, used his not-so-proficient spiritual magic to compress piles of sand and stone into a monster with the upper body of a human and the lower half resembling a mighty lion. However, since it was his first attempt at this novel feat, the Sphinx's appearance was quite twisted, looking like a model sculpted by a child. After knocking away a few of the attacking spiritual guardians with its fists, it was subsequently blown apart by a flame burst skill, losing half of its body. Magic bombardment. Realizing that the half-baked spiritual spells couldn't offer much help in combat, Lin returned to using his most proficient magic. Dozens of shimmering missiles hovered in the air like a dense volley of arrows, covering most of the banquet hall. With a series of booming sounds, the remaining spiritual guardians were shattered into pieces, then slammed against the robust magic barrier behind them. Each one was like a shell, exploding upon impact against a magical shield. In just 2 seconds, the sturdy magic barrier was covered in cracks, and just as the barrier was about to shatter, North opened his mouth. A piercing sonic wave echoed continuously within the banquet hall, and the dozen magic missiles that were about to strike the barrier instantly burst apart. Lin's figure paused for a moment, his actions frozen in place. That was the soul scream. Seeing Lin's conspicuous pause, North immediately understood that his opponent's soul power was not as strong as his own, and promptly raised the scepter in his hand. Magic impact, the intricate runes at the top of the scepter lit up one by one, and then a powerful beam of magic power shot out, directly targeting Lin, who was immobilized under the influence of Soul Scream. However, North quickly discovered, to his horror, that Lin, who should have been unable to move, was effortlessly raising his arm. A wisp of faint flame gathered at his fingertips, followed swiftly by the fire expanding and solidifying into a massive hand of a raged deity, made of endless flames, clashing with the oncoming beam of magic power. The violent white phosphorus fire instantly devoured the magic-constructed beam, fiercely striking upon the already crumbling magical barrier. Crack! A crisp sound followed. The entire magic barrier shattered with a thunderous crash, and then the hand of the raged deity swept through every inch of the banquet hall with unstoppable force, destroying everything in its path in an instant, and finally charged toward North at the rear. North only had time to release a mage shield before he was engulfed in scorching flames. A shrill scream quickly emerged from the roaring inferno, and the frail mage shield obviously could not withstand the white phosphorus, flame demon hand spell, which had reached the limit of third-tier magic. Within moments, the white phosphorus flames made intimate contact with North's flesh. It was like a hellfire greedily clinging to the body, using flesh as nourishment, eroding every inch of his skin. The originally excellent rate at which his body regenerated now became a form of torture. Amidst constant repair and destruction, North's mind was nearly on the verge of collapse. His magic power was rapidly depleted, and the speed of his bodily recovery slowed down more and more. It was only then that Lin raised his hand, extinguishing the white phosphorus flames completely. North's body was burned beyond recognition, almost indistinguishable from a dried corpse. Yet his vast spiritual energy enabled him to maintain his last shred of consciousness. "I was deceiving you just now, you fool," Lin said coldly. After drinking a magic source potion made from the Death's Eye spirit essence and becoming a spiritual magic user, his soul power was no less significant than North's, who had devoured a large amount of soul energy. Therefore, when North used Soul Scream, Lin was affected to some extent, but not to the point where he couldn't move or cast spells. Pretending to be under control was all to make North let down his guard, thereby casting the most powerful spell for a fatal blow. North's eyes bulged with crimson fury, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as his body began to convulse, seemingly trying to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the last bit of life faded away. Lin shook his head, stepped forward, placed his right hand on North's scorching head, and initiated a spiritual magic spell, preparing to search through the latter's memories. But he quickly discovered that North's memories were in disarray and dissipating rapidly. It appeared that the one who laid down this formation ultimately could not escape the fate of being devoured himself. Lin looked at the non-responsive cerebral device and immediately confirmed his speculation. The cerebral device converted and absorbed spiritual bodies into energy with certain restrictions. Besides needing to be very close, there seemed to be a requirement for strength, considering that the transformed energy reserve never exceeded 10%. Those directly captured and absorbed must be the souls of wizard apprentices, and they had to be out of their physical bodies. As he pondered, a series of explosions came from outside the banquet hall. Lin's expression remained unchanged. He had stealthily used liquid bombs controlled by rats and crows to destroy several nodes of the manor's formation. However, Lin soon found that things were not progressing as he had anticipated. The soul-devouring array, which had enveloped the entire banquet hall, was not ending but spreading to the outside world. Hearing the explosions and hastily rushing to the formation nodes, a group of guards suddenly fell to the ground with pained expressions. Blue glows emerged from their bodies and then disappeared into the ground. Not only that, but the patrolling hounds in the manor, the horses and camels in the stables, also couldn't escape the fate of having their souls extracted. The devouring formation, now grown stronger, flickered with a dark green glow, surging towards the entire southern district. Chapter 135, 122. The Truth of Everything. Please subscribe. Through the perspective of the Gray Crow, Lin also saw the ever-expanding soul-devouring array, his brows slightly furrowed. The creatures under his control seemed to be spared from the misfortune of having their souls drawn out, but what Lin had not expected was that he had already destroyed several nodes of the formation just now. According to Tick, this thing should have already stopped. Could it be that he was mistaken, that the nodes of the formation were not here, or perhaps there were even more critical nodes yet to be found? The power of the soul-devouring array was undeniable. Even third-ring wizards like Barbara and Hank could not escape its effect, let alone the poor in the South District. Lin was not sure if this thing would keep expanding indefinitely. If it did, the entire Yaida Harbor could be devoured. With such a massive amount of soul power, what kind of monster might be born? As Lin pondered, the several chipmunks he had sent to search the entire estate discovered a secret. The area beneath the banquet hall was hollow and contained a very hidden tunnel, likely leading to the critical node of the soul-devouring array. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At night, under the cellar of the gathering estate, faint mouse squeaks echoed through the narrow underground tunnel. A few small chipmunks were scurrying rapidly through the tunnel, occasionally stopping to sniff about or scratch with their claws to make sure that there were no traps set up before continuing their frenzied dash. Not far behind, most of Lin's attention had shifted to the continuous, alert tones of the brain. Seeing the progress hit the maximum, Lin did not hastily agree, but instead inquired about the actual functions of this virtual domain. After the brain responded, Lin understood that this thing was akin to the metaverse created by the Federations in his previous world. However, the difference was that this domain was made of magic power, somewhere between illusion and reality, and it could change with the imagination of the controller. If desired, he could completely transform the chaotic space into a projection of the cosmic starry sky. Of course, this was predicated on having the appropriate data and enough magic power. For instance, to materialize a permanent star in the virtual domain, one must understand the essence of a star. Otherwise, the sun that materialized would merely have a surface appearance. It would neither radiate light nor heat, but would instead burst like cotton when poked. This was probably why the master of the virtual domain did not make it overly ostentatious. Theoretically, as long as the data was accurate enough, everything constructed would be virtually indistinguishable from the real world. This was much stronger than the virtual spaces marketed under the metaverse banner in his previous life. Although certain companies often made impressive claims, boasting over 90% accuracy, Lin knew such assertions were sheer nonsense. Achieving approximately 60 to 70% accuracy was commendable, and bugs were rampant. Yet, this virtual domain created by magic power could indeed approach almost 100% accuracy, making it a literal second world. However, accomplishing this would require a huge amount of magic power, clearly not something to hope for in the short term. Lin quickly stopped his fantasy and began to explore the two main functions of the virtual domain. The first function was naturally to draw people into gatherings through a ring as a medium, projecting the magic power containing part of the soul into the virtual domain. The second function was rather sinister. It enabled reverse connection through the ring to the holder's spiritual power, accessing a portion of their computing power. To put it in inappropriate analogy, every wizard's brain was like a high-speed biological computer, and projecting magic power into the virtual domain was akin to connecting to a network, naturally accompanied by certain risks, such as exposing their spiritual power. Frequency. This process was not completed instantaneously, but was exceedingly slow. Given the frequency of the faceless weekly meetings, cracking a formal wizard's mental defenses could take years, which was why it was adequately concealed due to the lengthy duration. At the last meeting, the entire faceless organization, including him, totaled 15 members, likely all third-ring wizards. Now, after the fall of Bloodthorn, there were at least 9 members remaining. It was just unknown how much computing power could be accessed. Lin asked in his mind, knowing all too well that such a device would require a massive supply of magic power to operate. That close? Lin paused for a moment, and then, through the eyes of several gnawing rats, he witnessed a scene that greatly surprised him. At the end of the corridor was a spacious, circular hall with an altar-like platform in the center. Each step was adorned with many complex patterns, similar to the alchemical formation Lin saw in Radak's chamber, used to bind spiritual bodies, albeit more intricate. Many blue glows were surging from the ground, merging into the nearly solidified spiritual body above. The gnawing rats looked up high and saw a figure all too familiar to him. At that moment, Lin had also traversed the narrow corridor, stunned at the wraith hovering over the platform. It was a girl of about 8 or 9, dressed in a gorgeous long dress, with long hair over her shoulders and a frail, slender figure. She radiated a ghostly blue glow, her exposed skin adorned with web-like strange patterns as if it would shatter with a touch. Unlike her delicate, doll-like adorable appearance, her face was fierce and twisted, seemingly in great pain, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin, upon recognizing the wraith's face, called out subconsciously, only to deny it shortly after. No, this wasn't Lydia. Although the appearance was similar to the halfling girl, the long hair and round ears, along with the attire, were completely unmatched. In a sense, spiritual bodies didn't have actual clothes. Those were merely manifestations of soul power, representing the most profound memories from when they were alive. Therefore, the spiritual body in front of him couldn't be Lydia. It could only be... A deep voice echoed through the tower. Lin instinctively turned his head and saw Hellram, long absent, founder of the Aida school, ruler of the harbor town, who had gone to the Grand Wizard in Green 2 weeks ago, yet was standing here now. Chapter 136, 123 Lin. What? I'm actually the evil mage Merc. Please subscribe. Hellram looked at Yaida, bound and twisted in agony on the elevated platform, with an expression of pity, but his face soon hardened as he turned to Lin and asked, "Surprised?" Lin, seeing that Hellram seemed to have no intention of attacking, responded with ease. At the sight of him, all the confusion that had filled Lin's head before had been unraveled. The person who could gather so many third-ring wizards, create the faceless, and craft a virtual domain was most likely a great wizard. Previously, Lin had thought that these events were related to the evil mage Merc, especially since many of the spiritual energy tomes collected in Radak bore his signature, and the soul-devouring array was his doing as well. But now, thinking about it, there were too many unnatural things happening in Yaida Harbor. Despite the Council's complete ban on the study of spiritual energy magic, an organization like the Faceless, whose members were all spiritual energy wizards, was born here. Add to that the chaotic scene of magic workshops standing row upon row in the Southern District. Either Hellram, the controller of this harbor town, was too incompetent, or it was the result of deliberate neglect. Now it seemed to be the latter. Lin couldn't help but ask. No, that was his own idea. North was probably planning to break through using the soul-devouring formation while I was away to escape from my control. Nothing more, Hellram replied tersely. Lin, however, didn't believe a word. Hellram's presence here meant that North's little plot was still within his expectations. Or rather, Hellram had deliberately leaked the news, letting North know that he had left Yaida Harbor, emboldening him to hunt the Eye of Death while setting up the soul-devouring array. Poor North was just a puppet. Lin could imagine if it weren't for his interference, North would probably have successfully advanced to a great wizard, only to find the soul-devouring formation mysteriously out of control, spreading through the entire Southern District, causing even greater chaos. Hellram would then arrive in the nick of time, killing this instigator to put an end to the disturbance. Casting North and the entire Bloody Thorn as pawns, using a third-ring wizard's promotion as a scapegoat to offer an explanation to the Council, thereby disassociating himself from this incident. Helram's ruthlessness and meticulousness were undoubted. Lin asked again. Helram did not respond, but suddenly asked, "What should I call you? Lin? Carl? Or perhaps?" Even though Lin was appearing before him in Radak's guise, Helram did not judge by one's outward appearance, but distinguished through magic power. "What? I am evil mage Merc?" Lin's expression turned somewhat strange, as he couldn't quite understand why Helram would think so. Helram was asking, but his tone was very certain. The essential difference between an apprentice and a formal wizard lies in the mastery of magic mimicry elements, a fact well known throughout Wizardland. However, only a grand wizard can discern the subtle differences in the nature of magic power, a distinction that becomes clearest during battle. Yet Lin had defied his expectations by, as a wizard apprentice, casting a frost domain, with might surpassing ordinary third circle magic, and mastering a vast array of novel knowledge, clearly beyond the capabilities of a wizard apprentice. Helram could only think of one possibility, which was soul transfer. 3 years earlier, he had volunteered to join 2 grand wizards on a mission to the north to annihilate the entire school of spiritual energy, but unlike his colleagues, he had another motive: to acquire the results of the evil mage Merc's research in the field of spiritual energy. Although he ran into considerable trouble along the way, Helram eventually still obtained what he desired. However, due to the intense battles that had destroyed many precious magic books, a lot of the research material on spiritual energy was incomplete, which led to the creation of Faceless and Bloodthorn. Helram carefully selected more than 10 third circle wizards eager for a breakthrough, spreading the spiritual energy materials he had acquired to these people and having them continue the research in secret on his behalf. Just as he had anticipated, with North and the others' relentless efforts and countless bloody sacrifices, in just 3 short years, they managed to recreate the methods for setting up the soul-devouring array and the technique for transferring souls to a different body. They were only missing the material to replace the heart demon's blood, as well as another, more critical technology. It was at this crucial juncture that Lin suddenly appeared at Yaida Harbor, bringing with him 2 extremely key items: an airship capable of defeating the Eye of Death, along with an intact witch's body that had lost its soul. This seemed almost too perfect, like a gift prepared specifically for him. And it was for this reason that Helram felt a shiver of fear. Just like the Bloodthorn puppets he manipulated as if they were marionettes. In that moment, he vaguely suspected that he too might just be a player in the game. In that great battle, everyone believed the evil mage Merc had died, but having read through extensive spiritual energy texts, Helram had a premonition that the adversary hadn't truly perished. For 3 years, the evil mage Merc seemed to have vanished completely. Perhaps he had left Wizardland, but Helram believed he would return one day. Helram gazed at the Lin before him, and although the magic power fluctuations completely did not match, there was potential for change after a soul fusion. So he couldn't help but suspect that this person was, indeed, the evil mage Merc. After all, the timing of his appearance was just too coincidental. "Clearly you're mistaken. I am Lin, nothing more than Lin," Lin declared emphatically. Chapter 137, 124, Seizing the Magic Net. Subscribe, please. Lin's words made Helram pause, but this did not affect his judgment. A wizard apprentice could never possess such an extent of secret knowledge. Compared to the so-called secret magic society, he was more convinced of the possibility of soul usurpation. Lin looked at the great wizard in surprise, not quite understanding his meaning. Helram lowered his posture significantly and did not intend to act hastily. Any great wizard is not easy to deal with. Since he could achieve soul fusion and conversion, his research on spiritual energy would only exceed my own. North is already dead, and if the council is not foolish, they can trace it back to you. Lin shook his head. A promise from a great wizard was undoubtedly tempting, but Helram's assurances were meaningless, as he was currently in danger himself. "And unfortunately, I don't have what you're talking about," Lin stated bluntly. It seems you are not willing to cooperate." Helram's tone immediately turned cold. His elderly, hunched body straightened, and a strong wave of magic power emerged around him, enveloping the entire circular hall. Helram's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, a sudden oppressive force weighing on Lin's mind. This was a dual suppression both in terms of mental and magical power. Lin immediately felt as if every element within the space had bin contaminated by the opponent's magic power, and his body seemed stuck in a quagmire, requiring many more times the usual energy for any movement. This was the fourth circle spell, Slow Barrier. With every step Helram took forward, the density of the surrounding magic power increased. He raised his right hand towards Lin, and the elements in the space became extremely active. An indescribable sense of crisis surged into Lin's mind. The magic was unavoidable and had no possibility of resistance. At that instant, he even sensed the odor of death. Facing an opponent potentially capable of soul fusion, Helram had no thoughts of holding back. His first move was a fifth circle spell, Magic Torrent. However, Lin was waiting for the very moment when Helram applied full effort in casting. He hesitated not a second, calling out in his mind, 071, right now, immediately. In the expansive space, the swirling flow of elements seemed to suddenly halt, as did Helram's advancing steps. This was because a pain as if his soul was being split assailed him fiercely. The magic network was seized. Shock and disbelief filled Helram's face. He could clearly sense his connection to the virtual domain being completely severed, and the immense computing power that had been bolstering him instantly dissipated. Even more crucial was the instant the spell was broken, the terrible backlash of the magic was projected onto his body. Lin naturally wouldn't give up this perilously hard-fought opportunity to attack. He used his most powerful finishing move without hesitation. Flames, fiercely blazing, transformed into a massive hand of a magic deity, surged directly towards Helram. However, the scorching flames, upon nearly touching his body, parted like rapids blocked by boulders, split by some mysterious force. Fourth ring spell, Deflection Field, but Helram, who was enduring backlash and casting again, now looked in terrible condition, with crimson blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and his aged, wrinkled skin cracking in places to reveal the shriveled flesh beneath. Helram didn't pay attention to his physical discomfort, his gaze fixed on Lin, his eyes filled with disbelief. The magic network was his greatest achievement after decades of research, linking the spiritual power of wizards. More crucially, it had nothing to do with the evil mage, Merc, and the source of its magic power was completely in his own hands. Now it had been easily wrested away by the opponent. This completely overturned Helram's understanding. Unless the opponent was originally a legendary wizard, Lin didn't respond, as he was currently experiencing the significant computing power enhancement brought by connecting to the spiritual energies of 9 third-ring wizards. It was a new world where Lin could clearly sense the flow of magic power and even saw what he had been unable to see before. Helram's immediate surroundings seemed to undergo some degree of spatial distortion, which is why the fierce streams of fire had bypassed the true target by curling around it. Is this force field magic? Perhaps the vast majority of offensive magic spells would be completely ineffective under such power. Lin thought, suddenly feeling a severe swelling in his head, as if a sealed iron barrel was being continually filled with gas. The spiritual power reinforcements from 9 third-ring wizards clearly nearing the upper limits his brain could withstand. Magic bombardment. All thoughts occurred in a flash. The moment Lin realized Flame Demon Hand was ineffective, he raised his hand to gather hundreds of magic missiles, testing for weaknesses in this force field magic. The continuous magic missiles fired from every direction and angle toward Helram, intending to probe the curvature of space, which might still allow harm to the opponent. But Helram clearly didn't give him that chance. Holding fast, he lightly tapped his finger, and a wave of invisible ripples expanded outward in a semicircle. The magic missiles, soaring in midair, burst open before they could close in. This was the second time Lin faced such bizarre magic, but unlike the encounter with Luo, it was 1,000 times more powerful. He could clearly see a strange magic wave crushing the missiles into dust, quickly pressing towards him. The speed was so fast that Lin didn't even have time to cast a protective spell. Cell demonization. The moment before the magic wave hit him, Lin leaped up, using the amplified strength of demonized cells to narrowly avoid the strange magic wave. But being in midair also meant he lost the ability to maneuver. At the same time, countless thin, sharp iron thorns appeared in the void, speeding down like locusts, arrow showers, covering half the hall. Fourth ring spell, Iron Sandstorm. As Lin had anticipated, a grand wizard could mimic and manipulate more elements, but it was he himself who first experienced this realization. Chapter 138, 125. Feel the anger of those who died under the array. Please subscribe. Magic bombardment was undoubtedly Lin's forte and the magic he most frequently used against enemies. But it was Helram who had improved this magic, and now the opponent had used this technique on the rushing iron thorns. The piercing sound of whistling through the air was relentless. Beads of sweat formed on Lin's forehead, and he had no doubt he would be riddled with holes. Even his strongest protection technique, Magic Barrier, couldn't fully block such a dense attack. Unless many factors could influence and distort space, such as mass, momentum, stress, pressure, but ultimately it was all about energy, and a wizard possesses only one kind of energy. In that instant, Lin understood. He stretched out his hand, and a massive surge of magic power erupted from within him, aligning very tightly to form a spherical ball around him. Just as the iron sandstorm nearly reached him, the space around Lin distorted enough to make all the incoming attacks miss by a hair's breadth. This was the fourth ring magic, deflection field. Lin successfully landed on the ground, his back drenched with cold sweat. As a full-fledged wizard using immense computing power to forcibly cast fourth ring magic, the consumption of magic power was terrifying, and in an instant, only half of his internal magic power reserve remained. The power of a grand wizard was evident. This was even when Helram had previously suffered from a severe backlash from magic and couldn't go all out. Just then, another disturbance occurred, as a terrifying screech suddenly swept across the area. Both Lin and Helram were affected at the same time. Lin glanced sideways at the wrathful spirit on the high platform. Massive amounts of spiritual energy were continuously merging into Yaida's seemingly frail body, making her aura increasingly powerful. Even through the array that bound the spiritual body, he could feel the terrifying presence. After absorbing the soul power of who knows how many people, Helram had actually managed to create a grand wizard-level wrathful spirit. Unlike Baigo, who was nurtured by an AI, the girl named Yaida, after absorbing countless souls, changed from a clear azure spiritual body to a glaring red, her pupils emitting a hatred for the living. Lin continued to disrupt the opponent's thoughts with his words. If Philip hadn't lied back then, Yaida should have died before the academy was even established. This meant that this little girl, whose mental age was only 8 or 9, had been confined by the formation binding the spiritual body for at least 20 years. She lived on by sacrificing thousands of people to enhance her power, and would later be forced into another's body to resurrect in this bizarre way. This was not what she should have accepted. Perhaps it would have been better for her to have died originally. You will never understand, Helram said somberly, raising his hand. In a vast space before him, all the elements were swiftly stripped away. Fourth circle spell, vacuum domain. At that moment, his heart harbored only one thought. That was to extract the secret of perfect soul fusion from Lin's mind. At any cost. While Lin was struggling to cope with Helram's onslaught, two small-looking rodents quietly slipped to Helram's rear, painstakingly clawed their way up the platform. Contended with the horrific aura of the vengeful spirit, and difficultly bit open the lid of the reagent bottle with their teeth. Meanwhile, the vacuum domain had already spread to the front of Lin. Although he kept retreating, his speed could not keep up with the spreading rate of the domain. It seems that with this weak body, the power you can exert is just so much. Helram's indifferent voice rang out in the hall, though the vacuum domain in front obstructed the sound's propagation. After previous probing, Helram had concluded that the male wizard before him was not as powerful as he had imagined. Although he was uncertain how Lin had managed to steal the magic network from him, it now seemed that Lin was even struggling to cope with a four-circle spell. So even if he suffered from magical backlash and his wizard level had dropped, Helram was still confidently sure of defeating his opponent. Lin had retreated to the corner, with the spreading vacuum domain nearly upon him. Yet his expression remained unchanged, as intentionally retreating to the corner was not just to avoid this magic. At that moment, on the platform, a thick pale yellow liquid was continuously spurting out of the reagent bottle, followed by one rodent holding a flint while the other bit fiercely onto it with sharp teeth. A spark appeared on the platform, and then both rodents were blown away by a violent explosion. The alchemy array that bound the vengeful spirit was destroyed as well. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the powerful vengeful spirit immediately broke free, its body swirling with black mist, and attacked Helram, who was closest to it. Helram swiftly turned his head, his face showing a trace of panic, but more so anger. Lin dared to lay a hand on his daughter. But when he turned back, what he saw was not the fragile, seemingly about to shatter spiritual body of a girl, but a vengeful spirit emitting a terrifying aura, with its originally tender cheeks twisted in venomous hatred and surging red like blood mist. Without waiting for Helram to react, those nearly solid hands directly struck him, sending him flying. Compared to physical pain, the panic and fear in Helram's heart were more intense. According to the spiritual energy books left by the evil mage Merc, once a spiritual body evolved into a great wizard, it would regain all its memories from its life and become a soul spirit that could exist without a physical body. However, at this moment, Yaida seemed to have completely lost her sanity, even targeting him for attack. Necromancy control. Helram's face distorted, his immense spiritual power transformed into chains that tightly bound the screeching Yaida rushing toward him. Look at what your daughter has become. Is this what you wanted, Helram? Lin taunted. Earlier, when he was fighting North in the manor, he had discovered that enhancing strength by devouring soul power was not without its costs. Chapter 139, 126. The Screaming Banshee. Please subscribe. Yaida. Helram's mouth and nose kept gushing blood. This was a sign that his spiritual power had suffered a heavy blow, but he couldn't care about that now. He kept calling his daughter's name, trying to awaken Yaida's reason. However, this was just a futile effort. The soul power of thousands of people and the grudges they held before death had completely overwhelmed Yaida's rationality, driving her into madness. Helram steeled his heart. He understood that if he didn't get the situation under control, everything would be over. The only way now was to search for the method to fuse souls in Lin's brain, which might allow his daughter to return to normal. Four-ring spell, soul binding. Helram let out a low cry, and in an instant, countless runes made of pure spiritual power enveloped Yaida's body. A shrill scream burst from Yaida's mouth. Her almost tangible spiritual body struggled violently, a sign of agonizing pain caused by the runes scorching her soul. Her eyes, filled with blood vessels, made her look like a demon. The pitiful screams of the girl brought a hint of unwillingness to Helram's face, and the strength of his binding weakened slightly. Just at that moment, the power of the vengeful spirits reached its limit. A bloody mist gushed endlessly from the body, eroding away the runes made of spiritual power attached to her. The moment Yaida broke free from the binding, she had already pounced in front of Helram. As he watched in horror, her blood-misted right hand thrust directly into Helram's chest. Helram immediately felt a tremendously cold power surging into his body through the wound, rapidly draining his life force. Gazing at the familiar yet unrecognizable face in front of him, a hint of regret and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. The lifeless body soon collapsed to the ground, with sightless eyes staring at Lin, mouth opening as if trying to say something. "Spare her." Lin read Helram's final words and then shook his head. "You overestimate me, Helram." Lin had already quietly retreated to the entrance. Although he had used the resentful spirit Yaida to deal with the great wizard, he had no means to cope with the vengeful spirit himself. After seizing a portion of Helram's power, Yaida's aura became even more profound. Her vengeful eyes immediately locked onto Lin. Terrible shrieking sounds started coming from Yaida, and the whole vengeful spirit transformed into a thick, blood-red mist, rushing towards him. Lin instantly felt a profound sense of oppression and suffocation, as if his body had plunged into mud, making it difficult to move. This sensation was very similar to the four-ring spell, Slow Barrier. A mere vengeful spirit had mastered such a powerful magic. Clearly, things had somewhat gotten out of his control, and now Lin had no intention to dwell on that, as the blood-red mist was already upon him. Liquid nitrogen, frost domain. Lin raised his hand, and a stream of extremely cold air flowed in a semicircular pattern towards the front. The next moment, a crisp solidification sound rang out, and everything around seemed to slow down. The blood-red mist instantly solidified into blood-red ice crystals under the terrifyingly low temperature. But the triple-ring wizard frost domain clearly couldn't trap this powerful, vengeful spirit for long. As soul power surged, the blood-red mist soon exploded, sending ice shards flying everywhere. A strong wave of magic power instantly blasted Lin away. The glow of the mage shield lit up in front of Lin, absorbing most of the impact, and his body took advantage of the momentum to roll back into the passageway behind him. However, Lin's expression remained grave. Previously, he had intentionally let Yaida go not only to take advantage of the situation to contend with Helram, but also because he thought an irrational, vengeful spirit would be easier to deal with than the Great Wizard. But after truly experiencing the terror of the adversary, Lin had long since lost any previous underestimation he might have held. Facing such a terrifying, vengeful spirit, it was doubtful that even gathering all the wizards of the entire harbor town could defeat it. On the contrary, they might become nourishment for the spirit. "Helram, you really did create a monster." Lin was quite troubled, and as Yaida charged at him again, he was about to cast a spell to counter when he noticed that the spirit seemed to have hit an invisible barrier, blocked from entering the passageway. Is there a second layer of protection here that restricts spiritual bodies? 10 minutes earlier, inside Yaida Academy, Tick stood atop the teacher's lounge, gazing at the towering tower of whistling nearby. "Master Tick, you've been watching this for several days now." A voice came from behind, and the speaker was Lor, who, moved by intense curiosity, walked up beside Tick and inquired, "You've deliberately stayed in Yaida for a full month. I've heard that is precisely the design of Master Raphael." Luoer paused, then spoke with a laugh. Raphael's obsession with order was well known in the wizard land. The master architect stubbornly believed that everything in the world should be neat, orderly, and regular, a theory that many had come to admire. "No, I'm afraid it's not that simple." Tick shook his head, extended his hand, and began tracing an image in the air with magic power, showing the layout of the harbor town. Luoer quickly responded. Tick's face was etched with seriousness, and the focal point of this array was the Tower of Whistling. One must admit, Helram's method of using architectural layouts as cover was very cunning. Had Tick not received a secret report from the council before heading to the harbor town and paid extra attention, he probably would never have considered this possibility. An array of spiritual power that could cover the entire city? Luoer's brows furrowed. It's unlikely to be good news. Tick's eyes flashed with worry, which caused him to think of the tragedy 3 years prior. Probably just his own overthinking. Chapter 140, 127. The chaotic Southern District, please subscribe. Luo also remembered the incident 3 years ago that shocked the entire wizard land and led to the downfall of the spiritual energy school. He could naturally understand Tick's worries and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Tick, what should we do now?" This was Helram's stronghold after all. Not to mention anything else, this grand wizard alone was not someone they could contend with. Tick said concisely. "Moreover, if I'm counting the days right, they should be arriving soon," Tick added. Luo immediately realized what the other party was talking about. Clearly, Tick had deliberately used this opportunity to call for some reinforcements. Tick waved his hand and dispelled the magic image in the void, revealing another piece of good news. Upon hearing this news, a surge of excitement and joy flashed across Luo's face, and his previous worry vanished in an instant. "So, all we need to do now is wait, and hope that things go smoothly these days," Tick said calmly, stroking his beard. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Tick's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the South City District. A strong ripple of magic power was transmitting from that direction. Tick and Luo exchanged glances, cast a slow fall technique upon themselves, and then leapt directly from the towering rooftop, sprinting towards the South City District. There were many others who sensed the magic fluctuations. Professors and students alike woke from their sleep, their hearts filled with unease as if some terrible disaster was approaching. By the time Tick reached the South City District, he was met with a scene of chaos, with countless commoners, apprentices, and even wizards fleeing outwards in a frenzy. Since it was deep into the night, many were in disarray, and some were even running naked or being trampled underfoot by the stampeding crowd, their blood dyeing the streets red. The nauseating stench of blood permeated the air, making one want to vomit. Cries and wails echoed throughout the South City District, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing a disheveled woman knocked to the ground, about to die from being trampled, Tick quickly cast a spell to pull her out. Luo asked urgently, "Dead. Alva is dead, and Anthony—" The woman muttered blankly as if she couldn't hear Luo's question, repeating the same sentence over and over. Seeing this, Tick could only reluctantly let go of her and leap onto a nearby rooftop using a spell. Then he unleashed a fireball technique that lit up the entire South City District. Immediately after, they both couldn't help but gasp in shock. The streets of the entire South City District were littered with bodies. Tick saw with his own eyes several panicked commoners running in the distance, suddenly collapsing to the ground without warning, losing all signs of life. Shortly after, a faint blue light floated out from their bodies and surged straight into the ground. "What is this?" Luo shuddered at the terrifying scene before him. Tick pronounced each word distinctly. Tick spoke in a grave voice, stopping Philip and others who had just rushed over from the academy. After quickly explaining the situation, he gathered several wizards who had escaped from the Southern District and began to inquire about the layout of buildings in that area. The nodes of the array should be hidden in those abandoned houses. If we destroy the nodes on the perimeter, the array should stop, but we need to act quickly, Tick urged, speaking rapidly. Every second we delayed could mean dozens of people dying. Unlike Philip and others who had yet to witness the array's power, the wizards who escaped from the Southern District refused to go back in. The place was too horrifying, and even a fully fledged wizard couldn't avoid having their soul ripped out. "Where is Master Helram?" someone in the crowd shouted. Amidst such chaos in the harbor, the absence of Helram, who was in control, left everyone feeling anxious and fearful, as if they had lost their backbone. Master Helram left Yaida Harbor some time ago and went to Wizard City Greenrear, Philip explained hesitantly. "Since the Master isn't here, if we want to quell the chaos in the Southern District, we'll have to rely on our own strength." Tick quickly picked up the conversation. He did not mention their previous speculations, but looked toward the gathered wizards and continued. "I believe you all have heard of the tragedy of the spiritual energy sect 3 years ago. If we do not stop this array quickly, the entire harbor city will likely soon become a city of death. Think about it, everyone." Under Tick's earnest persuasion, The majority of the wizards finally took action, still holding some attachment to Yaida Harbor. As the nodes of the array hidden in the southern district were destroyed, by the time dawn was just breaking, the soul-devouring array at last came to a halt. Lin had blended into the crowd amid the chaos in the southern district and helped destroy several internal nodes of the array, contributing to the smooth resolution of the situation. Not until the next afternoon did Tick, Luo, Philip, Kevin, and others settle down the distraught poor and return together to Yaida Academy to discuss further plans. The chaotic situation was under control, but everyone's expression was heavy with worry. The total number of poor and wizards killed by the array in the southern district likely amounted to thousands, a vast amount of soul power that represented a tremendous threat wherever it might be used. Lin sat in silence in the conference room, listening to the others' discussions. Though he knew all the soul power had poured into the Tower of Whistling, creating a Grandmaster-level resentful spirit, the matter implicated the founder of the Yaida sect, Helram. Speaking out rashly could cause unnecessary suspicion and controversy. After all, Lin couldn't explain why he was unaffected by the soul-devouring array, nor how he managed to kill a Grandmaster wizard. Since Yaida's resentful spirit couldn't leave the Tower of Whistling, it was best to wait for the council to send someone to deal with the issue. Chapter 141, 128. Remodeling the Virtual Domain. Please subscribe. In the next 2 days, Yaida Harbor was engulfed in fear. The tragedy that occurred in the southern district had spread throughout the entire seaside city, and although Tix and his companions were determined to stop it, they were utterly powerless. After all, the incident's impact was too widespread. Thousands of impoverished people who fled the southern district had witnessed their friends and family die inexplicably, with their souls harvested, giving rise to countless rumors. Some suspected that a certain magic workshop was conducting forbidden research on soul harvesting. Others believed it was an omen of an evil scourge's birth, and there were even rumors that the evil mage Merc was hiding in this harbor city. However, Philip, Orlando, and a few others no longer had the time to pay attention to these pervasive rumors, as a very strange situation had emerged at Yaida Academy. When the night was still and quiet, a faint, almost inaudible scream could be heard throughout the academy, as if it could solidify the soul, terrifying all the wizard apprentices. Wizard apprentices like Pierce, who had been at the academy for over a decade, were prompted to recall the past, to the days before the spiritual energy school was abandoned. Back then, many students had heard this strange sound, and thus the Tower of Whistling got its name. On the third morning, unable to sleep for 2 nights because of the screeching sounds, Tix finally couldn't help but blurt out his question. That's the Tower of Whistling. It was a research institute for the spiritual energy school years ago. Since the dissolution of the school, the tower has been abandoned. Philip offered an explanation, but he kept his mouth shut about the details and was not willing to say more. The specifics, let's wait for Master Helram to come back and explain to you, Orlando chimed in on the side. Tix and Luoer didn't dare to press too hard, considering they were still within Yaida Harbor. A real conflict might make it difficult for them to even leave. As for entering the Tower of Whistling to check the situation, that would be tantamount to courting death. Tix speculated that the souls that were extracted were likely all gathered in this tower, which might be filled with the presence of the undead. To set foot inside recklessly could mean risking their lives. In light of this, the two could only wait for support from the council while trying to coax Lin, the potential ally. If their suspicions were correct, the massacre in the southern district couldn't be unrelated to Helram. Therefore, there was a possibility that Philip and his companions were involved. By comparison, the only one with a slightly lesser suspicion was Lin, the newly arrived professor of arcane science in Wizardland. Consequently, Lin found himself bizarrely embroiled in a secret discussion that lasted all night with Tix and Luo, discussing various possible scenarios. When Lin came out, his expression was odd. Unlike the other two, he believed that not many people were involved in this matter. After all, soul-devouring arrays had a dreadful reputation, being taboo among taboos in Wizardland. Once exposed, even Helram, with his status as a great wizard, would likely not escape being pursued and captured. That's why the opposing faction had created an organization of faceless, where members were unaware of each other's identities, and North probably was the only one who knew who their behind-the-scenes boss was. It was because of this that before the news of Helram's death was exposed, Lin did not think they would encounter any attacks by lingering factions. Taking advantage of the break from class due to the disturbance, he began to study the virtual domain that had been taken by the artificial intelligence. After 2 days of getting acquainted, Lin had transformed this domain, composed of magic power and soul power, from a state of chaos where nothing but darkness existed. Instead, it twinkled like the universe, studded with countless stars. Here, one could see massive celestial bodies orbiting around stars under the influence of gravity, witness stars collapsing or expanding into red giants. A spectacular sight. Lin was completely immersed in this experience akin to that of a creator. Although most of the work had been completed by the artificial intelligence's loading of corresponding data, this sense of participation was also a very special experience. Lin mused, accessing the artificial intelligence's database on black holes, but when he was about to replicate one, he received a low energy warning. 4%. Absorb it. Lin hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Looking at the situation in Yaida Harbor, bringing someone back to life in this world was not an easy feat. Those whose souls had been devoured and converted into soul bodies by the soul-devouring array had lost their past memories, retaining only the obsession from their most profound memories before death, with no possibility of recovery. Right, keep IGE's spiritual body for me. Don't convert her as well. Lin suddenly remembered something and spoke up again. Unlike the other spiritual bodies he had encountered, Baigu was very rare, able to maintain her sanity and communicate, a valuable subject for research, especially since he had made a promise before. But to the artificial intelligence, Baigu was just a big gift package that had several times the soul strength of an ordinary wizard apprentice and could restore 12% of the energy reserves. So, whenever the AI was short on energy, the suggestion to sacrifice Baigu in exchange for energy would always pop up first. Seeing the energy reserves of the artificial intelligence replenished to 100% in a very short time, Lin did not have a particularly happy expression because there were just too many places where energy was needed. After the death of Helram, the virtual domain had lost its energy supply, and Lin had to rely on the AI to provide magic power. The consumption was also terrifying, costing 15% of the energy reserves per day. Forget it. Let's not bother with the black hole for now. For all celestial bodies outside the visible range, just do a simple simulation and don't waste too much computing power on this. Lin thought for a moment and then quickly chanted in his mind. As his words fell, the distant stars immediately dimmed a bit, and the daily magic power consumption was reduced to 5%. If there was no one in the virtual domain, the consumption would even drop to around 1%. Lin had put so much thought into transforming this virtual domain into a picture of the universe. And naturally, it was not just for fun. It had a significant purpose. After witnessing the darkness of Yaida Harbor and the two-faced nature of Helram, Lin understood that outsiders could not be relied upon. He needed to build his own faction to prevent being at the mercy of others again. Chapter 142, 129. This place shall be called Beyond Space and Time. Please subscribe. It was not an easy task to establish a new school within Wizardland in a short period of time. Relying solely on recruiting apprentices and training them was simply too slow, and as he continued to reveal various wondrous pieces of knowledge, trouble was bound to come sooner or later, especially since he was still not powerful enough to walk sideways through Wizardland. Despite enduring for so long in the battle with the great wizard Helram, Lin was well aware that if it hadn't been for the smart brain suddenly seizing control of the virtual domain while the opponent was casting with all his might, causing them to fall into a strong magical backlash, even with the computing power support of 9 third-level wizards, he would have stood no chance. Therefore, it was necessary to hoodwink some suitable people to believe that the secret magic society truly existed and to become a part of it. thereby spontaneously protecting and escorting the development of the school. This virtual domain was the best tool he had at his disposal. The assembly form of the Faceless provided many inspirations for Lin, but of course, the location of this gathering had to be more grandiose. After all, he had already blown his own trumpet. As Lin thought, he created a bounded bubble universe that floated within the endless cosmic space, complete with an atmosphere and even gravity, with constants identical to the surface of a planet. This place shall be called Beyond Time and Space. Lin quickly had the smart brain record this name, and from then on, this would be the place to hoodwink those high-level wizards. Lin unleashed his creativity at will, not stopping until he noticed that the energy reserves of the smart brain had depleted by more than half, prompting him to hurriedly cease. After all, the soul power collected by the smart brain was not infinite. One less consumed was one less in reserve. Although he had already noted down the alchemy formula for soul-body separation, Lin had no intention of using this life-depleting method to replenish energy. After arranging the decorations within the bubble universe, Lin inquired again, 071, how are those Faceless who were connected to my mind before? Since these Faceless had basically stayed in the virtual domain for 2 to 3 years, attending hundreds of meetings, their spiritual power defenses had long been as porous as sieves. During Lin's use of the 4th-level magic deflection field, the allocation of computing power was the most terrifying, even able to reach over 50%. So after the battle concluded, these individuals had unanimously suffered severe mental injuries. 5 of them died on the spot, and the remaining 4 also lost contact temporarily, unclear whether they had fallen unconscious or had destroyed the Faceless rings in their possession. Could it really be a complete wipeout? Lin was taken aback, but the smart brain could only roughly deduce the status of these people based on their connection through magic power, which was not necessarily accurate. However, no matter how it was said, the secretive organization of the Faceless was on the brink of collapse. Just like Bloodthorn, as Helram's white gloves, every Faceless had numerous blood debts in their hands, their research outcomes alone providing a glimpse into that fact. Lin felt no sympathy for these individuals, and letting them disappear along with Helram might not be a bad thing. The only regret for Lin was that the method of stealing computing power to enhance his own strength would probably not be usable in the short term, and even if new members joined in the future, breaking through their mental defenses would take a long time. Contemplating, Lin momentarily exited the virtual domain, and with a flip of his hand, he took out 3 exquisitely designed rings, which belonged to North, Barbara, and Hank, the rings of the Faceless. As the caster, Helram didn't need the object to enter and exit the virtual domain, but it was precisely because of his deep connection that he suffered a strong backlash when his control was taken away. Since acquiring the ring of the Faceless, he had been studying the principles behind it. After damaging one ring, he did make some progress, but it would still take some time to fully decipher and successfully replicate it. 071. Change the magic power frequency for entering the virtual domain, Lin thought to himself. With that, the remaining rings scattered outside lost their original function. Without a receiver, that thing was just junk. Knock, knock, knock. As Lin pondered, a knocking suddenly sounded. After storing away the rings, Lin activated the mage's hand to open the door. A silver-haired witch stood quietly at the door, speaking softly to remind him. Professor Lin, Mr. Lin nodded, then followed Johnny out. By the time they reached the entrance to Aida Academy, Philip, Kevin, and Orlando were already waiting there. Before he could greet them, Lin saw a few ornately decorated carriages racing towards them on the street nearby. Pulling these carriages were not camel beasts, but robust fire lions, their manes like blazing flames, powerful in appearance. The procession came to a smooth halt before the group. As Lin and others watched, the carriage curtain was slowly drawn back. A middle-aged male wizard with a tuft of beard and profound eyes stepped down from the carriage, his gaze immediately taking in the surrounding architecture. He nodded in satisfaction at the rows of identically long and wide houses and remarked with nostalgia, Unexpectedly, the council had sent this person, and Tick had a feeling that it spelled trouble. Fortunately, a familiar figure quickly descended from the carriage following behind. It was a very young male wizard, who appeared to be only in his 20s, with a handsome face and a light smile that involuntarily induced a good impression from those who saw it. Lin, too, observed the two men, pausing particularly on the distinctly different wizard badges on their chests. Two great wizards? He had no recollection of the leading middle-aged male wizard and couldn't guess his identity, but the other was quite recognizable. A great wizard so young could only be one person, the renowned star of magic, August from Wizardland. Philip, Kevin, and the others exchanged glances and immediately realized that something seemed amiss. Normally, when academic symposiums were organized, the council would symbolically send a formal wizard to notify them. But this time, they had sent two great wizards at once, causing a vague disquiet amongst the wizards of the Aida school. Chapter 143 a 130. Enoid, Raphael. Welcome, great masters, to Aida Harbor, said Philip, stepping forward with a forced smile, despite feeling some unease, and greeted them. Raphael looked around at everyone, asking with noticeable curiosity. The master went to Green Reel some time ago, Philip replied indirectly. Raphael raised his eyebrows, for he hadn't heard this news, but considering the vastness of Green Reel and his lack of close acquaintance with Hellram, he saw no reason to argue. Meanwhile, August, who had stepped down from the carriage, turned his attention to Lin and spoke with a hint of a smile on his face. Is this the esteemed Professor Lin from the Secret Magic Society? Luo has mentioned you quite often in his letters to me recently, talking about your profound mathematics courses and your airship experiments. Master August, you flatter me, Lin replied with a smile. Raphael also joined the conversation. In fact, there's nothing significantly wrong with the star charts circulated within Wizardland. It's just that they reference different things. Of course, they may not realize the impact of planetary rotation. Lin explained, showing his respect for those wizards dedicated to studying the motion of the stars. After all, it's a tedious and lengthy task, and to err is only natural in the exploration of the world. There's always a process involved. As they chatted, they walked towards the inside of the institute, leaving Tick and the others to the side. The light-hearted atmosphere of the conversation, however, did relax Philip. When there was a break in their discussion, Tick couldn't help but ask, Master Raphael, I've heard that you personally designed the layout of all the buildings in Aida Harbor. Raphael nodded with pride. Very impressive that you noticed, said Raphael, surprised, glancing at Tick. Combining architectural design with alchemy arrays was his specialty, but he explained nevertheless. Originally, Hellram told me that he planned to research some techniques related to spiritual energy at the Aida Academy, and to avoid any unnecessary accidents, it was necessary to set up an array inside the academy that could suppress spiritual bodies. Tick and Luo exchanged glances. Before Evil Mage Merc caused the downfall of the spiritual energy discipline, adding courses to study spiritual energy within a school was not a big deal. Since the city was established over 20 years ago, Raphael's actions were not at fault. What puzzled him the most, though, was if an array that suppressed spiritual bodies covered the entire city, how could the poor souls in the southern district be subject to soul theft? August inquired at just the right moment. Raphael also looked over. They had noticed something amiss when they entered this port city because there wasn't a single person on the bustling streets. Let me explain, sighed Philip. When he saw the arrival of the two grand wizards at the entrance of the academy, he realized that this scandal was probably impossible to keep hidden anymore. After listening to Philip's account, Raphael's expression turned unsightly, and he couldn't shake off the feeling that he had been duped in some way. He quickly analyzed that someone must have tampered with the array he had set up, so when he heard the inexplicable whistling inside the academy, Raphael instantly realized that the souls of the deceased must have congregated inside the Tower of Whistling, because that was where the core of the array was located. Come on, I want to see what tricks Hellram is really playing, Raphael huffed coldly, taking the lead toward the location of the Tower of Whistling. Philip and the others were reluctant to believe the matter had anything to do with Master Helram, but were powerless to stop Raphael's actions, opting instead to follow along. Lin was no exception. He was somewhat curious as to how the two grand wizards would deal with the powerful, vengeful spirit. The tower, sealed for many years, was reopened. The dim and cold interior quickly came into everyone's view. The walls and ceilings were covered in cobwebs, and the floor tiles were caked with dust, obviously unattended for a long time. The moment they entered the tower, they immediately felt a suffocating presence, as if something was staring at them from the shadows. Raphael paid no heed and continued forward, heading toward the basement of the tower. Compared to the dilapidated state above, this area was surprisingly clean. August suddenly warned. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed in the tower, and under the surge of blood-red mist, a lightning-fast phantom shape lunged directly at Roll, the lowest-ranked wizard among them. Under the influence of the soul scream, everyone's actions involuntarily came to a halt. Roll could not react in time, and as the vengeful spirit was already upon him, he could only watch helplessly as a bloodied hand reached toward his chest. But quicker than that was a powerful beam of magic power, which, fired after but reaching before, struck the blood-red mist and sent the vengeful spirit of Yaida flying away. The spellcaster was August, and he was also the first person among them to break free from the influence of the scream. Roll, who had just taken a walk at death's door, remained rigid in place, unable to move as a droplet of sweat slid down his temple. He had truly thought he was going to die just now. Raphael, by now, had also recovered, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw out a reagent bottle. As it made contact with the vengeful spirit, it exploded instantaneously, spreading the powder contained within. The blood-red mist that enveloped the surroundings gradually dissipated, revealing its true form. Tick exclaimed in shock. He had run into the half-human girl frequently while attending math classes beside the academy, so recognizing the face of the vengeful spirit, he couldn't stop calling out. Chapter 144, 131. The Demise of the Yetta School. Compared to Tick, who mistook someone else, Orlando and Raphael looked pale, obviously having recognized the person. For Lynn, who had absorbed the soul power of thousands of people at Yaida, she was invincible, but she had no strength to struggle under the joint hands of two great wizards. Utilizing the array in the tower, originally meant to suppress spiritual bodies, Raphael quickly bound the resentful spirit of Yaida to a corner of the tower. August aptly produced a deep blue crystal as a tether for the spiritual body, aiding Raphael in sealing it away. The deep blue crystal was quickly stained blood-red, and within, one could faintly see the continuously surging resentful spirit. After dealing with the threat in the tower, Raphael quickened his pace towards the deeper underground areas, his expression growing increasingly grim. His suspicion undeniably came true. Helram had indeed secretly modified his alchemy array. However, an infuriated Raphael soon discovered that Helram, whom he was looking for, was dead, right inside this tower. Philip, unable to believe what he saw, looked at the body lying on the floor, already devoid of signs of life. Had it not been for that familiar face, he would never have recognized the person before him as Helram. Kevin and Orlando also wore faces of disbelief. How could a great wizard die silently within the Tower of Whistling? Had they not followed Raphael in, they would still be in the dark. But wasn't Master Helram already on his way to Wizard City, Greenrider? A guess suddenly leaped into everyone's minds, but they were all unwilling to believe that possibility. His life force was drained. That must be the cause of death. It's possible that the resentful spirit was responsible. Raphael carefully examined Helram's corpse, his eyebrows involuntarily furrowing. He turned to Tick and asked. Before Tick could answer, Orlando sighed and said on the side, knowing these matters, if the council wanted to investigate, it would be hard to conceal. Thus, he voluntarily started to reveal what he knew. Yaida was Helram's daughter, a child with great magic talent and a spiritualist. But precisely because of her talent, Helram had let her engage in various kinds of magic from an early age, including spiritual magic techniques, hoping to train her into the youngest official wizard in Wizardland and create a new record, believing she had the potential to break through the legendary wizard level. However, things did not go as planned. Yaida died in an accident involving spiritual magic before becoming an official wizard. At this, Orlando shook his head and did not continue. One of Helram's purposes in establishing a school in this harbor city was to find a way to resurrect the dead. However, ever since Crow, the professor in charge of this matter from the spiritual science discipline, traveled far to the Seeka's empire, this tower of whistling had been abandoned. Orlando thought Helram had given up on this impractical idea, but unexpectedly, Philip and Kevin's faces also revealed a trace of gloom, as they had not anticipated that Helram would resort to using the soul-devouring array. Such a cruel method. Things are probably not that simple. August pointed out the dissolved and damaged tiles and the traces of damage on the array set up on the high platform. For a spiritual body, one wouldn't need to use fire magic. Could it be that someone else is involved? Perhaps this wasn't done by Master Helram after all. Kevin hurriedly interjected. Raphael sneered a little. The Tower of Whistling was built inside Yaida Academy, and besides, there was the modification covering the entire harbor city with the spiritual power array. He was definitely not convinced of Helram's non-involvement in such a huge project. However, the traces of battle left in the tower confused Raphael. If there was another grand wizard who had planned this together with Helram, then why didn't they take away their creation after Helram died, instead choosing to leave this spiritual body in the Tower of Whistling? All the soul power collected by the soul-devouring array had created such a powerful spiritual body. Leaving her here was simply a wasted effort. All of a sudden, Raphael thought of another possibility, that, after activating the soul-devouring array, someone had entered the Tower of Whistling and killed Helram, trying to stop the array from spreading further. Could there be a second grand wizard within Yaida Harbor who didn't want to reveal themselves? Raphael was completely puzzled and didn't realize that his other target was right beside him. After all, in Raphael's mind, Helram was a level 5 grand wizard. A formal wizard stood no chance against him. Lynn was also observing the base of the tower. Due to the vacuum domain released by Helram, the white phosphorus fire that had lost its fuel had long been extinguished. The damage from the fire alone couldn't provide any clues and likely wouldn't implicate himself. Realizing this, Lynn quickly felt relieved. Killing the grand wizard Helram and stopping the spread of the soul-devouring array. Although it would be a significant accomplishment if revealed, it would also bring immense trouble. In the following days, the development of events somewhat surprised Lynn. Although Raphael and August reported the death of Helram, they didn't reveal that the massacre in the southern district might be connected to the Grand Wizard. After all, having operated in Yaida Harbor for many years, Helram held very high prestige. Suddenly telling these civilians that Helram had set up an array that covered the entire city, intending to steal everyone's spiritual energy, would cause too violent impact, only intensifying the civilians' fear of wizard rule. Thus, the blame was placed on those escaping evil mages, but the punishments conducted in secret were naturally minimal. All of Helram's previously earned titles and honors were stripped, and his assets were confiscated. Philip, Orlando, Kevin, and others all wore a look of worry. They understood that the future of the Yaida school was likely bleak. Chapter 145. 132. Do you know who you just turned down? Please subscribe. In the conference room of Yaida Academy, after the discussion about how to compensate the families of the deceased ended, August suddenly extended an invitation. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Philip wanted to speak, but hesitated. After Helram's death, Lynn was indeed the only hope for Yaida school, but he was equally aware that the other party took on the role of professor of mathematical science based on his friendship with Crow and the idea of spreading knowledge. Now, the decline of Yaida school was just a matter of time, and he really had no reason to ask Lynn to stay. Moreover, the one inviting him was none other than the star of magic, August. No one would refuse this proposal. Not just Philip, Tick and a few others also harbored the same thoughts. Yet Lynn's response was unexpected to everyone. "Is that so? What a pity." August shook his head, showing a look of regret on his face, but did not say much more. After the meeting concluded, he left straight away. Orlando said, feeling emotional. Lynn asked in surprise, wondering if he had mistaken the person. Orlando choked for a moment, uncertain how to respond. That was August, the star of magic, the most magically gifted one in the wizard land to date, and the most likely to step above the level of legend. In Lynn's words, he seemed just like any ordinary wizard. "You've only joined Aida school for 2 months. You don't need to share its fate." Kevin also spoke up, trying to persuade him. Lynn could not help but smile wryly. These people probably misunderstood something. His refusal was precisely because of August's high status. Looking at Luoer, one could see the nearly worshipful attitude towards this star of magic. Once he joined the other school, no matter how many accomplishments he made, it would likely be hard to gain a say in matters, and conflicts might even arise. By comparison, the current Yaida school was more suitable for him to exert himself, since there was no one here to overshadow him, and the geographical location of this harbor city was simply too good, with access to sea routes towards the Sika's empire. However, Lynn did not bother to correct their misunderstanding. After all, this misunderstanding was not necessarily a bad thing. Philip and others now looked at Lynn with much more warmth. As the saying goes, adversity shows true colors. In such a critical moment, Lynn, an outsider, had rejected a bright path and chose to stay as a part of the academy, which moved many of the professors. In a few days, it will be the annual academic conference of the Wizardland, which is very important for the survival of Yaida School. "I would like to ask you to represent our school at this conference," Philip pleaded, then exchanged glances with Orlando and Kevin before speaking again. Philip was very aware of his own limitations, not to mention preserving the glory of the school. It would be difficult even to maintain the status quo. It's important to realize that Yaida School is not just a simple college. In fact, all the wizards in this harbor city belong to this school. There were more than 10 third-ring wizards alone, and he couldn't possibly control them. Things might just fall apart. Moreover, for the sake of resurrecting his daughter, Hellram had used the soul-devouring array in the harbor city, leaving a very poor impression on the council. It was quite possible that they were already discussing whether to dissolve the entire Yaida school. These issues were beyond his resolution. The existence of the magic school was based on 2 factors, the first naturally being strength, and the second academic research achievements. Lynn, although a formal wizard just like himself, had the advantage of age, and it was only a matter of time before he advanced to become a great wizard. Lynn was also a member of the Secret Magic Society and had a grasp of many novel pieces of knowledge. Based on these 2 points, Philip had made such a bold decision. Kevin and Orlando, who were beside him, showed no objection, clearly having discussed this beforehand. "Thank you for your trust. I believe there will be good news at this academic conference," Lynn said with a smile. Kevin hesitated, noting that the journey from Yaida Harbor to Wizard City Green would usually take about 7 days. These days, in dealing with the mess left by Hellram, they had been incredibly busy, even beginning to hesitate about attending the academic conference. Initially, both Philip and Orlando felt that Lynn definitely would not stay at the Yaida Academy, thus creating this extremely awkward situation. Lynn reminded Orlando, and the others suddenly saw the light. Right, they had almost forgotten about the sky ship. The next early morning, above the Yaida Academy, a huge airship slowly descended. After more than 2 months of pilot training, Lydia had already mastered the controls, smoothly landing the airship in the open area in front of the magical science building, ready to pilot the ship for this long journey. The airship had also been magically modified. Referring to North's pirated version, Lynn had tick-inscribed the alchemy array for wind protection and vibration reduction on it. The interior was very spacious, and its passenger capacity had been expanded to 15 people. However, for the sake of comfort, Lynn decided it was enough to bring only 10 people. Apart from himself, Lydia, and Philip, Lynn also took along Johnny, Piers, and Alok, 3 outstanding apprentices from the magical science department. As for why there were only 6 people, that was, of course, because they also had to bring Tick, Luor, Raphael, and August. Previously, Lin saw that these people remained in Yaida Harbor without any hurry, and he thought they either did not plan to attend the conference or had other rapid means of travel. It turned out these people were planning to hitch a ride on a sky ship. Even though these great wizards who had mastered force field magic could fly by themselves, Lin grumbled inwardly, but did not make a fuss over this minor issue. Moreover, having 2 great wizards with them meant increased safety in case they encountered any flying magical creatures. Chapter 146-133. A seminar with magical features. Please subscribe. Riding on an airship thousands of meters high for the first time, feeling the brisk wind, and witnessing the white clouds fly by, Tick and Luor felt a thrill in their hearts, but they managed to maintain an appearance of nonchalance. Although they had been in Yaida Harbor for several days and had the opportunity to ride the airship at any time for just 10 silver coins, the 2 were too proud to join the commoners. Sometimes, Lydia, the pilot, would deliberately steer the airship into the clouds, offering everyone the strange sensation of being soaked by a cloud. Tick thought about the uses of the airship for transportation, realizing that it could cut travel time between places by more than half. If it could become widespread, traveling in Wizardland would be so convenient. Tick asked, "It is a bit pricey," Lin nodded earnestly. While the overall cost of an airship was not high and some cheap materials could be substituted, the design concept was where the real value lay. Then Lin inquired about how past academic conferences were conducted. Tick recalled the grand gathering of over 1,000 wizards, sharing innovative theories developed by their schools and demonstrating newly researched magic. The most memorable one for him was the debate on the essence of flame by several top schools 20 years ago. They put forward numerous hypotheses. Hundreds of official wizards argued with one another, and the debate even escalated to a full-blown magic duel at the conference venue. For instance, the widely admired fire elemental theory, which proposed that fire was comprised of countless tiny, lively elements that were undetectable by magic, existed within flammable substances and elements. They would separate out at high temperatures, and a large congregation of free fire elements would form visible flames. The evidence was that elements as a result of combustion did not completely vanish, but produced or transformed into other elements, surely due to the separation of the fire elements. However, the theory had many flaws and did not win the consensus of all wizards. Opposing theories included the fire mana theory, combustible element theory, and there were wizards who believed fire was merely a state and expression of violent element movement, denying the existence of fire elements altogether. Lin asked curiously. The ultimate victor was the great wizard Adela, who conjured a new spell called Element Storm, with temperatures reaching hundreds of thousands of degrees. Tick reminisced, wondering when he would witness another such exciting debate. Of course, although the fire elemental theory had triumphed, the wizards who opposed it did not give up. They continued to diligently research new fire magic, aiming to turn the tables, but so far they had not managed to surpass in magical intensity. Is it even possible? Listening to Tick's description, Lin was somewhat amused. But upon reflection, perhaps it was quite normal. In Wizardland, knowledge equated to power, and the most potent magic was proof of the deepest research. In the absence of a conclusive argument about who is right and who is wrong, magic undoubtedly becomes the only way to solve the problem, for the simple reason that might makes right. It can only be said that this is a debating method characterized by the Wizardland. By the way, I've heard that those wizards from the Prophecy School are preparing to refute your theory at the seminar. They seem to have found some errors, so you'd better be careful, Tick suddenly said as if he had just remembered something. Being knowledgeable doesn't necessarily mean one is good at debate. Though sophistry can't overturn the truth, it can be very embarrassing in a debate. Lin paused. That shouldn't be the case, Tick said uncertainly. Although conflicts leading to confrontations had occurred at past seminars, they usually did not escalate to the point of fighting. "What about the legendary wizards?" Lin asked. "I don't know about that." Tick shook his head. "In fact, legendary wizards seldom participated in academic seminars, unless there was an interesting or very important topic. Otherwise, it was usually an outstanding official wizard from the school who would present the new theory." Considering it was Lin's first time attending a seminar, Tick explained various points of attention in great detail. Lin took note of each one and then inquired about the legendary wizards of the council. However, these lofty chairpersons were all very mysterious, and Tick didn't have much information on them. The most discussed among the legendary wizards was Herav. This great man also came from outside the wizard land and was rumored to have only started learning magic in his 30s. Despite his high talent and having missed the best time to learn magic, he still managed to reach the realm of a legendary wizard. Unlike other legendary wizards, Herav had very few apprentices, only a handful. According to him, he only needed a few people to assist him. He didn't have much time to devote to teaching students. Lin asked in surprise, was it because of the issue of planetary gravity? Lin immediately understood why this legendary wizard was so concerned about such a conclusion. After all, it must also be something the other party was researching. The law of universal gravitation? Lin pondered for a while. He had already prepared an invitation for the Secret Magic Society. He had been hesitant about whether to give it to Raphael or August, considering that the Aida school didn't have a great wizard as a patron, which was ultimately a hidden worry. Now it seems that this legendary wizard Herav might be a better choice. Chapter 147, 134. The flying ship was somewhat faster than anticipated, and on the evening of the third day, a majestic city appeared before Lin. It was Wizard City, Greenreel. This city, nestled among mountains and perfectly circular, resembled an enormous gem embedded within the peaks. Its towering walls were equipped with many high-level magic crystal cannons, which, inexplicably and without human control, swiveled their barrels toward the direction of the flying ship. Lin had witnessed the might of these devices before. They could even heavily damage the formidable Eye of Death. However, he was not there to invade. He had reported his arrival in advance through an alchemist's array, and with two great wizards on board, Lin wasn't worried about being attacked. Instead, he gazed directly at a towering, sharp-topped tower at the city's center. Bathed in the dying light of the sunset, it sparkled with magical brilliance and was distinctly conspicuous. Lin murmured to himself. Lin inquired. Having experienced the events at Yaida Harbor, the sight of tall spires left him somewhat wary. Actually, its original name was supposed to be Eclipse Tower or Shadowless Tower, but those names were changed to Corona due to their unfavorable connotations, Raphael explained. Of course, on that day, all the buildings in Greenreel do the same, yet the Corona Tower is exceedingly tall and thus most awe-inspiring. The calendar and timekeeping of Wizard Land are precisely divided based on the length and angle changes of Corona Tower's shadow under the sunlight, forming a perfect 360 days, split into 12 months, each with exactly 30 days. A fine design, Lin remarked, raising an eyebrow. In this way, the whole tower serves as a gigantic clock. As for the phenomenon of the Shadowless Tower, he could guess. It simply occurred on mid-July days when the tower stood directly under the sun's rays. As the two conversed, the flying ship passed through Greenreel and landed on the plaza in front of the Eastern Magic Research Association, drawing a large crowd of wizards. After all, everyone else had arrived by horse-drawn carriage, making their arrival distinctly unique. Is this the skyship? The chattering continued non-stop, and given the extensive coverage by Magic Daily, Lin and his skyship were already well known, although sketches naturally could not compare to the impact of seeing the real thing. The alchemists even discussed the design principles of such alchemical apparatus. It could fly and hover without wings. Could it be using some kind of force field magic? Thus, as soon as Lin and his companions disembarked from a ship, they felt countless eyes turn their way, clearly becoming the focus of everyone present. Compared to the very composed Lin, Johnny, and Alok, who were first-time participants at the grand event in Green Ruil, seemed somewhat uneasy. Philip adjusted his robe. Even when Master Hellram used to lead the team, opportunities for the Aida school to make an appearance like this were rare. At that moment, a tall and burly male wizard, who had his hair neatly groomed, stepped out from the crowd, smiled, and bowed to August and Raphael before turning his attention to Lynn and the others. "Mr. Philip, Mr. Lynn, welcome to Green Ruil." Lynn said goodbye to August and Raphael and then followed the tall wizard to the Aida school's designated rest area. After settling the accommodation issues, Philip hurriedly pulled Lynn aside. Philip was completely flustered. Seeing Lynn's composure earlier, he had thought Lynn had everything under control, but it turned out he was completely unprepared. However, before Philip could get more agitated, Lynn spoke again. Philip rushed out the door. The wizards from the Prophecy School had published these research findings in past editions of the Magic Daily, and there were corresponding records in the library, which should not be hard to find. Lynn took out a piece of parchment from the table and wrote down the famous Kepler's third law and the law of universal gravitation. Understanding the laws of stellar orbits needed decades, or even centuries of uninterrupted observations, and he certainly didn't have enough time now. Fortunately, the wizards from the Prophecy School had already done the most complex work for him. He just needed to verify whether the theories were correct. Night fell over Wizard City Green Ruil. Lynn came alone to Harrow's Manor, ready to meet this renowned legendary wizard. However, when he reached the entrance, he was surprised to find it crowded with people. Over 10 wizards were anxiously waiting at the door, each holding an envelope or manuscript. Before Lynn could ask any questions, the manor's gates opened, and a female wizard, roughly 30 years old and wearing a badge indicating she was a third-ring wizard, came out. Almost immediately, the crowd gathered at the gate surged forward. "Trisha, this data took me 10 whole years to compile, and I hope it could assist in Harrow's research," a tall, thin wizard pleaded as he handed over a stack of manuscript papers. The other wizards were not to be outdone, each pushing forward to present their research findings in hopes of catching Trisha's attention. They hoped to place their manuscripts on top of the pile, and some even included a few magic gold coins or even a whole bag of money in their papers. Only then did Lynn realize that those who knew Harrow was researching gravity and planned to approach him from this angle were not just himself. Chapter 148, 135 Lynn. I brought 3 major laws and 1 formula. Trisha looked at the disorganized crowd with displeasure and rebuked them before expressionlessly collecting their envelopes and manuscripts. As for the gold coins and purses that several wizards had discreetly passed her, she tossed them all back. Then, the witch turned to Lynn, who also held an envelope in his hands. "Miss Trisha, I am Lynn from the Secret Magic Society, and I have something very important to request an audience with Lord Harrow," said Lynn, bowing slightly in a show of ample respect. After pausing, he continued, "I have made some progress in the study of gravity and have brought 3 laws of celestial movement and an arcane formula." Lynn's words made Trisha's eyebrows furrow uncontrollably. Everyone else had merely sent in some of their research findings, yet Lynn wanted to meet the teacher directly. It was utterly presumptuous. As for the so-called 3 great laws the other party mentioned, Trisha sneered at them. "We're laws. They're the immutable magical principles, the fundamental rules upon which this world operates. Every wizard who creates a magical law is recorded in history, perhaps even becoming the founder of a top-tier school of thought or an important doctrine. And yet here he was, claiming to have researched 3 laws pertaining to the movement of stars, even proposing to assist the legendary wizard Harrow. This was nothing short of arrogance. Previously, Trisha had encountered wizards bold enough to claim they had significant research findings to swindle her into an introduction, but none had made such extravagant claims as this one. Impatience was already evident on Trisha's face as she snatched the envelope from Lynn's hand, speaking brusquely. "The teacher has been researching a very important topic these past few days and does not have time to meet with you right now. The planetary theory that Lord Harrow previously verified is based on my doctrine. I believe you want to meet with me." Lynn didn't give up but explained further. He began to suspect that she had not recognized his identity. Trisha, seeing what Lynn was thinking, scoffed. "Of course, I know who you are. But I must tell you, your proposed law of free fall was already known to the teacher long ago. He just hasn't published the related research findings yet." At this point, Trisha felt somewhat indignant. The law of free fall was a byproduct of her teacher Harov's research on gravity. It had been concluded years ago and was supposed to be published along with the forthcoming gravitational theory, but Lynn had preempted them. What was even more irritating was this wizard from the Seeka's empire who had ridiculed and questioned the research on magic in Wizardland, as if an ignorant rodent was mocking the vast dragon in the sky. How could this not prevent Trisha from showing a good face? You heard just now, every single person here thinks their research can help the teacher, Trisha said coldly. Almost every day, people would wait at the manor's entrance, submitting their research materials, hoping to gain the legendary wizard's appreciation. If he agreed to all of them, it would never end. And these so-called researches by official wizards were of no value. Most of the theories were full of mistakes, or else they were stale ideas that would simply waste the teacher's precious time. Having said that, Trisha turned with a stack of manuscript pages and envelopes and left, and the manor's gate was closed as well. Rejected at the door, a look of helplessness appeared on Lynn's face. He had thought that after the publicity in Magic Daily, he had garnered a bit of fame in the Wizardland, and that meeting this legendary wizard Harov should not be a problem. But now, it seemed that his reputation had not only positive effects. Lynn turned and looked at a wizard beside him, asking. The other wizard shook his head. His look toward Lynn carried a hint of schadenfreude. For the better part of the month, this wizard from outside the Miss Sea had been the talk of the town, and now he too was turned away, just like the rest of us. Lynn shook his head. Perhaps setting his goal on the legendary wizard so suddenly was a bit too ambitious. After all, the top echelons of Wizardland were not people you could meet just because you wanted to. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Trisha carefully opened the laboratory door, trying her best not to make a single sound, to avoid disturbing Harov, who was engrossed in thought. In the very center of the laboratory was placed a huge platform, on which floated several small orbs of magic power, orbiting around a massive central orb at constant speed, simulating the effect of stars under the influence of a star's gravity. The Grand Star map had been miniaturized to within an arm's reach, and Trisha could not help but marvel at the greatness of the legendary wizard. At that moment, Harov stood beneath the platform, holding the data he had just calculated, exclaiming in a furious tone, "Impossible! It cannot be like this." The more Harov thought about it, the angrier he got, until he simply tore up the data it had taken him over 10 hours to compute into shreds. According to his hypothesis, gravity should ripple out like waves in water, forming a perfect circular shape, and some effects of force field magic could validate this point quite well. But the data from his star maps provided by the Prophecy School did not match his perfect gravitational model at all. Something was definitely off, such as a factor he had not yet noticed. Or was it that the star map data given to him by the Prophecy School was actually incorrect? Harov pondered in agony, while Trisha carefully squatted down, picking up the torn pieces of paper one by one and piecing them back together. To her, every piece of research from her teacher was a profound exploration of the world and the laws of magic. Even the errors were extremely valuable. These manuscripts contained the deepest of thoughts. Chapter 149, 136. The Shocking Legendary Wizard Harov. Subscribe, please. Harov thought for a long while, but could not come up with any results. So he finally sighed and looked towards Trisha, asking a question. Trisha respectfully handed over a stack of manuscript papers. Harov casually picked up a piece of parchment and began to read it. Although the various ideas proposed by these formal wizards were full of loopholes, their wild and imaginative nature sometimes provided him with faint inspiration. After all, that was exactly what he was lacking at the moment. Harov scanned through them line by line and quickly tossed them aside, then picked up the next piece of parchment and began reading again. After reviewing a dozen or so pieces, Hera's patience had gradually worn thin. This issue's theoretical quality was really poor, with many theories having no factual basis at all, merely fruitless daydreaming. It was simply a waste of his own time. Still, he decided to finish reading them all. What if he could find some inspiration? Hera shook his head, clutching to a last glimmer of hope, and picked up an exceptionally elegant envelope that remained on the table. Hera said discontentedly, "Yes, teacher. I'll remind them." Trisha quickly nodded, her disdain for that man from outside Wizardland named Lin growing, as he was the one who had brought the envelope. Hera absent-mindedly opened the envelope, and his whole person froze. For the envelope did not contain research papers filled with magic theories, but an invitation. "Dear esteemed legendary wizard Hera, we hear you are studying the laws governing the movement of stars and are dedicated to deciphering the secrets of gravity, space, and time. We hereby invite you to join the Secret Magic Society and together discuss the mysteries of the universe." Hera frowned deeply. He did not know how many such invitations from academic discussion organizations he had to reject each month, and now one had been mistakenly mixed in with his research materials. "I am very sorry, teacher. It was my fault. I should have reviewed them beforehand," Trisha responded anxiously, revealing that her task had been delayed somewhat. Hera did not immediately throw the letter away, as it seemed he had heard the name somewhere before. It was a wizard named Lin, that man from the Miss Sea who proposed the planetary theory, Trisha said with some resentment. Hera continued to ask, "This wizard organization, having clearly proposed the planetary theory and the law of free fall, must have something of substance. It wouldn't hurt to look." Trisha momentarily choked up and struggled to speak. Fortunately, Hera quickly found the formula and laws Lin had written on the backside of the invitation. As Hera's eyes swept over the first line, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, while studying the motion of the stars, he had also observed this phenomenon, but the question was why it was so. According to his hypothesis, the gravity field should be a perfect circle with the star positioned at the center. This was one of the issues that had always troubled him. So, Hera hurriedly looked down, but what was unexpected was that there was no explanation whatsoever. Instead, the text directly proposed the second and third laws. Hera's expression immediately became serious because these were two entirely new laws that even he had not yet discovered. "Quick, bring paper and pen. I need to verify this," Hera called out loudly. Could these so-called laws really be useful to his mentor? Trisha felt a vague unease in her heart, and even more so, did not understand why merely 3 sentences had caused Hera, a legendary wizard, to behave so unusually. Though completely baffled, Trisha quickly brought over the paper and pen. But Hera, who couldn't wait, directly started writing and drawing in the air with magic power, then took out the star map's data and began comparing each one. Trisha stood by with the paper and pen, holding her breath in fear, and just stayed there waiting for several hours. Only when the sky began to brighten did Hera stop, looking at the star orbit data floating in midair and muttering to himself. Hera felt he had never been closer to the truth. Thus, he then looked at the very end of the invitation. There was one line of a simple equation. F equals GMM over R squared. However, these mathematical symbols, he couldn't understand them at all. What did this F represent, and what was this G about? Hera, clueless about these mathematical symbols from another world, could only guess based on his research, and he had a premonition that what he was pursuing was within this line of a simple formula. Hera suddenly remembered the sender of the letter and eagerly asked, for the other party must understand the meaning of this formula. "There, teacher, because it was very late yesterday, the wizard named Lin had already gone back. As for now, he is probably attending a seminar," Trisha stammered, not daring to mention that she had intentionally kept him out of the door. Trisha hurriedly planned to go out and bring Lin back. As for the previous disagreements, she couldn't care less about them now. Trisha knew very well that she was just a third-ring wizard with ordinary talent, who had initially provided Hera some inspiration with an academic paper, and that had earned his appreciation and the position as his apprentice. If this legendary wizard knew about such a big oversight of hers, her current position might very well be in jeopardy. "No need, it's too slow, I'll go myself," Harov thought, and the messy research manuscripts in the room quickly organized themselves into his hand. Then he flew straight out of the wide-open window. Chapter 150, 137. Morning Star, Silver Moon Corona. Subscription requested. Professor Lin, where on earth were you last night? In front of the hall at the Greener City Magic Conference, Philip spoke with a hint of complaint. He had been busy all afternoon and evening yesterday just to help Lin win the debate. "I went to look for Lord Harov to verify a theory," Lin continued. "And then?" Philip asked curiously. "No, I didn't. In fact, I was outright stopped at the door," Lin answered smoothly. "That's normal, though." Philip laughed. Harov was famously obsessed with his research, and it was no surprise that Lin's impromptu visit was rebuffed. Lin shrugged his shoulders, not too concerned about the setback, and turned to Johnny and the others to ask if they had prepared everything he needed. After receiving a positive response, he joined the group and entered the hall of the Magic Conference. It was a beautifully decorated auditorium, large enough to accommodate 1,000 people. The red chairs were arranged in a circular, tiered fashion, so even those sitting at the back could clearly see the debate happening at the center. Philip led Lin and a few others to sit at a table designated for the Aida school. However, unlike before, this time they were seated further back. Philip knew this was due to the impact of Master Helram's death. The Aida no longer had a great mage in its ranks. After the two had settled down, today's conference quickly commenced. Among those hosting the conference, Raphael and August were notably present. The first person to take the stage was a tall male wizard who, after nodding to a few great mages, looked toward the assembled wizards and began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yasosi, a shaping mage from the School of Sky and Winds." As he spoke, the male wizard turned around and, amid the screams of several ladies, took off his shirt, revealing his muscular back. A wave of magic rippled from his body as the muscles on his back began to transform near the shoulder blades, stretching out to form a pair of huge wings, each 3 meters long, in front of the crowd. However, unlike birds' wings, Yasosi's transformed wings were bare, without feathers, more like a very thin, wide membrane. These wings, modeled after the bat wing transformation of bats, are extremely light and do not add much burden to the body. Yasosi briefly explained before vigorously flapping his wings. After a few quick strides, he took off into the air and soared around the hall, eliciting a series of exclamations. A very intricate example of shaping magic, and the transformation is flawless, but flying like that is too slow and too strenuous. Philip shook his head from the audience, not particularly impressed by the magic. Lin also nodded, noting firstly that the human body is not light, and flying by flapping wings required a lot of physical strength, and secondly, this magic required a high skill level in shaping science. Those wizards who truly mastered shaping magic could consider transforming directly into a guard falcon to fly rather than simply conjuring a pair of wings. Just as both had suspected, after Yasosi finished explaining the details of his magic research, the evaluations given by several senior wizards were not high, and it was ultimately categorized as an unpopular third-ring shaping magic. Yasosi stepped down from the stage amidst a series of sighs, knowing he had missed his chance at the Morning Star Medal this time. In the following hour, wizards from a dozen schools came up in succession to expound on their newly discovered theories or newly created magic. Eventually, it was only a magic potion expert who, relying on a potion that could quickly replenish wizards' physical strength, received much recognition from the senior wizards and was nominated for the Morning Star Medal. Taking advantage of the break, Philip also explained the 3 major awards of Wizardland to Lin. They're the Morning Star, Silver Moon, and Corona. The Morning Star targets those wizards who research and improve new magics, magic potions, and alchemical formations, are awarded several each year at the conference. However, Not all magic counts, like the modified magic demonstrated by Yasosi, which due to its limited scope, didn't even qualify for a nomination. The criteria for earning the Silver Moon Medal are even more stringent, and it is only awarded to wizards who have made exceptional contributions in a specific field of magic. Even Adela, the senior wizard who founded the theory of fire elements 20 years ago, did not receive a Silver Moon Medal because his theory had not been truly verified. As for the Corona Medal, it is the highest academic award in Wizardland. Only those wizards who founded mainstream subjects and had a profound impact on the theoretical system of magic in Wizardland could possibly be nominated for the Corona Medal, said Philip, both hopeful and excited. The Silver Moon Medal, an honor only a rare few senior wizards could obtain. Not even the Yetta School had achieved such high honor during Helram's lifetime. Lynn, however, wasn't concerned about the awards but turned his head to look at the Prophecy School's seats on the right side. Several male and female wizards had already stood up and were walking toward the stage. The leader, wearing a gray robe, had a somewhat gaunt face with sunken eyes, looking as if he hadn't slept for several nights. However, he was extremely spirited, looking at the crowd with an elevated tone of voice. Ladies and gentlemen, masters all, I am Yolan from the Prophecy School. However, today I am not here to expound on new astronomical research findings, but to express some doubts that I hope although Yolan's words were not sharp, the confrontational tone was clear for everyone to hear. All the wizards turned their gaze toward Lynn, their faces sporting intrigued expressions. They all guessed that the Prophecy School was definitely going to publicly dispute Lynn's planetary theory at this conference. They just didn't know how he would respond. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.